Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had immortality and fell in love with Toga Himiko? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Flatline by BloodOfTheCore. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Izuku rocked back and forth, squealing in excitement. He had just turned 4 and as a present he had been taken to the quirk doctor to confirm that he was going to develop a quirk. He made sure to stand as still as possible as a metal box was pointed at his foot, but that just meant that now that he did not have to be still, he was even more fidgety. After too long, the doctor finally walked in the room and sat down. A black and blue picture appeared on a screen next to him. "Mrs. Midoriya, I am glad to inform you that your son indeed has a quirk," the doctor spoke, flinching at the noticeable rise in pitch from the boy's squealing. "That's wonderful news, doctor. Do you know what his quirk is?" Inko asked. The doctor pressed a key and the X-rays switched to 3 images of genes, titled Father, Mother and Child. There were no apparent similarities between any of the 3. "I'm afraid not. Normally the quirk genes would show similarities to either parent or a splice of the 2. But rarely mutations can produce completely new quirk genes with little to no heritage from the parent's quirks," the doctor informed. "Izuku is one of these cases. He might still show some similarities to either of yours or Mr. Midoriya's quirks, but that is unlikely." Izuku looked to Inko with a bright smile. "Mummy, does this mean I can be a hero one day?" Inko looked down to Izuku, mirroring his smile. "Of course, my little small mite." They got back to the car and Inko strapped Izuku in behind Hisashi, who had been waiting in the car. "So, how did it go?" Hisashi asked. "Izuku has a quirk, but we don't know what it is," Inko replied, clicking her seatbelt. "Well, whatever it is, I know he'll be the world's greatest hero." Hisashi started driving away from the hospital. "Speaking of world, I got accepted for that overseas position. So you're going to be seeing less of me, but we will be better off financially." Izuku just understood that his father would be missing for some time and began to tear up. "Father can't leave. I need father. Daddy, please stay. I want you to help me become a hero. We will still be able to talk to each other, Izuku. And I'll be first in line at your debut. I'll be your #1 fan." Izuku decided to put on his headphones and listen to the hero news to calm down. The villain has been sighted at Bespin Park. Nearby heroes are making their way to the scene. "Perfect. There will be heroes at the park. Mommy, can we go to Bespin Park, please?" The park sounds like a good place. You try and see if you can use your quirk." "Why not?" Inko hummed. "But I'll need to go home first." When they got close to the park they heard sirens and screaming. The flashing of police lights came into view. "Sorry, Izuku. There's a villain fight at Bespin Park," Hisashi said. "Let's go to another one." "No, this may be our only chance." Before Izuku could think, he had unlocked his belt and left the car. All for One hovered above Toshinori. "Such a shame you haven't chosen a successor yet, All Might." He raised his arm. "How does it feel to know that One for All will end with you? Cower in F. Izuku. All for One heard Hisashi over the sound of the sirens. All for One looked over to see a young boy running towards the scene. "I've changed my mind. What better a way to break that infuriating smile than killing the innocent?" He moved his arm to face towards Izuku. Rivet stab. Black and red tendrils extended from his arm and shot towards Izuku. "No!" Toshinori yelled, jumping in front of the tendrils, managing to stop some with his body. The rest continued towards Izuku and stabbed through him. Red exploded out of All Might and Izuku. Izuku woke up to a bright light and the sound of repetitive beeping. When his eyes adjusted he realized he was in a hospital. He noticed a nurse was in the room and asked, "What happened?" The nurse looked up from his clipboard and sighed. "Kid, you're extremely lucky. Wait here, I'll get your parents." He walked out of the room. A few seconds later, the door flew open and Inko ran in, followed by Hisashi. Inko ran up and hugged Izuku. "Izuku? They said you should have already been dead. They don't know how you survived." "Clearly it's because he's destined to be the world's strongest hero." Hisashi started before Inko glared back at him and he stopped. Katsuki walked in and ran up to Izuku. "Izuku. What happened?" Izuku paused for a second, trying to remember. "Got stabbed?" "Whoa, can I see?" Izuku nodded and opened his gown a bit to show his chest, revealing several scars. Awesome. Hey, Izuku, did you get your quirk yet? Katsuki asked. Not yet, Kachan, Izuku responded, a bit embarrassed. How do you activate yours? Katsuki thought for some time, looking at his fingers. I imagine flexing muscles beyond my fingers, that makes my sparks, then the sparks ignite my sweat. Izuku held out his hand and tried to image flexing muscles that didn't exist. It's not working. How about mine? Inko asked. Simply imagine pulling something towards you that you can't reach and wave your hand like this. She gestured, repeatedly closing her hand a bit. Izuku tried and nothing happened again. Guess that leaves me, Hisashi said. Breathe in. How much you do decides how much fire you make. Then breathe out while trying to make your breathe hotter. Wait. Don't try to create fire indoors, Inko protested. The nurse walked back in. Izuku will be free to go once we confirm his vitals, then checked the heart rate monitor. After some time they were allowed to leave. When Izuku walked outside he took a deep breath in and slowly breathed out whilst trying to make it hotter and hotter. After 1 second of breathing, green fire came out of his mouth. I did it, I have daddy's quirk, he yelled. Hell yeah, Izuku. Katsuki yelled, fire and explosions. You will be a great sidekick for me. Inko thought, could such a little difference as the color of the flames make his quirk gene look so much different to his father's? Hisashi laughed at the boy's antics. It had been 47 days since Izuku first breathed fire. He had been training each day and could now produce fire at the same level as his father. Strangely, the skin around his neck started dying, a condition which was exasperated the more he breathed fire. Katsuki had invited Izuku and 3 other friends to woods near their houses to spar later that day. He was so excited that he packed first thing. He heard a knock at the front door and looked out of his window, seeing a limousine. He walked through the hallway and heard, "The All Might Agency would like to compensate a portion of your son's medical expenses. And I would like to use my quirk on your son to ensure he is fine." Izuku peeked into the lounge room and saw a man with yellow streaked green hair. Not good. Sir Night-Eye? He asked. Mirai looked at Izuku. Izuku, I would like to use my quirk on you. No, why yes sir, Izuku said, both excited and nervous. He held out his hand for Mirai. Mirai was about to touch Izuku. Don't touch me. Izuku jumped back, looking scared and confused. Izuku? Inko asked, concern in her tone, what's wrong? I don't know. Izuku stammered. He's dangerous, his quirk could ruin everything. If you don't want me to use my quirk on you, we can skip that part, Mirai assured. Izuku didn't seem to be any less afraid. I will only look 1 month into the future, to make sure you have completely healed. I can work with that. Izuku's fear subsided and he reached his hand out. Oh okay. Mirai touched Izuku's hand and activated his quirk. After some time he pulled his hand back and said, your son will be fine, Mrs. Midoriya. Now we just need to complete the paperwork and I'll be off. Yes sir, Inko replied. Half an hour later they had finished. Is that all, sir? Inko asked. One last thing, Mirai said. Tell me a joke. I'm sorry? Inko asked. The hero business is tiring and I find humor makes up for it. Why did the chicken cross the road? Izuku asked. I don't know. Why did the chicken cross the road? Mirai responded. To balk traffic, Izuku smirked. Mirai smirked and walked to the door. Thank you, Izuku. Goodbye, Mrs. Midoriya. He opened the door and walked to the limousine. He took out his phone and dialed a number. This is Sir Night-Eye. I would like to schedule emergency services to go to the following location in 61 days. Later that day, Izuku met up with Katsuki and their 3 other friends and they headed to the woods. Halfway along, they got to a log over a river. Are you sure we should cross that, Kachan? Izuku asked. It looks too dangerous. What? Are you scared, Deku? Katsuki asked. Just what I'd expect from a Deku. Kachan, that's mean. Whatever. Katsuki started walking across the log before slipping and falling down. As their friends called out to Katsuki, Izuku climbed down to the river, trudged through the water and held out his hand for Katsuki. Are you okay, Kachan? I was worried you may have hit your head or something. Don't look down on me, I'm not weak, I'm not like you. Weak. But Kachan. Let's go, Katsuki said, getting up and climbing the bank of the river. They got to a clearing big enough to practice their quirks. Katsuki and Izuku dried off and found their own section in the clearing. Izuku took a deep breath in and breathed out as much fire as Heishi could. Did you see that, Kachan? Peeved. Was that the best you could do? You really are a Deku? Katsuki laughed. With such a useless quirk you couldn't even be my sidekick. Useless? Sidekick? My quirk isn't useless, Kachan. And I'm strong enough to become a pro hero? Then prove it. What? Katsuki walked towards Izuku. Let's spar. I'll show you the strongest quirk you've ever seen. Izuku breathed in and took a fighting stance. Oh, okay. Katsuki ran forward, hands glowing. Izuku breathed out fire as Katsuki threw out a right hook, knocking away the attack and making Katsuki shield his eyes. Izuku took advantage by uppercutting, then right-hooking a bleeding Katsuki into the grass. I win. Wrong. Katsuki whispered, pointing his left hand at Izuku and blasting Izuku. Ah! Izuku fell to the ground, covered in burns and bleeding. Get up! Izuku tried to move. You lose. Need to regain strength. Izuku's physical pain was overcome by hunger. He got up. I need to eat. He sniffed the air. He smelled something new, something delicious. He looked to the source and saw a fresh red puddle next to Katsuki. He walked to the puddle. Katsuki took a stance until he noticed Izuku wasn't walking towards him. What are you doing, Deku? Izuku knelt down to the puddle and stuck his hand in it before bringing his hand to his mouth and licking it. He then took a scoop of blood and drank it. What the hell? What is wrong with you? I'm ready for round 2. Don't come near me. Don't call me that. You're a freak. You're out of the Bakugo agency. Kei-Kachan? Izuku's eyes began to water and he ran home. Izuku slammed open his door. Inko's eyes widened as she saw Izuku covered in blood, burns, sweat and tears. What happened to you? Kei-Kachan was mean to Emmy. What did Katsuki do? He called me weak and useless, and then he made me spar him, and then he said I couldn't call him Kachan and C called me AF freak, and then K kicked me out of the group. Inko was livid. She picked up her phone and dialed Mitsuki. Mitsuki. It's Inko, we need to talk. That evening, Mitsuki and Katsuki arrived at the Midoriya's household. Izuku was in the shower, washing himself. Inko sat in front of the Bakugos, a serious expression on her face. Mitsuki, your son has been bullying my own. Katsuki, you little shit. What the fuck did you do to Izuku? Mitsuki questioned. Nothing, he didn't deserve, you old hag, Katsuki replied. Inko stood. Izuku said you called him weak, useless, and a freak. Forced him to spar you. Disallowed him to call you by your nickname and kicked him out of the group. And then there's this. She pulled out her phone and opened the photo app, presenting the device to Mitsuki. Inko's fury had a rival. Inko's son had been attacked by the boy she thought of as a nephew, and for Mitsuki the reverse had happened. Katsuki Bakugo. There is no possible fucking reason that could justify what you have done to Izuku. He drank blood. He's a monster. Mitsuki slapped Bakugo. I don't care if he blew up our house. He is my nephew. He is a pure kid who doesn't do anything without reason. A reason for drinking blood? Yeah, right. No wonder you like him, you're just as insane. The door to the room opened and Izuku walked in. Hi Kachan. I told you not to, Katsuki yelled before getting slapped. Grr. Inko noticed something strange about Izuku. Where are your injuries? The Bakugos then also noticed that Izuku's skin looked perfectly fine. What the hell? Is this some trick to show I didn't beat you? Katsuki demanded. What? And no. Izuku waved his hands in front of his face. Inko walked over. Your neck looks better, as well, she thought, another aspect of his quirk. Izuku, why did you drink blood? Izuku blushed. I was hungry. It smelled good, it tasted good. Inko explained. The doctor said his quirk was quite different from Hisashi's and my own. Maybe that difference is a healing aspect powered by consuming blood? This is getting interesting. See, I told you he had a reason, idiot. Mitsuki yelled at Katsuki. Just because his Katsuki couldn't finish before being slapped again. Enough. Mitsuki forced Katsuki into a bow. We are deeply sorry for what happened and promise it won't happen again. Whatever, Katsuki groaned. Apology accepted, Inko said. Are you okay, Izuku? Yes, Izuku muttered. As long as I get the chance to show I'm better. Izuku's life got worse from that point. Word had spread fast at Izuku's daycare that his quirk made him drink blood. It didn't take long for Izuku's reputation to get worse. A quarter of the kids would bully him, including Katsuki, and the rest would avoid him. To make up for his free time during recess, he took up a hobby of quirk analysis. He would observe the kids using their quirks, usually on him, and figure out ways to utilize them. Sadly, the kids would rarely listen to his advice, so he often could not see if his theories would work. He had managed to double his firepower since his spar with Katsuki, but his neck was back to its condition before that day. Izuku had also tried different ways to breathe fire. He found out that cupping his hands around his mouth allowed for a more accurate shot. Izuku was about to head out to train when Inko came home carrying something interesting. A pumpkin? Mummy, are we having pumpkin for dinner? Izuku asked. No, Inko answered. I thought this would be fun. Sit on a chair in the kitchen, please. Okay. Izuku happily did as he was told and waiting patiently on a seat. Inko placed the pumpkin on a chopping board and pulled out a knife from a holder. She cut off the stem and pulled out the insides. Izuku, can you make a face for me? Silly, happy, angry, your choice. She smiled. A face? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. I'm going to carve it into this pumpkin? Oh, okay. Izuku thought for a second before deciding to make a silly face. He kept his head tilted, stuck out his tongue and half closed one eye. Bleg. Haha, very nice. Inko stabbed the knife into the pumpkin and sliced along its surface. She then pulled the knife out and repeated. As Mirai typed away on his computer, a notification sounded on his phone. What did I have scheduled for today? He unlocked his phone and checked. Shit. He pressed a button on his desk and spoke. All Might, this is Sir Night-Eye. I need to request a hero go to the location I'm sending to you now. Inko put down the knife and looked between it and Izuku a couple of times. She then smiled and turned the pumpkin to face Izuku. What do you think? Looks just like you, right? Izuku could not see a resemblance. That's me? Oh, of course not. It needs one more thing to be you. She went to a cupboard and pulled out a candle. It needs your soul. My soul? Your quirk. It needs your quirk to bring it to life? She held the candle in front of Izuku. Just a little flame, please. Izuku breathed a little fire onto the candle, just enough to ignite it. Inko then walked to the door and turned off the light. She walked back to the pumpkin and placed the candle inside, making it glow green. Finally, she placed the stem back. This is Jack. Jack. There's a story about a man called Jack. This decoration, called a jack-o'-lantern, is based off of that. And because this one contains your soul, he will be your friend. Jack. Lantern. Izuku's face lit up. Hello, Jack. I'll leave you two to talk. Inko walked out of the room. Do you want to be my friend? I will always be your friend. Wait, why does it feel like you can understand me? I can understand you. Is it because you're made of my quirk? I am your quirk. You can't talk, can you? I cannot. Can you communicate another way? Emotions? Can you change the flame in any way? Change the fire? Make the fire bigger for yes. Smaller for no, I'll try. The fire grew a bit bigger and brighter. I can use this. Are you actually answering me? The fire grew even bigger, the flame licked the inner walls of the pumpkin. Are you my quirk? The flame was now bigger than the pumpkin. Can I call you Jack? The flame was now big enough for Izuku to feel the heat, even with his minor fire resistance. Will you be my friend? The flame continued to grow. Do you promise? Forever? The flame was now touching the ceiling. Will I ever breathe a flame that powerful? The flame reached across the ceiling. Wait, this too much, can you make the flame small again? The flame grew bigger, reaching the curtains and igniting them. Wait. Jack. Stop. Izuku looked around, panicked. Mum. Inko heard Izuku's yelling and ran to the kitchen. What is? She noticed the kitchen was on fire. Izuku. She ran to him and picked him up. The flames continued to grow and reached down the walls, blocking off the doors and windows. Need to stay. Inko quickly grabbed the fire extinguisher and carefully unlocked it. making sure she didn't drop Izuku. The flames reached the floor and started growing inwards. I'm sorry. As Inko pointed the extinguisher at the doorway, she heard sirens outside. Emergency services. How are they here? Inko, distracted, didn't notice the flames reach her. She's gasped, accidentally dropping the extinguisher. The front door of the apartment smashed in as Sir Night-Eye threw a high-density seal at it. This way to the kitchen. Try being a hero. Izuku pushed away from Inko, dropping to the floor. Izuku. Inko tried to grab him again before flames got in the way. Izuku ran to the extinguisher, trying to pick it up. It was too heavy. He was surrounded by fire. Foam burst through the door of the kitchen, revealing firefighters next to Sir Night-Eye. The flames in between Izuku and the firefighters grew to block their view. Focus on saving the boy, Sir Night-Eye ordered. The flames touched Izuku and climbed up his body. He screamed. The foamy water from the fire hose hit the wall of fire, cutting through it and revealing another. Izuku could see one thing as the moisture evaporated from his eyes: a pumpkin. Jack, why? I'm sorry. You need this. Ghost. Izuku woke up. He looked around and realized he was in another hospital. What happened? He thought for a second, then screamed. A nurse burst through the door. Midoriya, calm down. You're all right now. Be calm. Izuku calmed down. Can I see my mummy, please? Of course. She walked out the door and then Inko came through the door. Izuku. She ran to him. Are you okay? She looked at his skin. I told them about feeding you blood. That if they fed you a bag, your chances should improve. Incorrect. Mummy, Izuku asked, will Jack hurt me again? Hurt? Of course not, sweetie, Inko comforted. The pro-heroes think that was a villain playing a prank on you. Villain? Pro-hero? Izuku asked, a bit more enthusiasm in his voice. Yes. Inko smiled. Sir Night-Eye saved us, he lied. What about our house? Izuku asked, worried. The kitchen needs to be rebuilt, Inko answered, but soon after Sir Night-Eye got there, the green fire disappeared, leaving only the secondary flames which the firefighters quickly put out. Izuku nodded. As he did, he noticed new scarring on his hands. He held them up to inspect them. They had to graft your skin. There are scars on your hands, chest and a couple around your eyes. Do they look bad? That's for you to decide. Izuku looked around the hospital room and noticed his All Might figure sitting on a side table next to him. He reached out for it but didn't have the strength to get up. He strained to try and extend his reach and suddenly the All Might figure wobbled and moved towards his hand. Thank you, mummy. Inko's eyes widened. Izuku, I didn't use my quirk. What is your quirk, Izuku? 10 years passed since that day. Izuku's neck continued to worsen. Additionally, the problem was now occurring on his hands as well. Consuming blood may have been a temporary fix, but it did not help his social situation. When Katsuki found out what had happened to Izuku's kitchen, people stopped calling his quirk useless, and started calling it dangerous and uncontrollable. Inko had increased the child-proofing of their apartment and had removed some of it on each of Izuku's birthdays. There was still some child-proofing left. Izuku had found that minor telekinesis was useful for calming his nerves, a kind of silent fidget. Minor telekinesis was not dangerous like the ability he had decided to call Lantern. These two facts had allowed him to increase its power to be at least 4 times as powerful as Inko's quirk in terms of range of size he could affect and how much pull he could create. He couldn't think of a name for his minor telekinesis that felt as right as Lantern, and whilst he could use them at the same time, doing so accelerated the side effects. Izuku sat in his chair at Aldera Junior High, waiting for his class to start. He threw a pencil towards the ground and pulled it back before it hit the ground. His teacher walked into the room, carrying a stack of paper. All right, students, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking about your futures and what you want to do with your lives. But, why bother with career aptitude tests? I know you all want to be heroes, so you're all going to apply for high schools that will align with your quirks regardless. The students starting cheering and using their quirks, with the exception of Katsuki and Izuku. Yes, yes. You've all got very impressive quirks, but no power usage in school. Hey, teach, don't lump me in with these losers, Katsuki objected. They'd be lucky to become sidekicks for some D-lister. The other students started yelling at him. Oh, I'll take you all on, let's go. Bakugo, you're eventually going for UA University, right? The teacher asked. You've got the test results, maybe you'll get in. The other students looked at Katsuki in shock. The national school? Doesn't that school have less than a 1% acceptance rate? It'll be impossible to get in. That's why it's the only possible choice for me. The best for the best, Katsuki announced, jumping onto his desk. I aced all the mock tests. I'm the only one from this school who's going to get in. Oh, yeah, Midoriya. You said you were going for UA too, right? The teacher asked. Why would you say that? Izuku thought. He threw another pencil at the ground and pulled it back. Before Izuku caught the pencil, an explosion hit his desk. Deku, Katsuki yelled. You're worse than these rejects. At least their shitty quirks don't have dangerous and creepy drawbacks. UA is only for the best. They'd take one look at your quirk and burn your forms. When class was over, Izuku made sure the pencil was the only thing he lost. He picked up his 13th hero analysis notebook. At least I got to see that fight earlier today. I'd better write down what I can before I forget. Another boring cure. The notebook was ripped out of Izuku's hand. Bakugo stood in front of him, holding it. We're not done here, Deku. His friends walked up behind him. One of them looked at the notebook. Hero analysis for the future number 13. Don't tell me you're taking notes on how to be a hero. Yeah, real funny guys, Izuku said, slumping in his chair. Just give it back. Bakugo punched the notebook, exploding it. He then threw it out the window. Most high-ranked heroes show potential early on. People look at them and just know they're going to be great. People are going to talk about me like that when I'm the only student from this school to go to UA. That's not ego talking. I just know I'm good. He put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, smoke rising out of his palm. A word of advice. Don't apply, or else. Katsuki and his friends began to walk out of the classroom. You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there might be another way. Just take a swan dive of the roof and pray you get a decent quirk in your next life. Of course, you might just survive that too. Izuku walked through the underpass of the bridge to his home. When he was about to exit the other side, he heard a guttural growl. He turned around and saw a flowing dark green mass. A villain? I didn't know he was in town, the sludge villain said. But luckily, you'll make a perfect skin suit for me. The villain jumped over Izuku and fell all around him, preventing escape. The sludge villain started stuffing itself down Izuku's throat, suffocating him. No. Not now. Izuku felt his throat heat up before he thought of using lantern. Green flames bellowed out of his mouth, more than he had ever breathed before. The force of the flames pushed out the sludge. Izuku gasped for air. He felt his throat get worse. Neat trick. But fire isn't enough to stop me, the sludge villain laughed. The manhole cover the sludge villain entered through shot up and hit the roof of the tunnel. Have no fear, Toshinori announced, climbing out of the sewer. Because I am here. The sludge villain shot out its arms towards Toshinori, who dodged and shot forward. He pulled back his fist. Texas smash. He punched the sludge villain off of Izuku. Izuku fell onto the ground with a thud. Thank you, All Might. Toshinori laughed. My apologies for taking so long. The sewers were pretty difficult to navigate. He bent down and started scooping up the sludge villain. Thank you, young man. You were a great help. No problem, Izuku said. He also bent down and began scooping up the villain. Should I ask for an autograph? As Toshinori was halfway done, he noticed the notebook on the floor. Hero analysis for the future. He flipped through the book until he found an empty page, which he then signed. Here you go, young man. Oh, thanks, Izuku said, putting his notebook back into his bag. Once they had finished cleaning up, Toshinori put the 2 bottles they had filled in his pockets, turned away from Izuku and began crouching. Now, stay out of trouble, see you around. Wait. He's useful. All Might can't leave yet. I still have so much to ask him. Now, stand back. I'm taking off. He jumped. Thanks for your continued support. Why'd I feel so heavy? Surely the sludge villain wasn't this heavy? He looked down and saw Izuku hanging onto his leg. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I have too many questions, All Might. I don't have time. Get off. I can't, if I let go I'll die. Oh, right. He grabbed Izuku. Hang on. He coughed and blood seeped out of his mouth. Shit. They landed on a roof. Now, I have to go. Wait, not yet. 1 second. No, I'm out of time. I have to know. Can I become a hero even with a dangerous, uncontrollable, weak, gross quirk? My quirk has many aspects, and they're all negative. Rude. Toshinori stopped and turned around. Pain stabbed through his body and he began to emit steam. Damn it, not now. People think I can't be a hero, that the only notable thing I could even do would be endanger others. He looked up and saw Toshinori's skeletal form. Ah. Wait, what? Who are you? You're not All Might, you're an imposter? I am All Mi. Blood came out of Toshinori's mouth. When I use my quirk, I beat myself up like guys at the pool. Toshinori sat down. I need to not talk about this to anybody. He lifted his shirt. Pretty gross, right? I got this from a fight just over 10 years ago. My respiratory system was destroyed and I lost my stomach. Right now I can only be a hero for about an hour a day, if I push it, maybe 2. 3 or more and my time will just decrease. This is what I look like the rest of the time. 10 years ago. That's about the time when I saw All Might in person, when I made up for my time limit by finding a successor to my mantle. He's still too young to even go to a hero university, but he has a difficult-to-use quirk that he has already mastered, so he was granted a license early. Do you mean, Lemillion? Yes. Look, kid, I smiled to hide the fear inside. This job isn't easy. So, to answer your question, if your quirk really is too dangerous to use, then you might as well be quirkless in a fight. Even the pro heroes with the best quirks are always risking their lives. The hard truth is that some villains just can't be beaten without real powers. So, unless you can find a way to control your power, my answer is no. I don't honestly think you can be a hero without a quirk. I see? Izuku looked thoughtful. He should know. Do you think the one responsible for your injury could ever be a hero? He needs to know I did it. All for one? No, he could never be a hero. We should leave. I see, thank you. All Might. Izuku tried the door of the roof. Discovering it was unlocked, he opened it and walked in. Toshinori noticed a crowd at Tatooine's shopping district and looking through the crowd, he saw the sludge villain. Death arms over the shouts of the crowd, he seemed to be unable to do anything. Thunderous footsteps sounded as Yu Takayama ran to the scene, stopping when the road got too narrow. Shinji Nishia was unable to help due to the fire, so he just helped civilians and Backdraft was putting out the fires. The people in the crowd were questioning each other about where was All Might and if anybody is going to do anything. Izuku continued to walk home before he heard an explosion. He turned and rushed towards the sound. Looking through the crowd, he saw the sludge villain. The guy who attacked me. If All Might dropped the bottle, that means it's my fault. I guess I just can't stop being a problem for All Might. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, so sorry. Izuku noticed the boy in the sludge. It was Katsuki. He ran forward and threw his bag at the sludge villain, hitting it in the eye. Hey, kid, stop. Death Arms yelled. Izuku breathed fire around Katsuki, making sure not to hit him with the flames. This isn't working. He switched abilities and used telekinesis on the villain's eyes, ripping them out of the sludge. Ah! Give those back. The sludge demanded. It shot its fist towards Izuku, which was stopped by All Might's fist. I really am pathetic, All Might said. I told you what it takes to make a hero, and I couldn't even live up to those standards. He ripped his hand out of the sludge. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero. He pulled his arm back. Detroit smash. He punched parted the clouds. Holy crap, he changed the weather, Death Arms said. When the dust settled, the other pros came in to help Katsuki. Death Arms and Kamui Woods reprimanded Izuku about being reckless and using his quirk. Toshinori quickly escaped the paparazzi. Knowing that Mirio was better for finding people, as he had recently unlocked Float, he sent Mirio everything he knew. Once Mirio received the location, he jumped into the air and flew to the shopping district. He then continued in the direction opposite of the direction All Might was headed. Izuku stood on the roof where he talked to Toshinori. He took a deep breath and removed his shoes. We shouldn't do this. We don't know what will happen. Izuku felt second thoughts enter his mind. Why am I having second thoughts now? All Might said it himself. He could never forgive me. My quirk can't be used for hero work and I'm just a burden for everybody. Izuku noticed a white figure flying through the sky. Wait, is that? We need to do this. This is perfect. Izuku no longer felt doubt. He was finally sure of something. He needed to jump. He took a step. Although he is far away. Izuku took another look at Mirio. He felt that maybe Mirio could save him. He needed to make sure he couldn't. He turned around and took a breath. As Mirio flew, he noticed a black figure on a building. He closed in before he saw green flames erupt from in front of the figure as it tipped backwards, off the side of a building. He shot his hands back and flicked, shooting forwards towards the figure. Power, he yelled. He activated permeation so that he didn't need to avoid the buildings. When he got to the ally Izuku was falling down, he shot down and caught Izuku's leg just before he hit the ground, but the flames Izuku was bellowing shot his head back with an audible crack. No. No, Mirio thought, in shock. He laid Izuku's body down and crouched beside it, head bowed. He pulled out his phone and called Toshinori. Toshinori, I found him. I was too late. Inko sat on a chair in her dining room for several hours, just staring at nothing. A puddle of tears sat below her. All the work she had done to keep Izuku safe, but she still couldn't save him. She couldn't be there to see him make his dreams a reality. She was going to have to go to her own son's funeral. How could she even think? There was a knock on her door. She slowly turned towards the door. Inko? A voice from the other side of the door asked. It's Mitsuki, can I come in? MIT Suki. Inko looked back. Sure. The door opened and Mitsuki walked into the apartment. Are you okay? Inko didn't respond. Right, bad question. Mitsuki sat opposite Inko. Look, I can't claim to know what you could possibly be feeling right now. But, I can let you know I have and will always be there for you. If you need help, food, somewhere to stay, anything, just ask. I know Izuku wouldn't want to see you like this. Just give me some time, Inko managed. I might take you up on that offer of a place to stay, but first I would need to pack. Let me do that for you. Don't throw his stuff out. I want to keep it. Of course, Mitsuki started walking to his room. When I'm done, there'll be a perfect replica of both your rooms in my apartment. Thank you. Mitsuki winked. Katsuki ran around the block another time. Was it really my fault? Of course it was my fucking fault. I fucking told him to jump. I fucking pushed him. How the fuck can I claim to be the future #1 hero when I fucking killed him? Fuck. He stopped outside his apartment building. He fell to his knees, panting. Fuck, tears fell from his eyes. No, he was your biggest supporter, Katsuki. You will be the #1 fucking hero. For him. For Izuku. Izuku woke up and realized it was dark and cold. Where am I? Am I dead? Could I not even die, right? Izuku tried to move and realized he was inside a metal box. He tried to push against the walls, but was unable to escape the box. How do I get out of here? Can somebody help me? Well, since you asked. Izuku felt himself begin to fall. He gasped but no air went into his mouth. After a couple seconds of feeling like he was falling, he felt his body surrounded by dirt and then he felt his body shoot upwards before the feeling of his surroundings went away again. He saw a couple flashes of dim light before he saw a building suddenly appear below him and fall away from him, or rather, he was flying away from it. At the top of his arc, he suddenly stopped, floating in mid-air and able to breathe again. He looked around. He was floating atop a city in the middle of the night. How am I flying? How am I alive? Wait, I died, and when I woke I could fly and move through objects. Am I a ghost? Exactly. Ghost, that felt right, in the same way Lantern felt right. He felt colder than before and, looking down, realized he was naked. Where the hell are my clothes? Alright, priority 1, find clothes. Alright. But, you're going to have to use your new powers, I'm not going to do it for you. How do I get down? He pushed the air up, sending him down a bit. That could work. He started to swim down through the air. He landed on the roof of the building, uprighting himself. He stopped levitating when he touched a foot to the ground. So I can no longer fly or go through objects. He looked over the ledge of the roof, seeing balconies on the next building over. How do I turn my powers back on? He took a step off the ledge and began floating again. He floated over to a balcony. Looking back, he saw the first building was a morgue. What about the other ability? Well, I can't breathe whilst I go through objects, so. He took a deep breath. Alright, when I came out of that morgue, I felt falling and then dirt before shooting up. So maybe if I turn off my power whilst inside a solid object, I will shoot up? But this balcony slab is too thin to fit my body in, so... He pushed his foot into the floor, which then went through. He then breathed out, deactivating the ability and shooting him up, hitting the balcony above. Ow. Right. Need to turn it on and off repeatedly. He did the same thing, this time pushing through the balcony above and then turning his power off to shoot up again. He repeated until he shot out of the top balcony and landed on the roof. He stood up and, dusting himself off, realized the sores from his throat and hands were now all over him. Shit. These abilities have a far worse downside than my old ones. Wait, do I have my old ones? He took a deep breath and breathed out fire. Despite not trying to produce a big blast, the flame was almost as big as the one he had produced when the sludge villain was suffocating him. Why are my abilities so much stronger? He felt pain shoot through his throat. Damn it. My body wasn't ready for a sudden power boost. He began to feel hungry. Wait, if I can still get hurt and hungry, I'm not really dead, am I? Is this part of my quirk? Can I not die? Is my quirk gaining the abilities of undead when I die? Wait, aren't these abilities like Lemillion's? Wasn't he there when I died? Do I copy the quirks of those I die near? Is it just a coincidence that most of the powers I have are that of a ghost? He felt a cold breeze. Right. I'm still naked, back to priority 1. He ran across the rooftop of the building, sent his toes through the roof, shot off and activated flight to soar to the next building. He jumped from building to building for a couple minutes before he jumped off a building and realized there were none beyond. Looking forward, he saw an ocean and rubbish pile. He swam down to the ground, landing in front of a sign. Tacoba Municipal Beach Park, he read. He searched through the pile for an hour before he found enough clothes to create a complete outfit. He then found an old mattress and fell asleep on it. Toshinori sat with Mirio. They had spent the last day discussing therapy options for Mirio, which he had declined, and today they were called by Naomasa for some reason. The door opened and Naomasa entered the room. Thank you too for agreeing to this. He placed a folder on the desk in front of the two heroes and pulled out a file. This normally wouldn't be the type of case I would tell heroes about, especially high rank such as yourselves, but I thought you two would like to know about this. Of course, sir, Mirio said in his usual, upbeat tone, happy to help. This case is about the boy, Midoriya Izuku. He placed the file on the table, facing the heroes. His body went missing. Wait, what? How? Toshinori asked. That's the thing. We don't know. Security footage shows no external access to his mortuary cabinet. This could only be the work of a quirk. And we only know of so many villains who would want a body and could have a quirk capable. All for one. Toshinori frowned. You think AFO is responsible? Mirio asked, his tone now sour. Wasn't he defeated? Didn't All Might kill him? We can never rule out that he has a way of surviving, Naomasa confirmed. He's already lived hundreds of years. If he is still alive, Mirio said. His tone shifted back to upbeat. I will defeat him and get justice for Midoriya. We're counting on you, Naomasa said, and I'm sure Midoriya is, too. It took several days, but Izuku was able to move enough of the rubbish to create a makeshift home. He had found that his telekinesis had also been empowered and he tested could be used together. He found that his telekinesis could be used alongside his ghost powers without making the side effects worse, so he considered it part of Ghost. Lantern couldn't, so be used with them without worsening the already bad side effects of each. After half a week of using his powers, Izuku's body was in terrible shape, his skin was falling apart, he could barely talk, his muscles ached, making moving slow, and at one point he swore he heard something pop. Izuku walked through a back alley near the beach, searching through bins for anything of worth. Then he smelled what his body had been begging for. Blood. He crept through the alley until he saw a puddle of fresh blood and the body of a woman. He walked over to the body, knelt down and checked for a pulse, finding one that was fading, fast. You can't help her until you help yourself. Feeling his hunger grow, he drank handful after handful of blood. Once he was satiated, he began to apply chest compressions to the woman's body. Then he heard a noise behind him, a soft giggle. He turned around and saw the woman he was performing CPR on. What the hell? The woman laughed. You look cute in all that blood. She stepped closer. Would you like to be cuter? Izuku stood up and made sure not to break eye contact with the woman. Do you know what happened here? I found this woman earlier and decided to make her prettier. And now I'm going to do the same to you. She pulled a knife from behind her back. Izuku took a fighting stance. What should I do? Should I fight? Should I run? The woman began to melt into a gray ooze. Standing in her place was a blonde girl who couldn't be much older than Izuku. But the more surprising thing was, she was naked. Where are your clothes? The girl looked down and blushed. She looked back up and grinned. My quirk doesn't affect my clothes. But, once I drink your blood, I'll be fine to get mine again. She rushed forward. Now, please hold still. She can take the form of others? And it's from blood? She is perfect, sorry about this. Izuku took a deep breath and tried to breath fire, but none came out. Wait, what? He blocked the knife aimed for his chest with his left arm. Fuck. He tried to reach out and pull the knife out of the girl's hand, but it didn't budge. Why isn't my quirk working? Is this part of her quirk? Does that mean she can actually kill me? As she came in with another lunge, he dropped his arms out of the way and the blade went through his chest, puncturing his heart. Oh, you just let that happen? Do you have a thing for blood, too? My quirk makes me need to drink it, if that's what you mean. Izuku coughed up blood. But, I've been stabbed before, so this is nothing new. He laughed, then lost consciousness. Izuku woke up. Fuck. He looked around and saw himself lying like a cat nearby. He stood up and checked his body. His skin was no longer covered in sores, but now he had a new scar on his chest. He tried to walk quietly away from the other him. You're alive? He heard his own voice ask. He sighed, I told you, I've been stabbed before. Whoa. That's so cool. The other him got up and twirled Izuku around. They were now facing each other. Whoa. The other him said in bewilderment. Is something wrong? Why, you said you also drink blood, right? The other him blushed and turned away. Ah, yeah. Then, how about we make a deal? I drink your blood, you drink mine, alright? You need access to blood, this girl is perfect for you. Ah, okay. Great. The other Izuku pulled out a knife and stabbed himself in the arm. Here, the other him presented his arm to Izuku. Alright. Izuku pulled the wound to his mouth and drank. The other him squealed. Suddenly, gray ooze seeped over the real Izuku and when he slipped off, he looked like the girl had. What? They both asked. Why, you have my quirk? The fake Izuku asked. I guess? Izuku responded. I shouldn't reveal my other powers, I can't trust this person yet. I don't even know if that blonde girl is their real form. What should I call it then? My quirk is called Jack and my other powers are called Lantern and Ghost. I have shown them a blood-related quirk, resurrection, transformation, and healing. That sounds like a vampire. Once again, vampire felt as right as Lantern and Ghost had. But, I have their power, which is way too specific for us both to have it. My power is called Vampire. I can copy blood-related quirks. I don't know how it's activated. In addition to your power, I can heal if I drink blood. The other him started to melt and turned back into the blonde girl. Wow. We're like the perfect couple. She seemed to think for a second. In fact, we should date. Wait. Fine. We'll get married then, she giggled, but seriously, think about it. Our quirks are perfect for us to be together and we're both super cute. Izuku wanted to object, but it was hard for a 14-year-old to disagree with a cute, naked girl who might stab him at any point if he disappointed her. Oh okay, Himiko, she said. My name is Himiko. Oh, Himiko, alright. My name is Izu. I shouldn't reveal my real name, am I? Great, Izumi, we've been here for way too long. A patrol is sure to come by soon, come with me. Wait, just a second. You should put something on. She looked up to him and grinned. How about some blood instead? Yeah, okay, that works. He lent her his arm. She stabbed it and drank her fill, turning back into him. She led him through back alleys until they got to a pile of high school clothes. Where did these come from? Relax, Izumi, the female uniforms are mine. She handed him a male uniform. There was some blood on it, put that on. Oh okay. Could you turn around, please? No, Izuku turned around and changed, trying to ignore the fact that he was in her body. When he turned back she was halfway through changing, and checking out his body. Why? After she had finished he asked, so, Do you have somewhere for us to stay, Himiko? No. Do you? I have a makeshift home in a rubbish pile? That'll have to do. Eventually they got to the beach. What a shame. This place looks like it would be so beautiful if it weren't covered in garbage. She looked to Izuku. You need to build some muscle if you're to survive out here. So, you're going to clean this beach. He looked at the pile. You're joking, right? No, she folded her arms. I expect our wedding venue to be spotless by the time we're 18. The next day, Izuku found his way to his house. He waited outside the balcony for hours, but there was no sign of Inko. He went through the door and opened it to collect his clothes. Walking through the house, he found it completely empty as if nobody had ever lived there. I'm sorry, Mum. Izuku's schedule changed from that point on. In the mornings he would clean rubbish, and in the afternoon he would teach Himiko book knowledge and she would teach him street knowledge. He would also make sure she wasn't needlessly killing people and was properly fed with food and blood. Sometimes he decided they deserved it, so he let her indulge a bit. In the night, whilst she was sleeping, he would use his stronger powers to remove bigger rubbish. This schedule resulted in him learning to power nap instead of sleeping. After only 8 months, Izuku managed to clean the entire beach and Himiko rewarded him. A week later, Izuku took Himiko around the back alleys. So, Izu, what have you got planned for our date? Himiko asked. Himiko, I've been thinking about what you've said about heroes. I think you might be right on some level. There are some things I disagree with, but I think the system needs an overhaul. We could be amazing heroes, but we don't get the chance with our quirks. Right? Imagine how cool we would be as a hero duo. The vampires would be so powerful. But, no, how dare our quirks need blood. That's why I'm doing some sleuthing and I've found a certain person of interest who could help us. He turned a corner and looked at a man standing over a fresh corpse. Himiko's face lit up even more than it had been. This is going to be the best date ever. Hello, Stain. Before he could blink, a knife flew past Izuku's head, planting itself in the wall behind him. I mean you no harm, Izuku assured. My girlfriend and I are fans of yours. We WOU. Please let us join you, Himiko cheered excitedly. What she said, Izuku said. Shizome looked to them and raised an eyebrow. This must be a joke. Why would I let you join? How can I trust you? What can you give me? Why shouldn't I kill you right now? You don't kill innocent children. Then again, I wouldn't call us innocent. We can give you undying loyalty. As for trust, my name is Izumi. And I'm Toga Himiko, Himiko stated. We have blood quirks, just like you. Show me, Shizome said. Himiko pulled out a knife, grabbed Izuku's arm, stabbed it and drank his blood, turning into him. And I can copy blood quirks, Izuku said. I have hers, and I can regenerate when I drink blood. I do not know how I copy them. I can work with that, Shizome said. What about your skill? Your physical and mental abilities beyond your quirks? I am very athletic, Himiko said. Izuku can tell you about that. I am also athletic, but not as much as her. I am also quite strong, Izuku said. I am rather good at quirk analysis. That could be helpful for your... Izuku glanced at the corpse. Business. We are also smarter than we look. We have kept up with the regular curriculum and know our way around surviving by ourselves. Fine, prove yourselves, Shizome said, pulling a piece of paper out of one of his pockets. This man is my next target. No shot. He handed the paper to Himiko. I want the two of you to take him out. Do this and I will take the two of you in as sidekicks. Quirk shield, Himiko said. He can create a solid wall which deflects any attack. Izuku thought, our best attack would be an ambush attack. No shot was just about finished with his route when he heard a soft scream. Finally, something to do. He walked in the direction of the noise, eventually coming on the scene of a young bleeding girl. This is going to get me heaps of points. He looked around the scene, but couldn't see anybody else. He walked up to the body and checked for a pulse. They're alive. He heard a footstep behind him. He turned around and saw the girl standing there. What? He felt a knife stab into him from behind. Shit, he turned back and saw the bloody girl smiling at him. Right as the standing girl was about to stab, he created a shield between them. She hit it and bounced back, slamming into a wall. Her knife fell out of her hand. Now, for you. He looked back at the girl who stabbed him. She had gotten up. He pointed the shield towards her. You're under arrest. Izuku didn't know what to do. I can't get through No Shot's shield. Himiko's down. I don't even have my knife. Wait, what about Himiko's knife? I can't reach it, and there's no way no shot will let me get near it, but if nobody witnesses this. Izuku focused his telekinesis on the tip of the knife and it slowly turned to face its tip towards him. He then pulled and it shot into no shot. Ah! No shot fell to a knee. He looked back, seeing that the second girl was still unconscious before feeling both knives begin to move and slice along his flesh. He screamed before falling unconscious from blood loss. Izuku finished the job. He then walked over to the real Himiko. He put a handful of blood under her nose. Her nose twitched and she woke up. Izu, is it over? Yeah. Izuku looked back to no shot. He pulled out a burner phone number Chizome gave him. We did it. Good. Chizome's voice came through. Welcome to the team. Izuku's and Himiko's schedule turned to training with Chizome and studying with each other when Chizome was out killing or gathering supplies. After a couple months, they had learned enough for Chizome to allow them to join him on his missions. After the third month, Chizome had a special job for Izuku. Izuku and Chizome were standing in a dark alley, waiting in front of a door. Who are we waiting for, sensei? Izuku asked. A potential business partner, Chizome said. I picked you for this job because he can use your skills. The door opened and an old-looking man with a missing tooth and a burning cigarette stood in the doorway. Welcome, Stain, the man said. Jiren, Chizome greeted. So, this is your mastermind? Kagero asked. Ah, yes sir, Izuku said, bowing. Izumi, you and Himiko have essentially the same powers, and she is better with them. Your specialty is quirk analysis. Chizome looked to Izuku. From now on, you are to work with Jiren as an info broker. You can still train with Himiko, but for my missions, you will just provide information on worthy targets and the hero's abilities. Yes, sir, Izuku said. Izuku now spent a good portion of his time researching heroes in the areas Chizome was lurking in or being paid to analyze the quirks of other people of interest, making a lot of money in the process. But while bad heroes were being taken care of, there were still plenty of villains who needed to be dealt with, and he was uniquely capable. He had secrets powers, and access to private knowledge. Izuku bought black hair dye, a bulletproof vest and a black motorbike helmet, hoodie, pants, steel cap boots and gloves. He painted lines on each with glow-in-the-dark green paint. He filled the pockets with knives and ball bearings for weapons. One had a burner phone and one was left empty for him to put a notebook in. He put a hole in the visor of the helmet and inserted a voice modulator and night vision goggles and padding in the boots. Then he designed a bomb, which could be detonated or disarmed via pressing a button on his left glove or by a heart rate monitor strapped to his right arm. He hid the bomb under a black disc which he put on the chest of the hoodie. Finally, he used the paint to create the sigil of a ghost on the disc. When he had finished, he looked at the time. 7 p.m. I'll be hard to see in the dark, and the paint will make me scarier. He looked through his notes to find a good villain to target first. Knife. The user can turn their fingers into knives which can detach and be controlled by the user. That will do. He placed the relevant notebook in his suit and climbed to the roof. He pushed his toes through the boot and into the roof. He then deactivated the power and his foot shot back into the boot as his body propelled forward towards the location he had suggested they fight the hero. 5 villains were gathered near the patrol route for their target. Their leader had recently bought information from Jiren and they believed they were ready to strike. They went over the plan one last time and took their positions. The hero, who had unbreakable bones, walked close. Why is it so dark? One of the villains, who had night vision, stood up and yelled, "At!" A green streak fell onto him and crushed him beneath. Izuku threw ball bearings at the leader's feet. What the hell? Several voices asked. Who the hell is this? The leader asked. Whatever, just kill them, too. He threw a knife but it never seemed to hit. Turn on the lights. One of the villains, with a floodlight quirk, lit up the alleyway. An ambush? The hero asked, getting into a fighting position, but having trouble seeing through the floodlight. Izuku threw a knife at the floodlight villain. The floodlight went out. They heard a body hit the ground. That must be the other guy, the leader thought. He shot 3 knives towards Izuku, who shot out of the way, the knives following. Izuku jumped over something and the knives planted into it. They heard another body hit the ground. Shit. Izuku continued shooting around. Anybody left, kill the green bitch. The final villain shot water at Izuku. Izuku stopped. Really? Izuku asked. Just leave. What's happening? The hero asked. That's it. The leader shot out his final 6 knives. He shot 3 at the hero and 3 at Izuku. Izuku jumped over the leader and all the knives, even the ones not locked on him, redirected and shot towards the leader. The leader tried to move and tripped on the ball bearings at his feet. The knives planted themselves into him. Is it over? Yes, it is. Izuku walked over to the hero. My name is Flatline, a vigilante. I should bring you in, but you saved me and I can't fight in the dark anyway. Just let the people know of their new protector. All right. News spread of the new vigilante, Flatline. Heroes kept getting caught in dangerous situations that nullified their quirks, and the vigilante would show up and save them. People couldn't guess his quirk, but some had assumed it was some form of danger sense or super speed which was allowing him to get to the scenes quickly. 3 months later, Izuku had given a villain who could control magnetism details on Present Mike's quirk. This is going to be a tough one. Several hours later, he donned his suit and flew to the location. Hizashi had received an anonymous call to come to a warehouse. Being the spontaneous type, he decided to go alone. He entered the warehouse and looked around. Hello? He asked nobody in particular. I was asked to be here? Heroes? Civilians? Villains? Anybody? Metal boxes began to move around him, blocking the exit. Villains it is. Come out so we can fight properly. I know about your quirk, Present Mike, a voice said. Yeah. Hizashi yelled with his quirk in the direction of the voice. Boxes flew out of the path of the shockwave, but nobody was there. I'm not going to let you know where I am. Boxes began to float and flew towards Hizashi. Yeah. The boxes fell apart. Suddenly, boxes surrounded Hizashi. He turned off his direction controller and looked up. Yeah. The boxes flew away. You got any other tricks? How about this? The boxes reshaped into large, thin blades. They shot towards Hizashi. The blades suddenly shot upwards and stabbed into the ceiling. What? Green streaks shot down from the ceiling and stood next to Hizashi. Present Mike, I'm Flatline, Izuku nodded. Happy to meet you, little listener, Hizashi said. Any ideas? He has unlimited ammo. We need to get him out of hiding. Can you do a wide, sweeping attack? All right. Hizashi turned his direction device back on. Cover your ears. He began turning. Yeah. The surrounding metal shattered, revealing a man who was trying to cover his ears. Goddammit, that hurts, the man complained. But thanks for making my job easier. The metal fragments began to float around them. Bring my clothes to me, please, Izuku said to Hizashi. What? Hizashi asked. Izuku disarmed his bomb, then fell through his clothes in the floor. He shot out of the ground and punched the villain in the face. The fuck? Hizashi asked, shocked. Fuck, the villain yelled. The metal shot towards Izuku, but went right through him as he fell through the floor again. Where the hell are you? Izuku shot up from underneath him and knocked him into the roof. The villain fell to the ground. Clothes, please, Izuku asked. All right. Hizashi picked up the pile of clothes and brought it to Izuku. When Izuku finished putting on his suit, he turned to Hizashi. Pleasure to meet you, Present Mike. Next time, please bring backup. Will do, little listener, Hizashi put a thumb up. The villain woke up. Fuck you. Izuku felt his skin get pierced as the knives in his pockets stabbed into him, then moving vertically through his flesh. Shit. Little listener. Hizashi quickly searched his pockets for medical supplies as he looked to the villain. Yeah. This is fine. Don't worry, Present Mike, Izuku said, fading. He pulled out one of the knives and threw it into the villain's head, finally killing him. Izuku woke up to sirens sounding around him. He couldn't see Present Mike, but he could hear him over the sirens. All right. Time to get out. Izuku flew up to the ceiling and escaped. They're in here. Present Mike, whose eyes were flowing with tears, led the paramedics into the warehouse. The villain was there, but the vigilante was missing. What? So, Flatline is a teenaged boy with black hair? Nezu asked. And he seemingly has permeation and can survive bleeding out? Why yes sir, Present Mike said. Very interesting. I can't wait to see him in UA. Izuku woke up and checked the date, the 26th of February. All right, let's do this. Finally, something interesting. Izuku got dressed in a green hoodie and pants. He walked downstairs and said to Kagero, "Jiren, I'm going to be out today, gathering intel." "You're going to the UA entrance exam, aren't you?" Kagero asked. "Whatever, unless you're sure they will get in. Your notes probably will just be on civilians, so don't worry about giving them to me. Have fun." "Will do." Izuku opened the front door and left Kagero's building. He climbed to the roof and jumped towards UA. He got to UA at 9:10 a.m. He noticed buses taking examinees deeper into the UA grounds and followed after, making sure to keep distance. They got to the exam grounds 10 minutes later. Izuku jumped to the top of one of the sections and waited. Most of the examinees he saw were not of interest. One examinee seemed to be able to produce body parts of different animals on his body. He also seemed to stay away from other examinees. "Not for us, but..." Familiar one girl spent a lot of her time talking to other examinees, seemingly interested in their powers. She could produce some form of energy from her limbs, allowing her to jump high and easily break objects. "I wonder if she strengthened her quirk, could she fly?" "That's interesting." Izuku's interest in her quirk increased. "I should talk to her about it." Najire thought she did well in the exam. She destroyed about 21-point, 15 2-point and 10 3-point robots. She even managed to help other examinees. All while finding time to ask some people about their quirks. Sadly, they didn't humor her interest. She had just left the UA grounds when a person wearing a green hoodie jumped off the outer wall of UA and landed next to her. She rushed over to him. "Whoa, why were you up there? Does it have to do with your quirk? Why aren't you wearing a uniform? Why are you so young?" Izuku blushed seeing how close she was. I was up there to watch the exams. My quirk grants me FFL. He readjusted himself. "That reminds me. I noticed how you could generate energy from your limbs, and I was wondering if your quirk got strong enough. Could you fly?" "Huh? Fly? Yeah, I've thought about flying, and I technically can already. But my quirk costs my stamina, so I just use it to jump higher for now. The drawback is not the worst, and it's a good quirk." "Well, with a quirk like that, you're sure to be a great hero. What name should I remember?" "Pro Hero. Najire-chan." "Noted. All right, nice to meet you. Bye." Izuku walked off. "I could go to the recommendation exam. But Lemillion and Present Mike will be there, and I'd rather not get noticed." Izuku finished his work and met up with Himiko to study. "All right, what are we learning today?" Himiko walked up to Izuku. "Izu, let's do something." Her expression turned serious. "Why were you with another girl?" "What? I can smell her perfume on you." Himiko pulled out a knife. "Whoa. I was at the UA entrance exam. There was a girl with an interesting quirk, so I asked her about it." "You'd better be telling the truth." She put her knife away. "Well, to make it up to me, how about we do something other than studying?" "What would you suggest?" "Let's kill somebody. We could just see a movie. Not every date has to be gory." Himiko pouted. "But Izu, I want blood. If we go to the movies, I'll let you drink mine." HMPH. "Fine, but I'm taking my fill of blood." Half an hour later and they had finished getting ready. Since most of their dates ended in blood, they didn't have any special outfits for something like this, so they wore their school uniforms. "You ready?" Izuku asked. "Yeah. Let's go." They got back in the afternoon and Shizome was waiting for them. "I see you skipped your study session. I hope you're ready for training." "Yeah, I'm ready," Izuku said. "Of course," Himiko said enthusiastically. "Good," Shizome announced. "For today's training, Himiko and I will fight you, Izumi." "Of course," Izuku said. He pulled out a knife. "Let's get this over W." Shizome threw a knife towards Izuku and he quickly dodged, making sure to dodge away from the direction both his assailants were in. Himiko chased after, aiming for his limbs. Izuku held his arms behind his back so she couldn't stab them. Whilst distracted by Himiko, a knife suddenly plunged into Izuku's back. "Fuck!" Izuku swung around and tried to stab Shizome. Himiko stabbed him. "This is so not fair." He felt his muscles stop. "Damn it," he fell to the ground. "Checkmate," Shizome announced. "That was fun," Himiko cheered. "I will take him back to Jiren," Shizome said. "Nah. But I wanted to finish our date," Himiko complained. "Gonna be hard to do that if I can't move," Izuku pointed out. You don't need to move for me to drink your blood, Himiko said. Fine, but make it quick, Shizome instructed. Yay, Himiko cheered. Shizome brought Izuku to a random alleyway. What are we doing here? Izuku asked. I'm sure you know about that new vigilante, Flatline. Oh no, oh yes. I've noticed a pattern between the two of you. Would you happen to know who they are? What do I say? Should I say I do? Should I say I don't? So you know something? IH's my brother. What? Really? Your brother? Why yes. I have a vampire quirk, he has a ghost quirk. He's more powerful, so I just keep out of his business. Honestly, you should, too. Do you have any other siblings you've kept from me? Damn it. I also have Lantern. Yes? Is he going to stab me? Should I let him? I could breathe fire or scream, but I would destroy my throat and be totally defenseless while also blowing my cover. Just let him stab you. All right, go home now? Really? I still can't move. I don't care. When Izuku got back to Kagero's building, he heard somebody in his room. He grabbed a knife and cracked open the door. A knife flew towards his eye. He jumped back. Who's in there? Izu, Himiko's voice said from the other side of the door. You promised me blood. Damn it, Himiko. Izuku walked into his room. Himiko was sitting on his bed. He walked to his bed and played down around her, leaving his arm for her. Go ahead. Yay. Several months later, Izuku didn't have any heroes or villains to deal with, so he decided to spend the night patrolling. He jumped from roof to roof, searching for anybody in need of help. He heard a scream. Jumping down, he saw a man holding a gun to a couple. I'd suggest you drop the gun. Izuku threw ball bearings to the mugger's feet. Back off, kid. The mugger pointed the gun to Izuku. You don't want to get shot. No, you don't want me to get shot. The mugger pulled the trigger. The bullet went through Izuku's clothes, but there was no blood. That was a mistake. Izuku used his telekinesis on the mugger's gun, pulling it out of his hand. What the hell? The mugger stepped back, slipping on the ball bearings. Ah. Are you okay? Izuku asked the couple. Why yes sir, thank you, one of the couple said. The two rushed off. Now, for you. Izuku looked at the mugger. Caltrops landed on the ground around Izuku. Huh? He looked around, not seeing anybody. Suddenly, he felt fear, raw innate fear. What the fuck? What is happening? His heartbeat rose and he started sweating. What is happening? He felt his throat dry out and close up. He began hyperventilating. I need to get out of here. He tried to move his foot through the ground, but it wouldn't go through his shoe. My quirk. He pulled out a knife. Where are you? He heard a footstep behind him and quickly threw a knife. It was knocked out of the way by a white metallic scarf that was now flying towards him. He left out of the way, landing on the caltrops. Oh. Shit. He felt more pain than he ever had before. Don't run, a voice hidden by the shadows said. You're already hurt enough. Come quietly, Flatline. Wait, my quirk isn't working. Is this Eraserhead? Fuck, what do I do? Should I use it? He flicked open the detonator. His finger refused to press the button. Damn it. Shota noticed the detonator. Shit, he jumped back, flinching for a second. We need to get out of here, now. Izuku noticed his fear and pain subside. Green sparks flew around him as he began to fall through the floor. Shota looked back at Izuku. If I use my quirk on him whilst he's in the floor, he might explode, or worse, turn into a fusion bomb. Before he fully left his clothes, Izuku shot out of the ground, faster than he had moved before. Shota pressed his earpiece. This is Eraserhead. I made contact with Flatline. They escaped, injured. He looked back at the scene. Where did that mugger go? Izuku smashed into the ground. He felt his vision fading, his blood flowing out of him and his flesh falling off. I need blood. The body of the mugger smashed into the ground next to him. You have got to be kidding me. You're welcome. Mirio sat in 1A, waiting for Shota to begin the lesson. Sadly, Tamaki didn't want to talk, and if he started a conversation with Najire, it wouldn't end even when Shota got there. He heard static from the speaker. Mirio Tagata to the principal's office, Nezu's voice said. That's Mirio Tagata to the principal's office. Thank you. Mirio, what did you do? Najire asked. No idea, Mirio said, grinning. Tamaki groaned. When Mirio got to Nezu's office, Shota was in there with Nezu on his head. So this is where you were, teach, Mirio said. Please take a seat, Shota said. This is important. Mirio sat down opposite Shota. What's going on? Aizawa, please repeat what you told me, Nezu said. Shota explained. I recently fought Flatline. It seems their quirk is more interesting than we thought. More similar to your quirk than we thought. What do you mean? Mirio asked. Shota continued. First, unlike you, he seems to have telekinesis. As for being like you, Flatline can phase through objects and can shoot out of surfaces at will. He can fly. And when I fought them, they generated green sparks, like a lesser form of your yellow lightning. He looked into Mirio's eyes. Mirio, are you related to Flatline? Nezu looked at Mirio with an expression that read, you know what that means, right? Mirio was no longer smiling. He has a quirk like mine? Did I accidentally give him one for all? I'm sorry, I don't know who Flatline is. Shota sighed. Then, it seems they might have some type of copy quirk. A copy quirk? Could they have copied one for all? If they have my quirk, I will bring them in. Mirio stood and bowed. No, you are still first year, Shota said. Even if you have a license, I forbid you from engaging with them. They are too dangerous. Why yes sensei, Mirio said. But I need to know if they actually have one for all. Let's go back to class, Shota finished. This year, the UA entrance exam had little in terms of interesting hero hopefuls. Izuku was not too disappointed, but for some reason he felt like a part of him was. Hundreds of examinees and not one with a decent quirk. Izuku got back to Kagero's building. Jiren, I'm back. Anything of interest? Kagero asked. Not really. There were no particularly flashy quirks, and it didn't look like anybody put in the work to overcome that. I wouldn't be surprised if Eraserhead kicked out more of his class than usual this year. Speaking of Eraserhead, I should finish my costume upgrades. Do I have anything else to do today? No commissions yet. All right. Good, then I have time. When night came, Izuku donned his black hoodie and pants and grabbed a briefcase hidden in a secret compartment in his wardrobe next to his weapons, Flatline costume and notebooks. He opened his window and climbed to the roof and then flew to a known weapon smuggling location. Izuku walked up to a group of smugglers. Sup losers? Got anything for sale? The smugglers stopped and glared at him. One of them grinned. Don't worry guys, that's just Izumi. I thought I was a high-value buyer. At least for my age? Don't think so highly of yourself. You've barely spent 1 million yen, and most of that was a pair of night vision goggles. Well, I think I'll be spending a bit more this time. What are you after? I could do with a gun. Something effective but easy to carry around. I also want to look at your grenade stock. What does an info broker need with grenades? My past with Stain is catching up to me. I've had a few run-in with heroes and there's only so much a disguise quirk can do. Alright, if you want a balance between effectiveness and ease of carry, you're after pistols. The more effective ones get pricey, but you wouldn't be here if you couldn't afford it. I'd personally suggest a pair of machine pistols. How much? 1 million, each, 10,000 per magazine. Damn. No discount for a returning customer. For shame. Deal. Give me 10 magazines. What type of grenade were you after? Smoke. Something to keep me hidden. And a belt to hold them. Alright. Those will be 100,000 each. A grenade belt can hold 6 and will go for 5,000. I'm guessing you want it to be black. Yes. I'll take a belt and 6 grenades. He opened the briefcase, revealing stacks of money. Pleasure doing business with you. The man opened a couple crates and collected the various items Izuku had bought. Remember, don't tell anybody where you got these. Of course, Izuku took the items from the man who was collecting his money from the briefcase. I want to keep my dealers. Izuku left, and when he got back to Kagero's building, he put the weapons and briefcase in the hidden compartment. 3 months later, Izuku stood on rafters above an unconscious hero surrounded by several villains. He threw down a grenade, producing a smoke cloud around them. He then threw knives where at the shadows in the smoke were, making all but 2 fall down. One was the hero, who he didn't throw a knife at. The other shadow slowly walked out. I've been waiting for this, the shadow said. A woman walked out of the smoke, her skin shone like crystal. She looked up at Izuku, grinned and pointed a gun at him before pulling the trigger. The bullet went through Izuku, drawing no blood. So, you really can ignore bullets, I assumed you just wore body armor. I'm a ghost. Why should I be affected by physical matter? Izuku jumped down. If you just have a hardening quirk, I'd suggest you run. No thanks. Say cheese. She pulled a large cylinder out of her belt and threw it at the hero on the ground. Izuku quickly kicked the cylinder away, which then exploded. He looked back and the woman was escaping. She looked back and threw another grenade. Izuku threw a knife at the grenade, knocking it back and exploding near the woman, knocking her over. I can't have you killing this hero. My apologies. He breathed in and yelled. Yeah. The woman slammed into the wall behind her, cracking it. Cracks formed on her body before she shattered. Izuku coughed into his hand. He looked at his hand, which was red. Blood. I'm not going to be able to talk until I can get somebody else's. Goddammit, this hurts. Shota was patrolling nearby when he heard the yell. Hizashi? He shouldn't be near here. Wait. Could it be Flatline? He ran towards the direction of the yell. Izuku looked to the hero's body. He walked over and checked the pulse. Damn it, his pulse is faint. He started performing chest compressions on the hero. I hope he doesn't need rescue breaths. I can barely breathe myself. The hero coughed and opened his eyes a little. Good. Time to get out of here. Izuku stood and jumped back up to the rafters. He then climbed to the roof. He felt his fear rise and his throat felt like it was tearing apart. Shit. He slowly reached for one of his guns. Don't, Shota said. He shot his scarf towards Izuku. Izuku jumped to the side and pointed his gun towards Shota. You're shaking. You're too scared to hit your target. Izuku coughed up blood. You're injured, I can get you help. Izuku reached for a second grenade. Fuck, is he going to try and blow himself up again? Izuku held the grenade above his head and pulled the pin. Shota jumped back as Izuku was engulfed in smoke. Damn it, a smoke grenade. He's obscuring my vision. When the smoke cleared, only Izuku's costume remained. I'm going to need backup next time. Izuku crouched on the rafters. He had fallen through the roof so he wouldn't have to worry about Shota using his quirk when Izuku left the smoke cloud. I've got to find another way out, and I really need blood. 1 month later, Izuku stood looking over the city. There were no commissions, so he was patrolling. He jumped to another roof and saw some blood on the ground. He turned back and jumped down. There was a man on the ground, bleeding out. Villain attack. Where are they? He looked around, not seeing anybody. This feels familiar. A knife zoomed by him. He managed to let the knife move through his body. This is Sensei's level of skill. He looked at where the knife came from and threw a grenade in the direction. The assailant didn't seem fazed by a grenade thrown in their direction. I know you're there. Come out, now. I was unsure at first, but I've become more and more sure of who you are. Izumi. Chizome walked around a corner. If you're so sure I'm my brother, why not aim to kill? That was clearly a warning shot. Because I want to test you. I've known you for several years now. I know you can be a good hero, but if you aren't willing to show the true extent of your power, you're not worth it. Then you're not going to like this. This is a bluff, isn't it? He's trying to get me to show my blood powers so he can confirm I'm Izumi. Chizome threw another knife at Izuku. Izuku tried to go through the knife, but it stuck into him instead. What the hell? My quirk's not working? Is Eraserhead here? What the hell are you doing? Izuku quickly grabbed a grenade and pulled the pin on himself. As he did so, Chizome unsheathed a sword and shot forward, slicing into the smoke cloud. Izuku bent so that Chizome's knife height matched his bulletproof vest, the sword deflecting off it. Chizome jumped past Izuku and readjusted to look back at the cloud. He threw a knife into the cloud. It clinked and fell to the side. A gun came out of the cloud, pointing at Chizome. Chizome didn't want to give Izuku time to fire, so he threw his sword to knock the gun away. He dashed after the gun and pointed it towards Izuku, who was pointing his other gun back towards Chizome. Looks like we have a standoff, but are you willing to pull the trigger? I've killed people I didn't think deserved it, have you? There's only one person I don't believe deserves it. Chizome pulled the trigger. The spray of bullets is Izuku, who pulled his own trigger, but they barely grazed Chizome as Izuku was too busy being shot to aim. You failed the test. You're no longer working with me. Chizome raised a sword above Izuku and brought it down on him. Izuku woke up some time later and went back to Kagero's building. In his room was Himiko, who was staring out the window. Izuku, Stain said he fired you. Why? He thinks I'm Flatline. Are you? We're related. He has a ghost quirk, like my vampire quirk. Okay. Do you want some blood? She looked at him with wet eyes. I feel like you're the one who wants blood. How about we trade? Himiko smiled. Okay. 4 months later, Kagero called Izuku into his office. You wanted to see me, sir? Is this another commission? Kagero looked to Izuku. I've gotten an interesting offer from a high-value client. Who's the target? It's All Might, another client asking for quirk analysis on All Might. It's going to take a lot of money for me to tell them about his injury. No, they haven't asked for weaknesses. They want to fight All Might without any quirk analysis? There's no way they know about his weakness, right? They want us to send them as many villains as possible. They've ordered me to find a wide variety. They're going for numbers. Even so, they would need high-ranking villains. I would agree, but they seem to not be after the villains to take on All Might. They claim to have a secret weapon and want the villains to distract the, as they said it, NPCs. They want to build a gang to distract heroes. That's the thing. Apparently, they've gained knowledge that All Might will be working at UA next year. They want to get him whilst he's teaching a class. So they want to attack students? I need to help them. Correct. It's not my favorite plan, but this is the best business I've had in a while, so I want you to help with the paperwork. Can do? That's a start. All right, here's a list of applications to choose from. He handed a stack of paper to Izuku. Izuku went back to his desk and started going through the paper. There were several enhancement quirks, some elemental quirks and a bunch of animal-related quirks. He quickly skimmed a client with a chameleon quirk before deeming it underpowered enough to accept the application. Wait, that's an interesting quirk. Izuku suddenly felt interest in the villain. Actually, maybe he'd be a good assassin. Maybe I'll go after his group. Izuku stood above a large gang of villains. He pulled out 2 handfuls of knife, jumped down and threw the knives all around. Some knives missed as the villains were not standing. They then stood and Izuku pulled back on the knives, hitting the villains he missed and regaining the knives that hit. About half the villains were taken out, 10 remained, including the chameleon villain. The remaining villains took fighting stances and the chameleon villain turned translucent. He threw the knives back. 8 of the villains dodged. Izuku threw down a smoke grenade and pulled out both his machine pistols. He held down the triggers and spun. He then jumped out of the smoke. A blue beam hit him, sending him into a wall. He fell to the ground. He looked at the remaining 2 villains. I got him, said one of the villains. His shirt had a hole around his abdomen. Let's get out of here, said the chameleon villain, turning opaque. Izuku saw a knife sticking out of a villain behind the chameleon villain. He pulled on it and it shot towards him, slicing the chameleon villain's foot on the way to his hand. Ah! The chameleon villain fell to one knee. Izuku threw the knife into his chest. Help me. Not going to happen, said the laser villain. That guy is still deadly, even like that. You're on your own. He ran away. The chameleon villain looked back at Izuku. He pulled out a knife of his own and threw it at Izuku. If I'm going to die, I'm taking you with me. I was about to say the same thing. Or rather, if I'm about to die, I might as well choose what I get out of it. Izuku flipped the safety cap on his detonator. See you in hell. He pressed the button. Izuku woke up and got back to Kagero's building. Izuku, where have you been? It's been over a week, anyway. It seems one of the groups we selected for the big job was attacked. The bodies were pretty unidentifiable, but we're certain it's them. We need to select about 20 more applicants. It's hard enough to get into UA, but I don't even know where they're going to attack. My best option would be joining, but they're not going to let Flatline join and it would be best if I keep Azumi's reputation. Wait, what about Lantern? May I make a suggestion? I have a brother. They're not going to let Flatline join, and no, I have another brother, Lantern. He's a pretty new villain, he can breathe fire. But his throat's not exactly able to take many blasts, so he makes up for it with skill on the same level as Flatline and I. If he enters an application, he's in. Izuku woke up and checked the date. The 26th of February. Time for another entrance exam. He got dressed in his green hoodie and pants and went downstairs. Alright. I'm off to UA, Jiren. Alright. See you later, Kagero said. As Izuku walked towards UA, he noticed a brown-haired girl trip on a rock. Izuku pulled on her clothes to upright her. Are you okay? She looked back, surprised. Oh, yeah, thanks, sorry, I guess I'm just nervous. Well, what's your quirk? Maybe I could give you some tips. Zero gravity. I can make things levitate, interesting quirk. We should keep an eye on her. Well, if you make something float, it doesn't just have to be to destroy the thing you've made float. You could use it as a projectile. You could take out a lot of robots if you threw other robots at them. Alright, I'll consider that. After 18 years of showing extras why he's the best, he was finally here. The university for the best of the best, the only place worthy to show the world the next top hero. The written exam was way too easy. Clearly they only care about quirks considering how it should be impossible for anybody to fail that exam. Well, if they want powerful quirks, I'll show them the greatest. He grinned. I've already gotten in. He took his seat in a lecture hall and waited for the briefing to begin. It was pretty straightforward. A battle scenario in an urban setting. There were 4 types of villains ranking for 0 to 4 points and some uptight extra interrupted to ask about something that Hizashi was just about to explain. Finally, he was allowed to head to the buses which will take the examinees to the exam. Izuku activated his camouflage and grabbed onto the back of one of the buses. When they got to the physical exam location, he jumped up the walls and waited. Alright, let's start. He heard Hizashi yell from the observation tower. Get moving. Izuku jumped down the other side of the wall. He noticed clothing fluttering around as if it had just been taken off. Watching nearby, he saw that some robots were deactivating seemingly randomly. Is that like my camouflage? I think it's better, despite it not working on clothes. Izuku jumped around the faux city a bit, mostly seeing a lot of the usual quirks. At one point he witnessed a swarm of birds flying around the city, taking out robots. Now that is new. Agreed. Izuku jumped to the next faux city. The most interesting thing he saw was a black-haired boy who seemed to just be avoiding the robots. I guess he doesn't have a quirk that can do anything here. Shame. Maybe if he were stronger. Izuku then saw a group of ghosts who seemed to be malfunctioning. Looking closer, there seemed to be purple dots on the robots. In the next city, he saw a boy short-circuiting robots when he touched them. He then saw a brown-haired boy covered in hair running through the streets, tearing apart robots. That's interesting. Izuku jumped to the next city. He heard an explosion. Oh no, running towards the sound, he was confirmed. Katsuki's here. Guess I'll go to the next city. In the next city, he saw a blue-haired boy running around, kicking robots. Izuku heard a loud crash. Running to the location, he saw the girl he had talked to throwing robots at other robots. She'll make a great hero. He then noticed she seemed under the weather. That must be the downside of her quirk. Izuku ran around the current city for several more minutes. He then noticed a blue beam that looked eerily similar to the one that hit himself. Wait, what? He looked to the source of the beam and saw a blonde boy who seemed to be looking at him. See, can he see me? The blonde boy ran off. That was weird. Then Izuku heard a rumbling. I guess it's time for that. Katsuki blasted forward until he saw a group of robots. He threw a right hook at one and continued to the next. Too easy. After 2 hours of destroying robots, the ground began to rumble. Katsuki looked towards where the rumbling was coming from, and the extras were running from. A huge robot loomed over the buildings. Fuck that. Katsuki ran away from the carnage. Izuku noticed people running away from where the rumbling was coming from. He looked back at the 0-point robot. I wonder if anybody's going to fight it. The giant robot punched the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust and debris. Wish I had some popcorn. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Hizashi yelled. Ow! Izuku heard the voice of the girl from earlier. Wait. He looked towards the sound and noticed her stuck underneath rubble, right in front of the 0-pointer. Fuck! Izuku turned off his camouflage and ran to the girl. Is your quirk not working? I overused it, and I think I twisted my ankle. Damn it, a huge shadow grew over them. Cover your ears. It's going to get loud. What? I'm going to need an extra push. You got it. Green sparks formed around Izuku. Izuku's legs fell through the floor, his shoes flying off. He then shot up, pulling on the rubble above Ochako. Get clear, he yelled. Ochako hobbled forward until she was just past the shadow. Izuku flew above the 0-pointer and looked down on it. He breathed in. I'm going to regret this. Yeah. He screamed. The robot's joints tore apart. Wait, is that Flatline? Shota asked. Izuku's neck was shredded, blood flowing out of it. He was starting to lose consciousness. You're going to thank me for this. Izuku began to fall. W8, why am I fouling? Where's my flight? Ochako tried to race forward, but was unable to due to her leg. Somebody help him. Izuku slammed into the ground. The fragments of robot fell on top of Izuku. No. Ochako yelled. She hobbled over to the pile. Somebody help. She started floating smaller pieces off the pile. There's somebody under here? ANTH, that's time, Hizashi said, using the speaker instead of yelling. No, 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 not again. He tried to leave his booth. Wait, Nezu said. He'll be all right. Chio walked up to the crying figure of Ochako. What's wrong, dear? Please. Ochako looked back. There's a boy under here? What? Chio grabbed her phone and called Nezu. Yes. Nezu asked through the phone. How did you let the zero-pointer land on an examinee? Chio yelled. What the hell have you done? I assure you, recovery girl, that boy is completely fine. That is no ordinary boy, that's Flatline. Oh, Chio looked back at the pile. Wait, what is Flatline doing here? Who knows? Chio sighed. She cancelled the call. Please step away from the debris, dear. He'll be fine. His quirk allows him to survive something like that. When Izuku woke up, he immediately noticed his discomfort. Metal was poking into him from all over. I guess there's only one way out. He fell through the debris and shot back up to the top. He noticed it was night time, so he decided to fly home before noticing a glow at the base of the pile. Looking closer, there was a torch hanging from a post recently planted into the ground, pointing down onto a fresh pile of UA sports uniform. Really? He put on the uniform. It was a couple sizes too big. Suddenly, Izuku felt his fear increase. Oh no! Izuku knelt down and scooped a handful of dirt, making sure to hide his hand as much as possible. Flatline, Shota said. You have got to be kidding me. I've got a proposition. I kinda have no choice but to listen. We are going to stay here until one incapacitates the other. If you win, I stop pursuing you. If I win, you come with me. This seems unfair. I have no gear. You have quirks, don't you? Shota pulled a paring knife out of his pocket. Here, he threw the knife at Izuku's feet. Izuku picked up the knife. Whatever, let's do this. Shota shot his scarf at Izuku. Izuku quickly sliced the scarf with his knife, creating a big enough tear to rip the scarf off. The two took fighting stances. Izuku lunged forward, aiming to stab Shota's chest. Shota dodged and kicked Izuku in the knee. Izuku dropped his knife, which Shota caught. Shota stabbed Izuku in the arm. Izuku punched Shota in the stomach. Shota flinched and Izuku threw the handful of dirt into Shota's face. Izuku then ran for the closest intact building. When Shota regained his sight, he noticed footprints and blood drops headed for a building and followed, climbing to the second story and entering the building from there. Izuku entered a fake office space full of cubicles. Izuku felt his fear subside and switched to caution. You need to get out of here. Eraserhead is an actual threat. Izuku activated his camouflage. I should test this. He grabbed a pen and let go of it. It floated up. I thought so. Izuku touched as many small objects as he could find, making them all float. He felt sickness in his stomach. Izuku pulled on them all, pulling them into a single mass that would have been too big to make float otherwise. He heard a footstep above him. He looked to the stairway and readied himself. Shota snuck down the stairs. He looked around the office but didn't see Izuku. He then noticed a floating clump of office supplies which shot towards him, the supplies spreading apart. He jumped back but still got hit by some supplies. A stapler suddenly flew towards him. Shota dodged and, looking back, managed to see a translucent Izuku behind him. He activated his quirk, Izuku turning visible. Izuku threw the stapler at Shota, who didn't manage to dodge. Izuku uppercutted Shota and followed with a right hook. Shota fell to the ground. Izuku picked up a pencil and drove it into Shota's leg. Surrender. Not yet. Shota pulled the pencil out and kicked Izuku's legs, knocking him down. Shota climbed onto Izuku and pulled his legs back, keeping his gaze on Izuku. Izuku grabbed the pencil. Shota held Izuku's arm down. With his other arm, Izuku punched Shota in his stab wound. Fuck! Shota flinched. Izuku took the opportunity to free his arm, stab Shota again and then suck on the pencil. Shota suddenly stopped moving and fell off Izuku. What did you do? Pressure points. Izuku got up, keeping out of Shota's view as he transformed. That's bullshit. Izuku walked out of the building. Did you win? Izuku heard Nezu's voice. Flatline won, Izuku replied, turning to where he heard the voice. So, he's not coming to Ua. Nezu walked under a nearby streetlight, revealing himself. He said he'll consider it. Good. Nezu walked back into the dark. When Izuku's transformation wore off, he flew home. Where have you been? Kagero asked. And why are you wearing a Ua uniform? I was with Himiko. Nice try, Himiko said, walking downstairs. I've been waiting for hours. Fine. Ua wasn't too happy about me being there, Izuku lied. They decided to interrogate me. And gave you a uniform? Kagero asked. They gave it to me as compensation when they determined I wasn't Flatline. Kagero sighed. Did they stab you? Just a mild intimidation tactic. They figured I could heal from it. Himiko walked up to Izuku and stared just below his eyeline. Your throat's gotten worse. She looked back to his eyes. Do you need some blood? I could do with some blood. HMPH. Well, too bad. Himiko left Kagero's building. Katsuki was waiting too long for his acceptance letter. When it finally came, he opened it straight away. All Might appeared on the screen, but Katsuki didn't care. He's been falling off trying to get Lemillion to take over. He probably needs the money. Young Katsuki Bakugo, you managed to receive an astounding 84 villain points. Yeah. You hear that? Astounding. There was also rescue points awarded for heroism. Sadly, you received 0 rescue points. Rescue points. TCH. Whatever, just some point system to let the weak quirks have a chance. With a total of 84 points, you, young Katsuki Bakugo, have received 2nd place. Ochako couldn't sleep that night. She kept thinking that she had killed somebody. Her quirk to make things float resulted in somebody else, somebody so willing to help her, to get crushed. How could she even think she could be a hero? A couple days later, her father walked into her roof with an envelope. Ochako, your letter from Ua is here. I'll leave it here for you. He placed it by her door. When he left, she looked at it, got up, picked it up and walked back to her bed. She opened the letter and a disc fell out. I am here, as a projection, Toshinori declared as his face appeared above the disc. All Might? Ochako asked. Why is he speaking for Ua? Has his time as a hero really decreased that much? Young Ochako Uraraka, you got 35 villain points. That's already enough to pass. But if that's not enough, your heroic spirit was astounding, and what would a hero school be if they didn't acknowledge true heroism? Ochako Uraraka, you received 50 rescue points. That's a total of 85 points, putting you in 1st place. I got 1st place? She wiped a tear from her eye. Does that mean I really can be a hero? Now, I know the exam was hard on you. Hound Dog has asked me to make sure you know that his therapy services are always available. Ochako got to the 1A dorms and began unpacking her boxes. With the use of her quirk, she furnished her room in record time. She waited in the common room, hoping to see that dull-looking boy again, but he never came. A couple girls tried to talk to her, but she couldn't focus enough to respond to them. Eventually, the time came for them to head to their class to get ready for orientation. He must be in a different class. 35 examinees were accepted, and there's 19 in the class. Yeah. Right. Get your feet off your desk. A blue-haired boy commanded a blonde-haired boy as Ochako was entering the classroom. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting school property, you cretin. What, did your old school put a stick up your ass? The blonde-haired boy asked. Let's start over. I'm Tenya Iida from the Sumei Private Academy. Sumei, huh? So you must think you're better than me. I'm going to have fun destroying you. You would threaten me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right university? Best to avoid them, Ochako thought. She sat down in her seat. Welcome to UA's hero course. Everybody take your seats, a voice said from outside the classroom. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa, your teacher. A yellow sleeping bag stood up and unzipped itself, revealing a tired-looking man. Right, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside. He pulled a sports uniform out of his sleeping bag. Why did he have a sports uniform in his sleeping bag? A quirk assessment test. The class asked when they got outside. Here at UA, we're not tethered to tradition, Shota said. That means I get to run this class however I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests all your lives. But you've never been able to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's trying to pretend we're all equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. I guess he has a pretty flashy quirk then. I wonder who he is. Uraraka, you managed to get the most points in the entrance exam. Ochako felt the blonde-haired boy from before glare in her direction. What was your furthest softball throw in high school? 65 meters, Ochako responded. Right, try doing it with your quirk. He tossed her a softball. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Ochako walked into the circle. I guess the best thing to do would be. She used her quirk on the ball and pushed and threw it almost perfectly straight up. Shota looked at his device until it pinged. He turned it around and it showed an infinity symbol. Infinity. The class gasped. I want to go. Thank looks like fun, a pink-skinned girl declared. So, this looks fun, huh? Shota asked. You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all going to be fun and playtime? Idiots. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last will be deemed to have none, and be immediately expelled. You can't send one of us home. We just got here. That isn't fair, Ochako objected. Oh, and you think natural disasters are, or villains, or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities? No, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try and combat that unfairness. Unfairness, right. Ochako thought about the entrance exam again. It's my job to combat the unfairness. Her face grew determined. If you want to be a pro, you're going to have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So, go beyond, plus ultra. In the 50 meters dash, Ochako got 6.52 seconds, 7th place. In the grip strength test, she got 49 kilograms, 8th place. In the standing long jump, she cleared the sandbox. In the repeated side steps, she got 6th. In the distance run, she almost got 6th place again until her stomach gave up and she got 8th. In the seated toe touch, she bent all the way to her toes. In the sits-up she got 43, getting her another 6th place. In the end, she placed 6th overall. I can be a hero. I'll be a hero. Minoru Mineta, Shota said. You got last place. As of this moment, the small purple-haired boy started shaking with fear. You are first on the chopping block. Wait, what? Minoru asked. I'm not going home. No, that was just a logical deception to make sure you all give it your all. And we're already down 1 student. A logical deception? The class yelled in unison. Obviously it was a ruse, a black-haired girl said. I assumed you all knew. Shota continued, but, Mineta, you have until the sports festival to prove your worth, or you will be expelled immediately. Our first task will decide your future, Shota told 1A. You all need to pick a class representative. Most of the students began chanting that they should be picked. Silence, everybody, please, Tenya yelled. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not just something anybody can do. You must first have the trust of everybody in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fulfill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. After the vote, Momo and Tenya both got 2 votes each. It seems there was an unforeseen problem with the method. Should we hold a follow-up election with just Yayorozu and I as options? Why don't we just flip a coin? Momo suggested. Tenya sighed. Fine, he pulled a coin out of his pocket. Heads, I win. Tails, you win. He flipped the coin and it landed heads. All right. Tenya Iida is class representative and Momo Yayorozu is his vice representative. Halfway through lunch, an alarm sounded throughout UA. Warning, the alarm said. Level 3 security breach. Please exit the building in an orderly fashion. What's a level 3 security breach? Tenya asked the boy next to him. It means that somebody's managed to get past the school's barrier, the boy answered. This hasn't happened in my 3 years here. Izuku sneezed. We should get going. The 3rd year got up and ran. The students rushed to get out and were piling up in the skybridge. Ow! Ochako yelped. This is a total mob. Everybody was quick to react. As I'd expect from UA students, Tenya responded. Who in the world could have trespassed onto UA grounds? He pushed to the window and looked to the entrance, seeing reporters. It's the press that was outside. I was afraid it was some kind of attack on the school. There's no need to worry everybody. He was pushed into the window. Where are the teachers? Why aren't they taking control? Am I the only one here that realized everything's fine? There's no need to be panicking, he heard Ochako yelp. Uraraka. Tenya. What do we do? Ochako held her hand out. What would Tensai do? How would he handle this? He shuffled towards Ochako. I have any idea. He held his hand out. Touch my hand. Make me float above everybody else. Ochako held her hand out and slapped Tenya's. He jumped up. I need a place where I'll get everybody's attention. He noticed the exit sign above the door at the front of the crowd. He pulled up his pants. Engine boost, go. His engines ignited and he spun forward. He slammed into the wall above the sign. Listen up, everything is okay. It's just the media outside. There's nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and prove that we're the best of the best. How were ordinary members of the press able to bypass our security system? Nezu asked. Somebody else must have been behind this. Some villain actually managed to infiltrate our school. But was this simply a display of power, or a declaration of war? Izuku sat in his office chair, looking through his requests to determine if any were worth a visit by Flatline. Kagero walked into his office. Izuku, give this to your brother, Lantern. He threw an envelope onto Izuku's desk. Apparently the League is ready. Also, you should take note of that, no matter what happens, the world is about to change. Kagero walked out of the room. Izuku looked at the envelope. Change the world? I guess I'm the person in the best situation to decide that outcome. What a weight on my shoulders. He picked up the envelope and walked into his room, locking the door. He peeled open the envelope and read the letter. Lantern, you have been chosen by the League of Villains to help bring down the symbol of peace. You are to come to Abafor Alley on Wednesday at 0900. If any heroes show up, the League will not hesitate to kill all new recruits. Enclosed is an initial payment of 100,000 yen, you will receive more after the League's victory. Izuku breathed fire onto the letter and envelope, throwing the ashes out his window. Abafor Alley, in 2 days. Izuku looked through his Flatline gear. I can't take the helmet. I can keep the pants and hoodie inside out until I'm ready to switch to Flatline. That means I can take my weapons. Speaking of which, I should stock up. That just leaves my boots, I'll need to get a new pair. So that's a pair of boots, pants and a hoodie. 6 smoke grenades, 10 magazines, 2 bags of ball bearings and virtually infinite throwing knives. 10. You own 10 throwing knives. On Wednesday, Izuku donned his Flatline outfit inside out and snuck to Abafor Alley. There were several other villains already there. From the designs of their costumes, they seemed to have fire-based quirks. Some of them looked towards him and then went back to minding their own business. After half an hour of waiting, purple fog appeared. Thank you for coming, recruits, the fog said. This group has been assigned the conflagration zone to match your quirks. I hope you are all ready. The fog engulfed the group and when it cleared they were surrounded by fire. Izuku backed up until he could see all the villains in front of him. He pulled out his machine pistols and fired upon the villains, taking them all out before they had time to think. 2 magazines and 1 group of villains down. He walked through his clothes, turned them the right way around and put them back on. He then loaded new magazines, activated his camouflage. On to the next. He flew out of the conflagration zone and looked to the nearby zones. To his left was what looked like a giant pool with a boat and a waterslide holding ice. To his left was a mountain. How big is this building? Let's see, I'll probably be less effective in water, so I'll go to the mountain. Class 1A stood at the top of the stairs of the USJ. Ochako was fangirling over Anon. Listen up, I'm sure you're all aware I have a powerful quirk, Anon said. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to suck up anything and turn it into dust. My quirk can easily be used to kill. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness test, you all have a strong idea of your quirk's potential. Carry that lesson over to this class. Today, you're going to learn how you can use your quirks to save people's lives. You won't be using your powers to fight enemies or each other, only to help. After all, That's what being a hero is all about. Ensuring the safety of others. Shota spoke. Right, now that that's over. The lights of the USJ flashed and purple fog appeared in the center. Stay together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Wait, has the training started already? Ejiro asked. I thought we were rescuing people? Stay back. Shota demanded. This is real. Those are villains. The only real heroes here are Eraserhead and 13, Kurogiri said, perplexing. According to the schedule we stole, All Might should be here as well. So you scumbags used the press as a cover and snuck onto campus, Shota said. Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who were eager to meet him, Tamura complained. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I kill a few students he'll come out to play. 13. Why aren't the alarms going off? Momo asked. Good question, Anon responded. I'm not sure, is the entire campus under attack? Shoto asked. Or is this their only target? Either way, if the alarm sensors aren't being triggered, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here. They carefully chose an isolated facility at a time when a class was being taught. They're fools for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. Whatever their plan, they must have a concrete objective in mind. But what is it? 13. Get them out of here, and alert the main campus, Shota commanded. Actually, if they've got the ability to block our sensors, then they might be jamming our regular communications, too. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. Yes, Sensei. Kaminari activated his headset. Shota ran down the stairs, deactivated the quirks of the first villains to retaliate, and then shot out his scarf, wrapping them up and slamming them into each other. Izuku stood above the mountain. There was a large group of villains, all wielding weapons and looking around, waiting. So this group has more physical quirks? Just shooting them might not be enough, and with there being a lot of them, my initial strike should be as effective as possible. Maybe a trap? He pulled out a bag of ball bearings and 2 smoke grenades. He threw them down and the ball bearings scattered as the grenades exploded, obscuring the balls. What the hell was that? One of the villains asked. Where did this smoke come from? 5 of the villains ran into the smoke, falling over. As they fell, Izuku took the opportunity to throw knives into their heads. What the fuck? We're under attack. A villain threw their metal bat into the smoke. It flew out the other side and slammed into another villain. Damn it. Izuku jumped down, behind the villains whilst still camouflaged, and pulled out his pistols, shooting at the villains, taking out 8. The bullets bounced off 2. They have guns. Izuku touched the bodies, making them float, and threw them at the remaining 2. Arg. Izuku ran and stabbed the neck of the 2 villains before they could get up. Suddenly the ground shifted and a villain came out of it behind Izuku. An earth-based quirk. Game over, kid, the villain said. Electricity discharged from his hand. Multiple quirks. Izuku backflipped above the villain, grabbed his head and pulled on the knives, making them all stab into the villain. That was for calling me kid. Izuku collected his knives and flew to the next zone, a landslide. 1A began running back to the entrance of the USJ. Kurogiri appeared in front of them. There is no escape for you. Damn, I blinked and the guy who seems like the most trouble got away, Shota thought. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kurogiri continued. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a nice place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to finally take his last breath? He's clearly been on the decline regardless, but we would like to be the ones to receive the renown. I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Ah, well, in the end I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. Anon uncapped one of her fingers. Suddenly, Katsuki and Eijiro ran forward, attempting to punch Kurogiri. An explosion sounded around them. Did you think we were just going to stand around and let you tear this place to shreds? Eijiro asked. You live up to your school's reputation, Kurogiri said. But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, somebody might get hurt. You too, get out of the way right now, Anon yelled. I'll scatter you across this facility, Kurogiri announced. To meet my comrades, and your deaths. Crap, what is this? Eijiro asked. Masharao appeared in the conflagration zone in Denki. Kyoka and Momo appeared in the mountain zone. When they did, all they saw was the remain of one-sided fights ending with very bloodied villains. What they fuck? They all asked. I got a signal. Denki announced. Nezu got a call from Denki. Why is a student calling me? I hope it's important. He asn word. This is Denki Kaminari from Class 1A. The USJ is under attack. I repeat, the USJ is under attack. What? He looked to Toshinori. All might, get to the USJ, now, I'll collect the other teachers. Why yes sir. Toshinori bulked up and ran out of the student lounge. When Izuku got to the landslide, he noticed more purple smoke. Damn it, I hope I'm not too late. He flew to above the smoke. Out of the smoke fell a man with half red and half white hair. He looked to the villains and suddenly ice shot out from under him, freezing all the villains. I guess I'm not needed. But I sense another presence here, it's familiar. Izuku continued on. The next zone had destroyed buildings. He got close and heard, die. Oh, Kachan's here. He should have it covered, or not my problem. He looked past the buildings and saw the entrance of the USJ. There he saw some students, Anon and Kurogiri. Damn it, I don't know if I can affect that smoke villain. 13's quirk might be useful for it, and the other zones still have students without teachers. Looking past it, he saw a large glass dome. How am I going to get in there without losing my clothes? I guess I can smash the glass. He flew over, threw a knife into the glass and then punched through it. Inside it was raining and he saw a large black monster slamming villains into buildings. That's effective, but slow. Too bad the rain will make my guns less effective, knives it is. But the darkness will make it harder to retrieve them. I'll just keep 2 on me for later. That's 8 knives. He flew inside and seeing a pair of villains, threw 2 knives at them, killing them. 6 He noticed 4 villains sneaking up on the 2 students. He threw a knife at each. 2 He then heard a footstep behind him. He turned and saw 2 villains about to attack him. I must be too visible, covered in water, and the next zone is that lake, damn it. He threw his final 2 knives. I hope I helped enough. He noticed 1 more villain getting close to the students. I guess I could do one more thing. He flew over to the villain, grabbed his head and spun it around, snapping the villain's neck. Onto the final zone. He flew back out the hole he made and began flying over. Suddenly a large whip of water tore through the boat. Fuck. Izuku quickly fell to the ground to increase the speed of his flight by falling through the floor and shot towards the sinking boat. Once he got there, he saw 2 students calling for help. He turned off his camouflage. Don't worry, I'll help you. Who the hell is that? One of the villains, who looked like a shark, asked. Whatever, I'll just eat him. He shot out of the water, towards Izuku. Izuku pulled out his guns and unloaded one onto the villain. That's half my magazines down. He landed on the boat. Hold on to me. I'll get you out of here. He put away the empty gun and held out his hand. Who are you, Ribbit? Sue asked. Flatline, come on, Izuku answered. We don't have time. Are you kidding me? Minoru asked. You're a villain, like them. I'm a vigilante. I'm a hero without a license, Izuku corrected. Now, come on. We have no choice, Ribbit. Sue wrapped her tongue around Izuku. I guess that works, Izuku said. He walked up and grabbed Minoru's hand. He then fell partway through the deck of the boat and shot off towards the center plaza. They landed in the water at the base of the central platform. Izuku floated just above the water to not ruin his guns. Tenya, you need to run and get help, Anon commanded. It will be faster than for us to wait until we get rid of whoever's jamming the signal. Tenya powered up his engines. Even if this is your only option, are you foolish enough to strategize in front of an enemy? Kurogiri asked. It won't matter if you know or not once I'm done with you, Anon stated. She opened her finger which began to suck in Kurogiri's smoke. Your finger can turn my atoms into dust, Kurogiri said. What an astounding power. However, you're a rescue hero, 13. Skilled at saving people from disasters. Consequently, that means you have little fighting experience or battlefield awareness. He opened a warp gate behind her, using her own quirk on her. The back of her costume shredded. How unfortunate, you've turned yourself into dust. I'm sorry, he got me, Anon said. 13, Mina cried out. Iida, get out of here. Rikido yelled. Tenya ran forward. Engine. A sheep trying to escape from the wolves, Kurogiri patronized. I simply can't allow that. A warp gate appeared in front of Tenya. If other heroes arrive, it'll be harder to put an end to All Might. This responsibility was entrusted to me. Classmates, I'll keep you safe. Mezzo wrapped his arms around the gate. Run, I got him. I'll be back. In a flash. You impertinent child. Kurogiri rushed forward. You won't set foot outside those doors. Ochako looked to Kurogiri and saw a metal brace around him. I have no time for this. Be gone. I'll be a hero. Ochako dashed forward, grabbed the metal brace, making it float, and threw it away. Now, run, Iida. You pest. How dare you? Kurogiri yelled. Iida began to pry the door open. I got you. Not so fast. Hanta yelled, shooting his tape at Kurogiri's brace. Rikido then grabbed the tape and pulled. He spun and let Kurogiri fly in the opposite direction of Tenya. Tenya ran through the door. Engine boost. Tenya sprinted away from the USJ. He's going to call for backup. Kurogiri thought. It's over. A large black creature with an exposed brain snapped Shota's arm. You can erase quirks, Tamura said. That's irritating. But it's nothing impressive. When faced with true, devastating power, you might as well be a child. Shota looked to the Nomu, erasing its quirks. The Nomu stomped on his arm. Arg. His arm fell limp. He's breaking my bones like they're twigs. I'm positive I erased his quirk. That means he's super strong even without powers. The Nomu lifted his head. I think he's as strong as All Might. The Nomu slammed his head into the concrete, smashing it. Kurogiri appeared next to Tamura. Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogiri, Tamura answered. Did you manage to kill 13? The rescue hero is out of commission. But there were students I was unable to disperse, and one of them got outside of the facility. Tamura began scratching his face. KK Kurogiri, you fool. If you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body. There's no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us. It's game over. Back to the title screen. And I was looking forward to being the one to finally kill that bastard. Damn it. Let's go home. Did I hear that right? Minoru asked. Did he say they're gonna leave? That's what it sounded like to me, Sue answered. Don't count your blessing yet, Izuku said. Oh, before we leave, Tamura said. There it is, Izuku said. Let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. He looked towards the three of them. Let's wreck his pride. He rushed forward. Let's make this hurt. His hand shot towards Sue. Izuku pointed his gun at Shigaraki's hand and pulled the trigger. The bullets shredded his hand. Arg. Fuck. What the fuck? Who gave the NPCs real weapons? What fucking hacker fucking cheated me out of my win? Fuck. He held his limp hand. Izuku grabbed his final two knives and threw them towards Shigaraki. Suddenly the Nomu was in front of Shigaraki, the knives stabbing into it. Suddenly the door of the USJ crashed open, revealing a very pissed off Toshinori. Have no fear, students, because I am here. Toshinori dashed down the stairs and picked up Minoru, Shota and Sue and put them down away from the fight. After all this waiting, the heroic piece of trash shows up, Tamura said. Everybody back to the entrance, and take Aizawa with you, he doesn't have much time. Sue wrapped her tongue around Shota. No, it wasn't supposed to go this way, Tamura muttered. He's still fast, father. Of course the number one hero relies on violence. I wasn't prepared. I couldn't see when he moved. He's faster than I thought he would be, but not as fast as he used to be. I guess it's true after all, Tamura grinned. All Might really is getting weaker. Fuck. Can All Might handle this? Izuku reloaded his pistols. Toshinori dashed towards Tamura. He crossed his arms. Carolina. Nomu, Tamura said as the Nomu stood in front of him. Smash. The Nomu was unaffected as the water, and Izuku were sent back. The Nomu tried to grab Toshinori, who ducked. Guess that has no effect on you. Let's try this. Toshinori left hooked. Then right hooked the Nomu in the face. Doesn't even matter where I punch you, does it? Because Nomu here has shock absorption. All Might, Tamura announced. The only way you're going to hurt him is to slowly gouge out his flesh. Of course, I don't think he'll sit back and let you do that. You finally met your match. Shock absorption. And super strength. Thanks for telling me how to beat him. Toshinori ran behind the Nomu and grabbed it front behind. All I have to do is wear him down, then it's onto you. He suplexed the Nomu. When the smoke cleared, the Nomu was through a warp gate and holding onto Toshinori's sides, including his weak spot. What kind of a cheap trick is this? Toshinori coughed up blood, then shrank. He fell unconscious. I did it? Tamura's eyes widened. Your body has failed you? Ha 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 ha. We've won. The symbol of peace has been defeated. Nomu kill. Izuku rushed forward and unloaded 2 magazines into the Nomu's eyes and exposed brain, making it fall over. What the fuck? Tamura asked. Why is one of the brats still here? Wait, Kurogiri said. Those green lines. That's not a student. That's Flatline. Flatline? Tamura asked. Well, not only do we get to kill the #1 hero, but the #1 vigilante, too. What a happy coincidence. Nomu. Nomu. But Izuku looked back, seeing the stand-up and Nomu reform itself. What the fuck? I thought you said his quirk was shock absorption. The knives were pushed out of the Nomu's flesh and clinked on the concrete. I didn't say that was his only quirk, Tamura explained. He also has super regeneration. Nomu has been modified to take on All Might even at 100% of his power. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag that hits back. And super regeneration? Suddenly an explosion sounded throughout the area as Katsuki jumped onto Kurogiri, slamming his brace to the ground. Kuriojiri, Tamura said. How could you let this brat get the best of you? You've gotten into a real jam here. Huh. You got carless, you dumb villain, Katsuki said to Kurogiri. It wasn't hard to figure you out. Only certain parts of you turn into that smoking warp gate. You used that mist to hide your actual body as a kind of distraction. Thinking that made you safe. That's why we missed. But if you didn't have a body, you wouldn't be wearing this neck armor, right? You're not immune to physical attacks if they're well aimed. Kurogiri tried to get up, which Katsuki responded to with miniature explosions. Don't move. You try anything funny and I'll blow your ass up so bad they'll be piecing your ass back together for weeks. That doesn't sound very heroic, Eijiro said, running up and standing down the villains. Shoto then arrived and crouched beside Toshinori, checking his pulse. He's alive. Let's free our method of escape, Tamura said. Get him Nomu. The Nomu shot towards Katsuki. Izuku threw down his other bag of ball bearings in front of it, making it slip, followed by 2 smoke grenades to confuse it. Eijiro quickly grabbed Katsuki and moved him away. The Nomu then got up and picked up Kurogiri. Good. This thing, it's the perfect zombie. Izuku reloaded him magazines. These are my final 2 rounds. He then tried to pull the knives back to his hand, but they wouldn't move. What? Why aren't my quirks working? Why now? Is this Eraserhead? Why would he want me to lose? Now, Nomu, Tamura ordered. Kill Flatline. The Nomu rushed forward as Izuku raised his pistols, firing at the Nomu's face. Shoto sent ice in front of the Nomu at leg level to trip it. The Nomu crashed in front of Izuku. It then reformed and grabbed Izuku's leg. Izuku pointed his guns at Tamura. Call him off, now. You're bluffing, Tamura sneered. Damn it, I only have 2 smoke grenades, Izuku thought. The Nomu picked him up and slammed him into the ground. Fuck, what am I supposed to do? Even if my quirks were working, I'd have to go all out to even stand a chance. I need to do something. The Nomu snapped Izuku's leg. Arg. Going all out? I think I could accept that as a compromise. Suddenly green sparks appeared around Izuku. The debris around them began to float towards him and his clothes warped as if they were no longer aware they were being worn. His guns fell through his hands and floated in place. Then his neck began to glow. Wait, why do you get power-ups? Tamura asked. Izuku felt pain shoot through his entire body. His mouth shot open and he screamed, fuck! Out of his mouth came an enormous shockwave and fireball, tearing his vocal path to shreds. Everybody around him covered their ears and held their eyes closed in pain. The debris around Izuku, as well as his clothes and guns, flew away. The scream hit the Nomu and began tearing its flesh off, cauterizing the revealed flesh. The glass ceiling of the USJ shattered. Wait, I think I can help. The shockwave and fireball suddenly focused on the Nomu, tearing further through the Nomu's flesh. Izuku thought, Fuck, I'm not fucking dying naked, especially not in front of Kachan. Using his telekinesis, he pulled on the knives of the ground, licking them. He then turned into the Nomu whilst the Nomu finally went limp. Izuku stopped screaming, he fell backwards. He felt his consciousness fading, so he pulled back on his real pants and hoodie, pulled out his smoke grenades and pulled the pins. I need to turn back to my normal self. Happy to oblige. The slime fell off Izuku and he put his hoodie and pants back on. He finally let the unconsciousness take him. No. He cheated. Tamura scratched his body. You killed my anti-symbol of peace. I'm not done until I completely kill All Might. He ran towards Toshinori. His hand was about to grab Toshinori's face before a bullet ran through it. Sorry everybody, Nezu said. I know we're a bit late, but I got the teachers over here as fast as I could. Hisashi and Ectoplasm took down the low-rank villains who were beginning to get up. Our priority is to protect our students. Oh man, the pros are here, Tamura said. Let's go home. He turned around right before bullets ran through his limbs. Kurogiri quickly scooped him up in a warp gate. Nezu looked at Toshinori. Looks like it's time for Mirio to take the mantle. He then looked to Izuku. But with the loss of one ally, we have the chance to gain another. Bring 2 stretchers. I want both of these men brought to Recovery Girl. Izuku woke up to a bright light. He groaned before sitting up and looking around. It's been a while since I was in a hospital. Is there something on my hands? He lifted the bedsheets off his hands, revealing they were in quirk erasing handcuffs which were then handcuffed to the bed. I put those on you once your vitals were acceptable, Shio said, walking into the room. You know you could have just left me. We both know I didn't accept you into my ward to fix you up. Well, then I'd better get going. Absolutely not. Shio hit him with her cane. Now, first things first. What do you know about your quirk? I'm a ghost. I have ghost-like abilities. Simple as that. You and I know it's not that simple. I did a DNA analysis. Do you think it was successful, Midoriya? Oh, she's good. A hologram appeared above Izuku's bed. When you were 4, you took a DNA test. This was the result. A string of letters appeared on the screen. This is the one I did. A second string of letters appeared. There are 14 anomalies between these 2 strings. Slices of the 2 strings separated and paired up, showing how they differed. My first thought was maybe you had a secret sibling. I do. Shio hit him with her cane again. But when I analyzed the anomalies using UA's prior knowledge of your quirk, I realized what these anomalies were. 10 new strings appeared. 9 of them perfectly matched 9 of the anomalies and the other seemed to be a splice between the other 2 anomalies. We believe you have some form of a copy quirk. These DNA strands belong to 6 individuals we believe you have copied quirks from and that we could access the medical records of, confirming our suspicions. Congratulations, I can copy quirks. Can I leave now? Of course you couldn't just change your DNA whenever you want a new quirk, so that's where the dying comes in. Temporarily shutting off your systems to change your biological makeup, like a software update. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Please stop interrupting. I just have 2 more things to say. Firstly, why are the quirks you're copying themed? Because undead are cool. Can I speak? Please do. Alright. I don't know. Eventually I just leaned into the thematics. Well, that's disappointing. The final thing is actually bad news. For the most part, when you copy quirks, your quirk overrides junk DNA, that is DNA that would normally do nothing. However, each quirk has written over a little bit of functional DNA. Judging by the injuries you had when you first got here, the functional DNA changed as that which corresponds to the part of your body associated with the quirk. For example, your neck and fingers show significant quirk-related damage and severe atrophy as they are related to multiple of your quirks. So, what does this mean? Technically you're closer than you probably mean when you say you're a ghost. Have you ever heard of walking ghost phase? I think I've heard of it before. Basically, it's a horrible condition where a person's DNA is destroyed, usually by radiation. Over the course of months, their body cells die like normal, but they can't replace those cells, so they literally fall apart. That is an extreme version of what is happening to you. The cells that have modified DNA cannot be replaced properly, so they just atrophy. I've received reports that you have been known to heal by drinking blood. I'd say that is a failsafe from your quirk to alleviate your symptoms, as otherwise you'd have to rely on dying very often to replace your missing cells. The theoretical cure for walking ghost phase was stem cells, and your body turns the blood you drink into those. That means, you probably can consume more than just blood, and the most effective would be to just consume actual stem cells, like bone marrow. That, combined with your recently acquired regeneration quirk, should keep you healthy, and possibly even immortal, but if you copy too many quirks, you'll overclock your healing and possibly die permanently. Damn, so I really am a ghost. Shio hit him again. That is not the takeaway. We both know I don't care about dying. Yes, I know. That's why you're getting mandatory therapy sessions with Hound Dog. But, I'm not a student. I'd take that back though if I were you, Nezu said, walking into the ward, followed by Madam President. Recovery girl, he gestured to leave with him. Shio followed. To what honor do I own the company of the head of the Hero Public Safety Commission? Izuku asked. You are the most wanted vigilante, Madam said. I should have you arrested right now. But you are too useful for that, Madam continued. UA is offering you to join a rehab program so they can turn you into a hero. I normally would have said no, but the Commission also wants to use you. I've heard you claim to have brothers, one an info broker who worked with the hero killer and one a villain. We will play along and let you join the rehab program if these brothers you claim to have worked for us. Lantern will be an undercover agent and Izumi will take over your moniker of Flatline. You want my info broker persona to become my vigilante persona and my villain persona to become an info broker? If you want to put it that way, but I'm sure Lantern was already a double agent. Yeah, whatever, good, Madam left. Nezu then re-entered. I'm sure Madam President gave you conditions for joining the rehab program. I have one of my own. You will be my undercover agent in my battle against the Commission. So I'm just pretending to work with everybody. Well, I have a condition of my own. I'll accept as long as one other person can join the rehab program. We would be happy to receive another potential hero, Nezu smiled. Alright. So when does class start? Tomorrow. For now you're on house arrest unless the Commission or I give you an assignment that requires you to leave. You'll be living in the 1A dorms, the Heights Alliance. So Eraserhead's my teacher, correct? What? No, he's dangerous. Isn't that Kachan's class? Can I wear a hoodie? I'd rather keep from getting recognized. I'd imagine you'd get noticed anyway, but if you want, you can. Should I have the teachers refer to you with a nickname? A nickname? What about Izumi? No, that's the name for my vampire persona. How about Kuya Dori? Kuya it is. By the way, All Might is retiring. The next day, Class 1A waited for their substitute teacher. They discussed All Might's retirement. Attention! Homeroom class is about to begin. Tenya ordered, running into the room. Everybody stop talking and take your seats. Ah, we're all sitting, Eijiro said. Yeah, you're the only one standing, Hanta said. Tenya sat down. Mina leaned back, Sue catching her. Hey Sue, so who do you think's gonna teach class today? No idea, Sue replied. Mr. Aizawa's still in the hospital, recovering from his injuries. The door opened, in walked Shota covered in bandages. Morning class. Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? Class 1A yelled. My well-being is irrelevant, Shota said, walking to the podium. What's more important is that we have a new student. Mr. Aizawa? Tenya asked. Should we have a new student so early in the year? Like I said on day 0, we have been down a student until now. That is because Nezu planned for us to have this boy in the class but he hasn't been able to join until now. Shota looked to the door. You can come in now. The door slid open. Izuku stood there wearing a brand new green hoodie. Ochako and Nkatsuki looked in confusion. They both thought, why does he look familiar? Izuku walked in front of the podium. Are you going to introduce yourself? Shota asked. Izuku shook his head, no. Shota sighed. Whatever, class, this is Kuya Dori. Dori, the empty seat is yours. Now that all problem children are here, we're going back to the field so that Dori can take the quirk apprehension test. Izuku stood at the start of a 50-meter running track. Get to the end as fast as you can, Shota instructed. Lemillion's quirks, plus removing gravity, plus super strength in my fast twitch muscles should make easy work of this. Izuku shot forward. 3.15 seconds. He did the same thing for the distance run, taking second place again. Izuku held a grip test, before Shota explained. Izuku crushed the device. That maxes out at 1000 kilograms. Izuku stood in front of a sandpit. Long jump, do I have to clear it or get as far as I can? Guess it doesn't really matter. He ran forward with the same speed as the 100 meters dash. He then pretended to trip and fell, upward. Oh, there I go. Cleared, all right. Repeated side steps. Jump side to side as fast as possible. Flight, plus super strength, plus using telekinesis on the test bots which are fixed in place, so I'll be pulled instead. Izuku shot side to side almost as fast as Mineta. Izuku used his super strength for the seated toe touch and sit-ups, clearing the toe touch and getting third place for sit-ups. Izuku stood in front of Class 1A and Shota, who was holding a softball. Throw this with your quirk. Get it as far as you can. He tossed the ball to Izuku. Izuku caught the ball and looked at it. I could try stacking quirks that would accelerate the ball, or I could just. He removed the ball's gravity and threw it. When Shota's device beeped, he showed it to the class. Another infinity? Class 1A asked. So, is his quirk like mine? Ochako thought. What the fuck? Katsuki yelled. How many quirks does this bastard have? He ran forward, hand exploding. Izuku quickly jumped back, but as it was a split-second reaction he was unable to keep his hoodie on. Katsuki froze, Deku. Well, looks like my cover didn't last long, you can stop calling me Dory, teach, Izuku said, looking to Shota. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's collar. Don't fucking ignore me Deku. Why aren't you dead? Kachan? Izuku looked at Katsuki. Are you asking me why I didn't stay dead after I took your suggestion of suicide? Well, it turns out your idea worked. I died and was reborn with a useful quirk in my next life. Of course, I've had many other lives since then. He grabbed Katsuki's hand, forcing it off his collar. He then walked towards the rest of 1A. In the group he noticed one girl crying. He's alive, Ochako thought, tears flowing from her eyes. You're that girl from the entrance exam, right? Sorry I didn't properly say goodbye back then. Shota cleared his throat. Izuku Midoriya gets first place overall. Now get changed and go to lunch. Izuku and the other boys were busy changing. So, why haven't you attended UA until now? Hanta asked. I've been busy, Izuku replied. Izuku, regardless of whether or not you're busy, you should still attend classes, Tenya stated. How do you and Bakugo know each other? Eijiro asked. We were childhood friends, Izuku replied. Why do you call each other Kachan and Deku? Denki asked. They were our nicknames for each other. I feel drawn to that bird-headed boy. Izuku felt his interest switch to Fumikage. He walked over to the boy. Hey, I feel like I recognize you, what's your quirk? I have a sentient shadow, Fumikage said, dark shadow popping out. Hi, dark shadow said. I need that quirk. Izuku felt his throat get extremely sore, even more than last time. Oh no. Are you okay? Fumikage asked. Izuku collapsed. Dark shadow. Dark shadow quickly scooped up Izuku. Fumikage then ran out of the locker room, several other boys following. They eventually got to Recovery Girl's office. How can I help you boys? Shio asked. The new kid suddenly collapsed. Tenya informed. I think he may have overused his quirk during Aizawa's quirk apprehension test. Of course he did. Shio rolled her eyes. Just put him on one of the beds, then please finish getting dressed. Izuku woke up. Suddenly, he felt something hard hit his face. Why would you just kill yourself out of nowhere? He heard Shio's voice. Izuku opened his eyes. I didn't do anything, I just felt severe pain in my throat. Suddenly green flowed out of him, taking the shape of a jack-o'-lantern. I'm alive. What the hell is that? Izuku asked. Shio hit the pumpkin with her cane. Ow. Why are you? Shio asked. Jack. My name is Jack, the pumpkin answered. Jack? Izuku asked. Why does that feel familiar? Because you named me, Jack said, when you were 4. Are you my quirk? Izuku asked. Yes. I am the all-powerful quirk of everlasting life and undeath, Jack. So, can you answer why all of Midoriya's quirks are related to undeath? Shio asked. Of course, Jack said. It's because only undead quirks are worth it, and the more undead quirk he has, the more powerful and undead Izuku is. So I have undead-themed quirks because you like them? Izuku asked. Yep, wait, are you the reason my quirks keep on failing? Well, it's not like I could tell you to copy specific quirks, I was limited in what I could affect. What could you affect? Your copied quirks and your emotions. No, don't tell me you made me suicidal so you could get free quirks. Jack went silent. Recovery girl, is there any way to make Eraserhead's quirk permanent? Not that I know of, dear. No, please, Jack cried. Eraserhead is dangerous, he can actually kill you. Last time I checked, you made me okay with that, Izuku replied. Have you not noticed you suddenly feel fear and pain when Eraserhead uses his quirk? Jack asked. That's me suppressing them. You are actually terrified of dying. You are definitely attending those therapy sessions, Chio said. Izuku sat in class 1A. The rest of the class were talking to each other. IAM. Toshinori burst through the door in his buff form. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might, are you not retiring, sir? Tenya asked, hand shopping. All Might deflated and coughed up blood. No, unless a miracle happens, I am retired, young Iida. I am very sorry to hear that, Iida replied. Everybody, meet me at ground beta. And Izuku, your old costume has been cleaned. Of course we couldn't get the helmet, so we made a new one. You'll be using it until a better one is made. Izuku walked out of the dark tunnel that was the entrance to ground beta. Several of the 1A students looked at him. There was murmuring among them. Among the murmuring, Izuku heard a couple mentions of Flatline. I knew why this was a bad idea. Tenya walked up to Izuku. Fuck, here we go. Midoriya, was it? I forgot to say welcome to UA this morning, and I wanted to make sure you're alright after your incident. Ah, thanks. I'm fine. Uraraka walked up to him. Ah, Midoriya, are you really okay? Yeah, don't worry. My quirk makes me really good at recovering from damage. Oh, thank God. She hugged him. Oh, okay, this is happening now. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, Toshinori said. And behold, you are the proof. He then deflated again. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training. Sir, will these be team-on-team indoor battle again? Iida asked. Just a second, Toshinori then continued. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The hero must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guy must either catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they either protect the weapon or capture the hero. So there's just one hero for each group? Iida asked. 20 students should be much easier to make more even fights. That's the thing, there is only one group. Young Midoriya will be fighting all 19 of you. 1 on 19. 1A yelled in shock. Sir, isn't that unfair? Uraraka asked. Midoriya's experience and power should balance the odds. I'm okay with this, Izuku said. Izuku stood outside a large building which the other students recently entered. He searched through his pockets. Wait, are my weapons still in here? He pulled out a knife, then he touched the blade. Rubber. The hero may now enter the building, Toshinori announced over the loudspeaker. They're probably stacking opponents at the bottom and top floors and around the bomb. I could probably fly directly to the bomb by flying through the building itself, but that's no fun. Izuku levitated and flew around the building until he found a fuse box, which he then kicked in. What will you do now? Stick to the windows and give me a straight path or brave the dark where I'm king. He then flew up to top floor. He peeked over the roof, seeing Hanta, Koji, Mezzo, Uraraka and Yuga. He's here, Mezzo said. Izuku jumped up onto the roof. So, you're the lookouts. A blue laser shot towards him, ripping his hoodie but going through him. That won't work on me a second time. He threw a knife at Yuga. Yuga Aoyama has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. Suddenly a flock of birds smashed into Izuku. So one of these guys has the bird summoning quirk. Guess I'll stab them next, he noticed Koji flinch. Found you, Izuku clapped, creating a shockwave that blew the birds away. He then shot forwards towards Koji. Mezzo jumped in front of him. Izuku pulled on the knife he had thrown at Yugi and it hit Mezzo. Mezzo Shoji has been eliminated, Izuku felt a hand touch his back, followed by something wrap around him. Suddenly he was spun around and was flying away from the roof. I'm weightless. That just means I can do this. He pulled on Yugi's belt, pulling himself back to the roof. He then grabbed the tape around him, pulling Honta towards him, into the path of a second knife. Honta Zero has been eliminated, 2 left. Zero gravity is not that useful against me, so the other one's the only threat. He shot towards Koji again, before being flipped over by Uraraka. I got him. Uraraka yelled. Koji, tape him. Going for martial combat is a good idea with your quirk, Izuku said. But you clearly lack training, you're just pinning my arms. Izuku swept his legs around, knocking Uraraka over before throwing a knife at her with his now free arm. Ochako Uraraka has been eliminated. Izuku stood up and looked to Koji. Koji surrendered. Good choice. Koji Koda has surrendered. Izuku heard students running up the stairs. He jumped back off the roof, floating down right before the door to the roof flew open. Izuku levitated above the ground and put his hand through the front door, unlocking it. He then opened the door to see a roof filled with purple balls. He walked in, seeing Minoru. One defender. Did I attract everybody else to the roof? That's poor strategy. Regardless, you've seen what I'm capable of. Surrender. Minoru grabbed 3 balls from his head. He then threw one straight at Izuku and the other 2 sliding to either side. Izuku smirked. So you actually have some strategy, he said as he dodged the first, but in trying to dodge the second 2, he touched a ball stuck to a wall. You're the one who should surrender, villain. Minoru countered. My balls are super sticker, you can't detach them, but I just bounce off. He ran to a ball and bounced off it into another one, becoming a human pinball bouncing thought the room. He then shot towards Izuku, hitting him. Yeah, how have you liked that? Pretty weak, Izuku said, completely unfazed. Then how about this? Minoru bounced away to the other side of the room where a bunch of balls were piled together like a shelter. Denki then jumped down the stairs. 1.3 million volts. Lightning filled the room. Jack shot out of Izuku, blocking the lightning. Denki Kaminari has eliminated himself, Toshinori announced. Fumikage then walked down the stairs. Good, there's some light down here. What was the line? Hero, you may have defeated Kaminari, but you are still stuck, or something like that. He released Dark Shadow, who grew almost as large as it was in the downpour zone and smashed into Izuku. I may be stuck, but I specifically chose walls that weren't load-bearing to stick myself to. He then began to flex as the wall started to crumble, and broke off. Izuku punched Dark Shadow, the wall coming with him, strengthening his punch. He right-hooked Dark Shadow, who countered with a left hook. He punched downwards onto Dark Shadow, smashing Dark Shadow into the floor. Izuku then shot towards Fumikage and punched him, knocking him out. Fumikage Tokiyami has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. Izuku then looked to Minoru. Your move, please. I surrender, Minoru said, shaking. Minoru Mineta has surrendered. Izuku walked away from the other 3 boys and moved his arms out of the balls, making the walls fall off and crash to the ground. Izuku then flew back out and up to the roof. Seeing the roof empty and the door open, he flew through. The stairs were covered in pink sludge. What is that? He flew down the stairwell. When he got down it got a lot darker, so he activated his night vision goggles and looked around, seeing Mina, Mashirao and Rikido. I'm guessing she's responsible for the sludge. He threw a knife at Mina. Ah, hey, Mina yelled. Mina Ishido has been ameliorated, Toshinori announced. What? He's here, Mashirao asked. I'll get him, Rikido announced, dashing towards Mina. No, wait. Mashirao ordered right before Rikido tripped into Mina, the 2 falling over. Ow, Mina cried. Sorry, Rikido said. Izuku threw a knife at Rikido. Rikido Sato has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. That's half down, Izuku said. Mashirao turned to him, taking a fighting stance. I know you can't see me. I'm still going to try. A battle of honor it is. Izuku stopped levitating and stood on the floor. There you are. Mashirao shot forward. Izuku jumped up and punched Mashirao, who spun around, hitting Izuku with his tail. He then grabbed Izuku and threw him down the next stairwell. Before Izuku fell down, he pulled on the knives which hit Mashirao. Mashirao Ojiro has been eliminated, Toshinori announced. Izuku felt more sludge on the stairs, which began to burn him as he slipped down. Suddenly something wrapped around Izuku's waist and he started flying towards the center of the room before something large hit him at a high speed, knocking him into a wall. He looked around and saw Kyoka, Momo and Sue, all wearing night vision goggles. "You've been super annoying," Kyoka said. She plugged her jacks into her boots and a shockwave shot out of them, hitting Izuku. "Time to test my new healing ability." "Yeah," Izuku shouted, canceling out Kyoka's shockwave, and knocking her back. He felt his throat burn before soothing. "Kyoka Juru has been eliminated," Toshinori announced. A staff and shield formed in Momo's hands as she and Sue shot towards Izuku. Momo slammed her staff into Izuku as Sue kicked him. Izuku grabbed the staff and Sue's leg and slammed them into each other before throwing them away. "Asui Tsuyu has been eliminated." Izuku threw a knife at Momo, who blocked it with her shield. She then threw the shield at Izuku. Izuku grabbed the shield and threw it back. "Momo Yaoyorozu has been eliminated." Izuku looked around. The floor they were on had lots of side rooms. He looked into each one until he saw Katsuki in one of the rooms, standing in front of a door and looking pissed. "Deku, how did you survive? Why didn't you come home?" "Turns out my quirk is better than I thought. I just can't die. Sorry about that. I know how much you wanted me to." Katsuki ran forward. "Wanted you to die?" He threw a right hook at Izuku. "Do you understand how sorry I felt when you died?" "You don't get to be sorry." Izuku punched Katsuki, knocking him to the ground. "You're the one who killed me. You caused all of this." He punched Katsuki, feeling bones break. Katsuki pulled the pin on his left gauntlet, blowing Izuku into the ceiling. "Don't talk to me about responsibility. You could have saved All Might." A tear ran down his cheek. "Young Bakugo, stop," Toshinori yelled. "You could cause serious injury." "Not gonna happen." Katsuki punched Izuku and then pulled the pin on his second grenade, blowing Izuku through the floor. Izuku began to float and flew back up. "Don't you dare blame me for that. I tried to save him." Izuku shot into Katsuki. "Besides, All Might holds some responsibility for what happened to me." Izuku grabbed Katsuki's leg and threw him into the ground. "Katsuki Bakugo has been eliminated," Toshinori said. Izuku then opened the door Katsuki was guarding. Inside was the nuke, which was encased in ice. In front of the nuke was Eijiro, Tenya and Shoto. "Behold, I am the personification of villainy," Tenya said. "Your villain act needs work," Izuku said. "Hero, you have the powers of a ghost, but we excel in defense. We are perfectly matched and therefore the villains will succeed by running out the time. So you're going to let the nuke explode while you're standing next to it? How are you going to reap the rewards when you're dead, villain?" Iida froze. You're right. What's the point in blowing up the city if I'm in it? Kirishima, Todoroki. You two defend the bomb." Tenya ran out of the room. "Wait, hold up," Eijiro said. "It's not a real bomb." "Tenya Iida has ran away," Toshinori announced. "I'm going to finish this now," Shoto said, ice rushing forward towards Izuku. Izuku punched the ice, smashing it. More ice shot forward. "Fuck this." Izuku turned translucent before he flew through his clothes, then the ice. He shot towards Shoto and punched him into the ice guarding the bomb. "I expected more from Endeavor's son. You could have at least used fire. I'm weaker to non-physical attacks." "Shoto Todoroki has been eliminated," Toshinori announced. Speaking of physical attacks, Izuku looks to Eijiro. "Whoa, dude. You're even willing to strip to win a fight? So manly." Eijiro tried to punch Izuku, but his fist went through. Izuku then punched out Eijiro. "Eijiro Kirishima has been eliminated," Toshinori announced. Finally, Izuku looked to the bomb. Yeah. He shattered the ice around it. He almost touched the bomb when a knife touched his back. "What?" "I got him." Toru cheered. "Sorry, but that wasn't a lethal strike. You want to go for the jugular. Where you hit you would have stabbed my liver," Izuku said, grabbing the rubber knife and plunging it into his neck. Like this. He then touched the bomb. "What the fuck?" Toru screamed. "Izuku Midoriya has touched the bomb. He wins," Toshinori yelled before coughing up blood. "Why did he say I was responsible, and why do I feel like I recognize him? Hagakure, please take young Midoriya to the infirmary." Mirio and Toshinori were called to another meeting with Naomasa. I'm sure you're aware of the recent updates to what we know about All for One. We believe the League of Villains is related to him. Yes. But also, if you remember, the name of the boy who went missing was Izuku Midoriya. What? Toshinori yelled before coughing up blood. After Izuku woke up, he was brought to a meeting room. After a long wait, the door to the room opened and in walked Inko and Mitsuki. Mum? Izuku asked. Izuku? Inko ran to Izuku, hugging him and crying. Izuku's eyes began to water. Hi Mum, it's been a while. Sorry, I couldn't find you. Izuku. Where have you been? Inko asked. Well, Izuku averted his gaze. I've been busy being the most wanted vigilante. What? Surprise. Izuku scratched his cheek. I'm Flatline. You're Flatline? Inko asked. While we're on the subject of surprises, you legally have 2 new sons now. What? Yeah, I kinda created secret identities and the government wants to officialize them for our safety, and to use them to their advantage. Oh, and there's also Jack. Jack? Jack flowed out of Izuku. Jack Midoriya at your service? Inko jumped back, yelping. Izuku walked into the Heights Alliance. In the living room were the rest of 1A, playing games. Some of 1A looked up. Midoriya, come join us, Denki said. Midoriya heard a couple groans. I'm not sure. Izuku began walking to the stairs. Midoriya, Tenya said. It's important you engage in team building exercises. As class president, I insist you join. Izuku sighed. Fine, he walked into the living room and sat down. After half an hour of playing games, Mina began asking. So, Izuku. Oh no, here we go, Izuku thought. Do you have a crush? What? Not exactly. Hey Midobro, Eijiro said. Are you really Flatline? Everybody looked at Izuku. Izuku sighed. I knew this was happening. I've dropped that name. Midoriya, Iida said. Vigilantism is a serious crime. I know, Izuku said. But Izuku Midoriya was dead for the last 4 years. And now I've been forced to study here as a rehabilitation program. So, does that mean we don't have to worry about Flatline anymore? Denki asked. I wouldn't say that. 1A looked even more interested. Whilst I won't be Flatline anymore, I'm guessing others will take the title in my absence. So, how does your quirk work? Ochako asked. Part of it seems similar to mine. Katsuki looked over. My quirk is a copy quirk. Part of it seems similar to yours because it is yours, Izuku explained. Oh, that makes sense, Ochako said. That would be why there's so many parts. So, how does the copying work? I'll let my quirk explain itself. Jack flowed out of Izuku, shocking the rest of the class, especially Tokiyami. Sup losers. Name's Jack. I'm the world's strongest quirk. Katsuki scoffed. Jack looked at Katsuki. You want to go? Izuku beat you with 1 quirk last time? Jack looked back at the rest of 1A. Anyway, I am Izuku's quirk. I am an undead-themed, sentient copy quirk. The way I copy quirks is by rewriting Izuku's DNA when he dies to add the closest quirk to him before bringing him back to life. Class 1A went silent. Wait, Eijiro said. Your quirk requires you to die? Izuku responded. I do tend to call myself a ghost, and not just because of the powers I show off. So, how many times have you died? Denki asked. Izuku thought for a moment. 11. I've died 11 times. 11 times. Honta repeated. How have you died so many times? Is vigilantism really that dangerous? Maybe you should ask Jack, Izuku said, glaring at Jack who was whistling. I think we should end the session here, Tenya said. Izuku waited for class to start. Shota walked in and stood at the podium. Izuku Midoriya, your costume and a special sports uniform have arrived. Cool, Izuku responded. Now, students, your fight isn't over yet, Shota continued. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. Is it really the best idea to hold the sports festival right after a villain attack? Kyoka asked. Apparently the administration thinks this is a good way to show that the threat has been handled, and our school is safer than ever. Plus, they're beefing up security compared to past years. This event is a huge opportunity for all students at UA. Soon after Shota had left, the class went to follow, but other students were blocking the door. Why the heck are you all here? Ochako asked. Do you students have some sort of business with our class? They're scouting out the competition, idiots, Katsuki said. We're the class that's gotten all the attention, that survived a real villain attack. He walked up to the other students. At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Now move it, extras. You can't call people extras just because you don't know them, Iida reprimanded. So this is Class 1A, a purpled-haired boy in the crowd said. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound like an ass. Is everyone in the hero course delusional or just you? Katsuki scowled. How sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here I was forced to join a different track. Then I heard a rumor that they had let a vigilante into 1A. Consider this a declaration of war. Dude, say something, Eijiro said. It's your fault they're all hating on us. These people don't matter, Katsuki countered. The only things that's important is that I beat them. He pushed through the crowd. Damn it, I hate that was such a manly exit, Eijiro said. Izuku was called to another meeting. This time when the door opened, Toshinori and Mirio walked in. And now this is happening, Izuku thought. Toshinori and Mirio sat opposite Izuku, nobody talking. Why is everybody looking so sad? Mirio asked, breaking the tension. You looked a little worse for wear last time I saw you, Midoriya. I could say the same about you, Izuku said. What's it like being in the top 10? You gonna surpass Endeavor yet? A lot of people are saying I should have already, Mirio grinned. Midoriya. Toshinori began. First I want to say I'm so sorry. I never wanted any of this to happen. I was 4, Izuku said, looking away. What? Toshinori asked. When I gave you. He looked to Mirio. Does he know? Your injury, I was 4. What do you mean, you gave me my injury? Midoriya, you didn't. Yes I did. When it happened, that boy you sacrificed yourself to save, he was me. That was you? Tears began to fall from Izuku's eyes. But apparently the injury wasn't enough. Fate decided I had to finish the job. Toshinori thought back to their meeting. Do you think, the one responsible for your injury could ever be a hero? Why young Midoriya? You are not the one responsible. You are not the one who I said I couldn't forgive. Regardless if you didn't mean me. I'm still responsible, I still destroyed the symbol of peace. Izuku, Mirio said, I think you should know something. Mirio? Toshinori questioned. He deserves to know, Mirio said. He apparently has one for all too. Midoriya, Toshinori was always going to lose his power. It wasn't his to begin with. What? Izuku asked. Toshinori's power was called One for All. It's the combination of a quirk transferring quirk and a power stockpiling quirk. One for All was made at the dawn of quirks by a villain who went by the name All for One. He had, or has, the power to steal quirks and give those stolen quirks to others. He has hunted the users of One for All for centuries. That villain All Might fought that day, that was him. He was going to kill All Might. So, in a way, you actually saved All Might by distracting All for One. Mirio snickered. Wait, this is a lot to process. So, is One for All gone? You said I had it? Did I copy it? All Might transferred it to me. My original quirk is permeation, that is the ability to move through objects. People have theorized that my flight and lightning were alternate uses to my power, such as friction for the lightning or reversing my power for the flight, but the lightning is One for All and the flight is float, the quirk of Nanashimura, the user before All Might. Since I failed to save you I have slowly unlocked more quirks of previous users, but I'm guessing you didn't copy those. That makes sense. So I copied One for All from you, and that would be what my sparks are. The DNA Elasis said I copied 4 quirks from you, so those would be permeation, float, stockpile and transfer. Maybe One for All splitting has made my version weaker, hence why it's only sparks? Or maybe because I only have 4 of the quirks within mine, my version is only as powerful as you 4 have increased it? If you're strong enough to beat that Nomu thing, you can probably add the strength All Might has added to that, Mirio winked. But I don't have a transformation quirk like All Might. It's not a transformation quirk, Toshinori said. Remember the pool thing, I'm actually quirkless. Well, I can't wait to start teasing you in your head, Mirio said. What? Izuku asked, confused. Transfer not only stores our quirks, but our consciousnesses, Mirio explained. Eventually, you'll see the four of us in your head, but you will only be able to talk to Nanashimura and the first user, one for all himself, as living users aren't fully stored. Wait, if I have transfer? Izuku held out his hand to Toshinori. Jack flowed out of Izuku and slapped his hand away. What the hell are you thinking? I was going to give All Might the Nomu's quirks, Izuku said. The super strength and shock absorption will bring him back to his prime level strength and the regeneration should heal his injury. Those are perfect undead quirks, you can't lose them. But, young Midoriya, Toshinori said. I'm flattered but I know how much you need that regeneration, beyond themes, and you'll require those other quirks if All for One is coming for you. However, if you do happen across any quirks that don't fit your theme but would help me, I'll be happy to take them then. Deal. Jack said enthusiastically. Then how about All for One? Izuku suggested. It must be on the same level as One for All and it's not undead themed. No, Toshinori denied. I couldn't bring myself to use that quirk and if All for One is alive then he could have hundreds of quirks, that's enough to overwhelm your regeneration, it will kill you. So I just have to die near All for One and I won't come back? Izuku asked, grinning. Don't you dare, Toshinori said, I think we're done here. That evening a box was outside Izuku's room. Inside was a red version of his vigilante costume, a note and a burner phone. Izuku read the note. Izumi, this is your Flatline costume. The Hero Public Safety Commission will send a convoy to Ua tonight, you will be there. Izuku donned the costume. He then turned invisible, the costume remaining translucent. He then walked through his wall, the costume moving with him. Good, it works. He flew to the UA entrance where a limousine was pulled up. Landing, he turned visible and walked up to the limousine. The door opened. Izuku climbed in. Inside was Madam President and Taigo Takami, who was eating chicken. I'm guessing Hawks is here to keep me in line. You must really want me around if you're going to hire the number 2 hero, or is there something else between Hawks and the commission? Taigo looked to Madam and grinned. He's good. You're supposed to be good at quirk analysis, Madam said. I'm guessing that come in handy for your vigilante work. Tonight we're going to test that. We're going to set up a scenario that allows you to show off your skills, and shows us how you go about your work. Hawks will be the bait. Nah, Taigo joked. I wanted to spar with Flatline. There will be plenty of time for sparring in the future when the two of you work together. They arrived at a warehouse. This will be where Hawks gets ambushed. How do you start? First I would have gotten a request for quirk analysis by a villain or group of villains. They would give me a list of their quirks and tell me what hero they're after. Normally I would give them a scenario that gives them the best advantage against the hero that I could think of, a place nearby the hero's patrol that neutralizes the hero's quirk as much as possible whilst making their quirks as usable as possible. If I decide the hero's worth saving, I'll prioritize making my own quirks as usable as possible whilst making it seem like I'm treating it like a normal commission. A warehouse would have suited my ghost powers, but I'm not sure it's that great for a vampire. I guess we'll see. Alright. There are 2 villains for this scenario. One can teleport to any place she can see and the other can turn his body into water. Both quirks are useful against Hawks as they can avoid his feathers. Exactly, so it's up to you to save him. The weapons you have been provided are rubber, so feel free to go for the kill. You make the mistake of thinking I can't kill if I have fake weapons, Izuku sighed. Whatever, let's do this. Taigo flew into the warehouse. Izuku turned invisible and flew through the walls of the warehouse into the rafters. Taigo tried to attack the faux villains with his feathers. The woman teleported around, trying to stab Taigo whilst the man chased him. Taigo seemed to be playing with them but was slowly getting frustrated. The woman keeps trying to teleport in front of Hawks, but Hawks is moving randomly, so I just have to guess where she thinks he's going to move. Izuku threw a knife in front of Hawks right before he changed direction. It hit the woman, knocking her over. He then jumped down and pretended to lick the knife. You're paralyzed. The man stopped attack Taigo and charged for Izuku. I'm not allowed to use voice, but what about? Why can't I move? The water asked. I can paralyze anybody by drinking their blood. I guess your water form counts. Good job, Taigo said, flying over to Izuku. Can you beat me? Are you after that spar? Izuku asked. Jack, turn off the blood quirk effects. Izuku turned back to normal and the man reformed. I'm down. Let's do this. Taigo flew up. Use your ghost powers, Feathers flew at Izuku and went through him. Izuku turned invisible and flew up to Taigo. He pulled on the feathers and flew through Taigo, the feathers stabbing into him. Aw fuck. Good job. Can't wait to train you. Why would I need training if I beat you? Suddenly feathers stabbed into Izuku from behind. Shit. Because I never said we were done. Good job, Madam said, walking into the warehouse. Is there anything else before we send Izuku back to Ua? There's something I need to do, Izuku said. Taigo, go with him, Madam said. Izuku flew to his old meeting spot. He sat there for a while before a knife flew at him. He caught it. What are you doing here? Himiko asked. Where's Izumi? Izuku took off his helmet. I am Izumi. My brother, Izuku got arrested and I'm taking over as Flatline. Izumi. Himiko ran over to him. She then tried to stab him. That doesn't explain why you haven't been around. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but they've been watching me. It turns out Flatline doesn't work alone. If you want to see me more in the future, they let me go to Ua and UA said they want you to join. Wait. Ua thinks I can be a hero? The Ua Sports Festival is coming up. If you join now you can show the world you can be a hero. How do I know I can trust them? Because they don't want to upset me. If it turns out this was a trick I might decide to commit a couple war crimes. Himiko snickered. Give me blood and I'll do it. Deal. So, Hawks really is working with the commission, Nezu said. I guess we shouldn't hire him for the sports festival. Is that all, Nezu? Izuku asked. I want to know how you managed to avoid the defenses, Nezu said. I'd like to improve our defenses for the festival. I could avoid most detectors by flying over them. Others could be avoided by hiding in crowds. I also made myself intangible, just leaving parts that would leave my clothes on to not look like a human to some detectors. Thank you for the information. That will be all, Izuku. Please enjoy your week of time off and the festival. Yes, sir. Izuku got up and left Nezu's office. Everybody, get your game faces on, Iida commanded. We're entering the arena soon. Shoto walked over to Izuku. Midoriya, what? Izuku asked. From an objective standpoint, I think it's fairly clear that we're the strongest two in the class. Midoriya, know that I will beat you, Katsuki growled. Hey! Hizashi shouted over the loudspeaker. Make some noise all you rabid sports fans. The crowd cheered. Get those cameras prepped, media hordes. This year we're bringing you some of the hottest performances in sports festival history, guaranteed. I've only got one question before we start this show. Are you ready? Let me hear you scream as our students make their way to the main gate. The first years walked into the arena. This first group is not new to the spotlight, you know them from withstanding a villain attack. The dazzling class lighting up your screen with solid gold skills. The Hero Course students of Class 1A. This next group hasn't gotten nearly as much screen time, but they still have just as much talent. Welcome Hero Course Class 1B. Next up, General Classes C, D and E. Support Classes F, G and H. And finally Business Classes I, J and K. Give it up for all of UA first-year contestants. Now the introductory speech. Nomori announced from the central platform, and for the student pledge, we have Ochako Uraraka. Ochako walked up to the stand and stood behind the podium. She breathed out. I once thought I couldn't be a hero. That my quirk was too weak, that I didn't have the drive. I came to UA so they could make a hero out of me so I could help those I care about, but I was shown I already was a hero. I was shown that you don't need a powerful or flashy quirk to be a hero. You don't need to be the person who beats the bad guy to be a hero. To be a hero you just need to be willing to help, to be the one that tries to do what they can to save others. Today is the day we show we're willing to be that person, to show why we're here. To show the world what it means to be a hero. She pulled away from the podium and the audience applauded. Without further ado, it's time for us to get started, Nomori announced. This is where you begin feeling the pain. The first game of the festival. A hologram appeared behind her. It showed a scrolling picture which eventually landed on obstacle race. Tada! All contestants will compete to run 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least in this game. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart desires. The students gathered at the exit to the stadium. An obstacle race. Izuku thought. Should be pretty easy. This tunnel is clearly the first obstacle. Begin. Nomori shouted. The students ran into the tunnel as Izuku flew over them. Ice blasted through the tunnel and out both ends, freezing the students to the ground. Izuku flew through the ice and out of the tunnel, followed by Shoto and then the rest of 1A. As Izuku flew forward, he noticed robots guarding the way forward. Enemies have shown up out of nowhere, Hisashi said. I bet we're in for a treat here. Izuku turned invisible and flew through a zero-pointer. And Izuku Midoriya has completely disappeared. Compartments on the back of the zero-pointer opened, revealing missiles which shot towards Izuku. So Nezu made sensors that I can't avoid. I'm guessing those missiles are specifically designed for me. Izuku flew back around and through the zero-pointer, which was now covered in ice and was about to fall. The missiles changed course to avoid the robot and continue for Izuku. Clever. The missiles suddenly changed course and flew towards the ground. Looking down, Izuku saw himself. Shit. Izuku turned visible and flew after the missiles. Once he got close, they exploded, burning him. Fuck. He fell to the ground and began healing. Thanks. The other Izuku winked. The zero-pointer slammed into the ground. The other Izuku jumped over the carnage and continued forward. Izuku got back up and flew back past the robots and came up to a canyon full of pillars with ropes between them. Next up, it's the fall, Hisashi announced. The fake Izuku nimbly power walked along each rope as the real Izuku flew over. Izuku flew to the final zones. Izuku Midoriya makes it to the final obstacle in record time. But will flight alone be enough to avoid a minefield? To the side of the minefield were missile launchers which all fired at once, surrounding Izuku and closing in. This will hurt. I can either let them explode and take severe damage to my entire body, temporarily taking me out and possibly losing me the win, or I can destroy enough to make a path out. Losing me my voice temporarily. Option 2 is definitely better. Yeah. The crowd started murmuring about his multiple familiar quirks. He shouted, making the missiles in front of him explode as he flew through the gap. The remaining missiles changed course and flew after him again. They were catching up. These ones are faster. Jack, you're up. Right. Jack flew out towards the missiles. Once they got close, the missiles exploded. Izuku then flew towards the exit. Shoto and Katsuki chased after him, catching up to him. Deku! Katsuki yelled. Izuku pulled on some of the landmines, pulling them out of the dirt and making them fly into Shoto and Katsuki, blowing them up. Whilst the two were caught in the explosion, the fake Izuku ran past them and Ochako flew past, looking like she was about to throw up. The two ran out of the smoke and continued forth. Engines could be heard from behind as Iida had now passed the mines and was catching up. Eraserhead, just what are you teaching these students? Hisashi asked. This has nothing to do with me, Shota said. Each of them is powered by their own drive to succeed. There you have it, folks, Hisashi said. Eraserhead is a terrible teacher. I what? Shota responded. Izuku flew through the entrance to the arena. And Izuku Midoriya is the winner, Hisashi announced. Hey, it's that kid, Death Arms said. Oh yeah, he fought the sludge monster, Shinji said. Hey, Mirio, Najire said. I know that boy, apparently a lot of people do, Mirio said. 42 of you qualified to move on to the next round, Nomori said. Gird your loins and prepare for the next test, a cavalry battle. Each of you will be worth points depending on your placement in the obstacle course. Those of you at the top will suffer the most. Of course, that's something you'll hear over and over again at UA. Show us what plus ultra means. Izuku Midoriya placed first in the qualifier, he'll be worth 10 million. These are the rules that you'll abide by. The game itself will last 15 minutes. Individual point values will be added together to make your total. Everyone will know how much you're worth thanks to your headband. Swipe as many headbands as you can to raise your team's score. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up, so the more you steal, the harder it'll be to manage them. And another thing, even if your headband's stolen or your team falls down, you can keep playing until time's up. This will be rough, you can use your quirks as much as you like, but there are still rules. Make a team fall on purpose and I'll slap you with a red card. You'll be disqualified. Now you've got 15 minutes to build your team. I recommend you get started. Izuku looked around for anybody to team up with. Hey Izuku, Ochako said. Let's team up. Sure, we'll be flying around a lot, so 2 instances of zero gravity will really help, Izuku said. Oh perfect, you're still alone, and you're the star, Mei said. Team up with me, person in first place. And, you are? Izuku asked. I'm a student in the support course, Mei said. Name's Mei Hatsume. We haven't met but I'd like to use your current fame to my personal advantage. If I team up with you, then I'll be in the spotlight, part of the team that everyone's got their eye on. That means my baby will inevitably be seen by the big support companies who are tuning into the sports festival, and by that line of reasoning, this is the best way for me and my marvelous gadgets to get recruited. She opened a chest containing gadgets. The support course specializes in making special gadgets that helps heroes deal with their quirks and enhance their skills. I've brought many marvelous babies with me, so I'm sure you'll find something you like among my arsenal. You got anything that can help with flight? Mei picked up a jetpack. I based this on a certain hero's backpack. Though of course I added my own twist. Airjet, the Buster hero, right? I still need one more. Looks like Ida's teamed up with Shoto, so I'm limited on options that will improve flight. He looked around and saw Himiko. Has she still not joined a group? He walked over to her. She doesn't know I'm Izumi. You're my brother's girlfriend, Himiko Toga, right? You want to join my team? I don't know, Himiko said. You've got a lot of points. Izuku sighed. You like blood, right? I'll let you have mine. Izumi and I are twins, so it'll be like drinking his blood, right? Plus I'm sure you ran out after the first round. Himiko's face lit up. Deal. If I'm the one on top, I wouldn't be able to make the most of my permeation. Izuku crouched down with Mei to his right and Ochako to his left. Himiko climbed on top of them. She dug a tube into Izuku. 3, 2, 1. Hazashi shouted. Begin, Nomori yelled. Izuku's team shot up as the other teams ran for him. A wave of ice shot towards them and Shoto teams fused it as a ramp to fly for him. On the right, Izuku shouted. I got it. Mei yelled and pointed a gun towards Shoto. She pulled the trigger and a round shot out that unfolded into a net. Shoto shot ice towards the net, making it close around the ice. He then knocked the ice out of the way. Iida, keep going, Shoto said. Yaoyorozu, you counter the pink-haired girl. Kaminari, you take them out. I'll take the million from the rider. Be careful, Iida said. We don't know who the rider is. They flew up to Izuku's team. What the hell? Why are there 2 Midoriyas? Denki asked. Doesn't matter, Shoto said. He swung at the Izuku on top who effortlessly dodged whilst slicing his cheek with a nail. Damn it, this one's athletic. I got it, Momo yelled, creating a staff and smashing it into men's rocket boots. No. My babies, Mei yelled, the boots sputtering, causing Izuku's team's flight to become unstable. Good job. Shoto swung at the rider again. This time the Izuku pointed a red tube at him which shot red fluid over him. Oh my god, the lower Izuku said. Did you just do what I think you did? He felt a little lightheaded. Oh yeah, you totally did. You good? Ochako asked. Just give me a sec, the lower Izuku said. I need to replace all that blood. Blood? Shoto's team asked in unison. Shoto felt more cuts on his body. He wiped the blood off his face and saw himself. What? The fake Shoto kicked him, knocking him off his teammates. Todoroki. Momo yelled. Shoto shot a giant icicle at the ground, creating a pillar which he held onto to prevent from hitting the ground. I'm good. You could have kicked him whilst he was distracted by the blood, Izuku said. Shoto's team fell down to his level and he jumped back on. We've most too much altitude, we'll come back up. Several balls shot up past him. What are those? Alright, I'm good, the real Izuku said. Then I'll start drinking blood again, the Shoto on top of him said. Something's coming, Mei yelled, seeing the balls. It's small. Could be a bomb. Jack, go, the real Izuku yelled. On it. Jack popped out and flattened themselves to become a shield. What are those? The balls flew around Jack and surrounded the flying team. Seeing them up close, it was apparent they were an eye, a hand and a mouth. The big million, Setsuna said. We were told to focus on the lesser competition, but with my team being frozen, I see no harm in splitting my attention a bit. She sent the hand in, which Himiko kept dodging. This quirk. It's another perfect one. Jack flew up to the real Izuku and enveloped him. Damn it, Jack. The real Izuku yelled, punching Jack. He felt his body beginning to float forward. Boys, Setsuna said. There's plenty of me to go around. She winked. Of course, I'm not complaining. She looked towards the fake Izuku. You are quite cute. The eye flew around the fake Izuku. This body, the fake Izuku thought. It's the same as Azumi's. The fake Izuku's face darkened. They stopped and grabbed the eye and squeezed. Arg. The mouth screamed. Stop. I'm sorry. The mouth and hand retreated. Jack flew the real Izuku back to his team and flew into him. You good? Both Izukus asked each other. Will she be okay? Ochako asked, looking at the sludge flowing from the fake Izuku's clenched hand. She better not be, the fake Izuku said. The flying team heard explosions coming for them. Deku, Katsuki yelled. You here for a rematch? The real Izuku asked. Die? Katsuki created a massive explosion, centered on the real Izuku. Izuku coughed. I knew you wanted me to kill myself, but I didn't know you wanted me dead so much you were willing to show the world. Katsuki said before the real Izuku punched him in the stomach before the fake one kicked him in the face, making him fall back down to his team who caught him. Another ice ramp was created. Fuck this, the real Izuku said. Yeah, the ice ramp shattered. The game's almost over, Hizashi announced. Damn it, Shoto said, ice building on his body. He created another ramp. Fire erupted from his left side, giving his team a speed boost as they shot up the ramp. Midoriya. Katsuki flew up too. Deku. Jack. The real Izuku yelled as Jack flowed out of him and blocked a wave of explosions and fire. Wait, why am I using my fire? Shoto thought. Time's up, Hizashi announced. Shoto brought Izuku to a separate exit of the arena from the ones everybody else was using. The two stared at each other. You wanted something? Izuku asked. I assume you're the real Midoriya, right? Shoto asked. Yep, Izuku said. Good, Shoto took a deep breath. I was overwhelmed. And it made me break a promise from a long time ago. You're fire, right? I've seen power like yours before. I knew I needed to go further than I was. Your power, it's the same as Lemillion's. Midoriya, tell me, are you secretly Lemillion's brother or something? What? No, Izuku said. I told you, I've got a copy quirk. You said that, but I find it hard to believe you could have died next to somebody stronger than All Might was. And either way, it means you share his power. My father is the #1 hero, and Lemillion should have that title, so regardless of how you are related to him, I have even more reason to beat you and to do it with my right side alone. My old man is ambitious, he used his power to make a name for himself, to be a hero. But he was never able to best All Might, so the symbol of peace was living proof of his failure. He kept at it though, trying to take down All Might, one way or another. Midoriya, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? They became a problem in the first few generations after superpowers became widespread. There were those who sought out potential mates solely with the intent of creating powerful children. Many people were forced into relationships, they were simply viewed as old-fashioned arranged marriages. But clearly, it was unethical. My father not only has a rich history of accomplishments, but plenty of money to throw at his problems. He bought my mother's relatives to get his hands on my quirk. And now he's raising me to be his successor. It's so annoying. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag. In every memory of my mother, I only see her crying. I remember she called my left side unbearable, before she poured boiling water on my face. The reason I picked a fight with you was to show my old man that I knew what I was doing, without having to rely on his damned fire quirk. You see, I'm going to show him that I reject his power, and I can take first place without using it. No, you can't. What? I'm essentially immune to physical attacks with my permeation and shock absorption. Your ice will never be enough. Your weakness is non-physical attacks, that's what you told me. Well, I've been through hell, don't blame me when it freezes. You're going to use cold damage? You know ghosts have a cold affinity, right? They do, don't they? Izuku had Shota accompany him to the infirmary. Inside he saw a green-haired girl with a bandage over her eye. Setsuna saw him and instantly looked more scared. Don't worry, I'm the other Izuku, Izuku said. She breathed out. She then grinned and flopped onto her bed. There's a reason you've decided to accompany a sexy girl like me to bed. Shota walked into the infirmary and rose an eyebrow. Anyway, Izuku said, I wanted to pay for your eye transplant. Midoriya, there's no way you can afford that, Shota said. He pulled out his phone. That costs 450,000 yen. My old costume cost 3 times that amount, Izuku said. What? Setsuna and Shota asked in unison. Vig, Izuku said before stopping. My old job paid well. Well, no wonder you're so forward just walking into my room and promising to pay off my bills, Setsuna ginned. Child support is nothing to you. But, don't bother, my quirk comes with a healing factor. I'll have my eye back in no time. I'll still take that 450,000 yen as compensation for emotional stress though. 100,000, I'll send it to the 1B dorms. Deal. Why am I here? Shota asked. Jack likes her quirk, Izuku said. He won't even try anything around you. I see, I don't, Setsuna said, covering her remaining eye. Everybody come up and draw lots to see who you're up against, Nomori said. Then enjoy the pleasure of the recreational games before we start. The 16 finalists have the opportunity to compete in those games or enjoy sitting out to prepare for battle. I'm sure you all want to conserve your stamina. I'll start with the first place team. Excuse me. Mashirao raised his hand. Sorry, but I'm withdrawing. It just wouldn't be right. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the end of it. I think it was that guy's quirk. He looked at Hitoshi. I know this is a great opportunity. I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me. Everybody gave it their all in round 2, but I was just somebody's puppet. No way, I don't want to advance if I don't even know how I got here. It wouldn't be fair. Niranjeki Shota from Class 1B, Niranjeki said. I think I should withdraw for the exact same reason. Regardless of how strong I am. This isn't how I wanted to get here. It would go against the values of the festival to advance without earning my spot. This type of talking is very naive, my boys. Nomori shouted. It turns me on. Shota, Ojiro, you're withdrawn. Did she say it turns her on? Everybody thought. Don't worry, Yuga said. I'll win it for you. Now let's see, Nomori said. We'll have to move up 2 students from the 5th place cavalry team so we have enough contestants. We were frozen most of the time, Itsuka said. Honestly, we barely did anything in the cavalry battle, besides Setsuna, but she's unable to fight at the moment. Isn't that right? Kink confirmed. You should choose from the group that kept fighting the whole time, Kendo continued. Team Tetsu. Kendo, Tetsu said. I'm not doing this as a favor, it's just fair. Seriously, you guys. Thank you. The brackets came on the screen. That is you, right? Hitoshi asked. Izuku Midoriya. A pleasure, so you're excited? Mashirao's tail shoved itself into Izuku's face. Not so fast, Hitoshi grinned and walked away. There a problem? Izuku asked. You can't say a word to him? What is this quirk? I find it enticing. A right audience, Hizashi yelled. Let's cut to the good stuff and not delay these finals any longer. Welcome our first fighters. He's got more experience than anybody else. It's Izuku Midoriya from the Hero Course versus Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies, who really hasn't done anything to stand out yet. The rules are simple, immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. You can also win by getting the other person to forfeit. Bring out the injuries because we've got our very own recovery girl waiting on standby. So put your morals aside and don't be afraid to play dirty. But don't take your opponent's life, folks, it's not allowed. Heroes use their powers to throw villains in jail, folks, not kill them. Izuku's eye twitched. So you can just give up, right? Hitsushi asked. This is really a test of spirit. That monkey was talking about his pride earlier. Ready. Begin. But I just think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that. Izuku walked forward, unfazed. You're the vigilante, right? Your powers give it away, Hitoshi asked. Izuku stopped. Present Mike said a real hero never kills a villain. So why are you here if you failed before you even reached the gate? Izuku tilted his head and smirked. He continued walking forwards. And now you've forced my hand. Izuku Midoriya is Flatline. The crowd started murmuring, then shouting. Didn't he crush that girl's eye? One audience member asked. He's a villain, a second yelled. You son of a... Izuku suddenly stopped. Turn around and walk out of the ring. His quirk, it's mind control. Jack flowed out of Izuku and tried to suffocate him, knocking him to the ground. Izuku got up and pulled Jack off. Goddammit, Jack. Stop, I swear I'll get you erased. Jack, was it? Hisashi asked. What are you? His quirk seems pretty lame. I'm the best damn quirk you've. Jack stopped. Get your owner out of the ring, Hitoshi commanded. Shit, Izuku said as Izuku began to fall through the floor before shooting back up. Izuku put his hand before him and used stockpile to create a shockwave which slammed him into the ground. A cloud of dust surrounded him and he shot out of it before pushing Hitoshi out of the ring. Jack then pushed them further out so that Izuku was now out. Hitoshi Shinso was out of the ring. First, Izuku Midoriya wins, Nomori announced. The crowd booed. Why is a vigilante even here? A third asked. He should be thrown in prison, a fourth yelled. When the dust settled, a crater was revealed where Izuku was. The crowd collectively gasped. How is he that powerful? A fifth asked. He could kill us all, a sixth yelled. Enough. Shota yelled. The fact that Izuku Midoriya is even here shows his drive to be a hero. You've seen a fraction of his power. If he didn't want to be here, nobody could stop him. He's here to make amends, to be the hero he couldn't be before. You've got a pretty good quirk, Izuku said. I can't wait to see you as a hero. Of course, Midoriya won, Shoto thought. He rounded a corner and saw Enji. What do you want? You're acting disgracefully, Shoto, Enji said. If you had simply used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in the first 2 rounds. It's time to stop this childish rebellion of yours. You have a duty to surpass me. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece. Is that all you have to say to me, you bastard? I'll win this match and advance using only Mom's quirk. I won't give you the pleasure of seeing me use yours. Even if that works for you in this tournament, you'll soon find the limits of that power. Izuku stared down Jack in one of the corridors that led from the waiting zone to the contestant entrances. You cannot just try and kill me. It hinders me from being a hero and can have serious mental ramifications on witnesses. I know you like undead quirks, but we can't continue like this. Then how about a compromise? Such as what I did with the Nomu. I activated all quirks at once at 100%. I did the same thing to get Dark Shadow, but without your regeneration. It's like the king of all undead powers, like Grim Reaper. Alright. When we fight an enemy you want the quirk of, you may use Reaper, but you can't use it against anybody innocent, and if dying won't result in civilian casualties, you can turn off regeneration as well. Deal. Suddenly Enji rounded the corner. Ah, I was looking for you. What? Izuku asked. I watched your fight against the brainwashing guy and watched you in the other events when Shoto was close to you. Your power is pretty impressive. The powers of a ghost is how I believe it's explained. Flight, Banshee screams. The ability to move objects and you can create massive shockwaves and take enormous amounts of damage, too. It reminds me of another quirk. You seem to have a lot in common with Lemillion. If my Shoto is to become the #1 hero, he must surpass Lemillion. And his match with you will be a good testing ground for how much training he has left. I know your body count. Hit him hard, and don't disgrace yourself or him by holding back. That's all I wanted to say. I apologize for bothering you. Endeavor, I am not Lemillion, and Shoto is not you. He may be your son, but he isn't you. There are 2 villains in this room, so the Reaper is watching us and we won't heal. What the hell does? Blood poured out of Izuku's body. His throat ruptured open and billowed fire, scorching him. Kid? Enji rushed over to Izuku. He quickly looked around for a fire extinguisher. Enough standing around. Hisashi yelled. Let's welcome to the ring our next players. He's got skills but at the cost of some really creepy looking elbows. From the hero course, it's Honta Zero. That wasn't called for, Honta said. Versus an early frontrunner in the competition who's way too strong for his own good. Hisashi continued. Someone who rightfully got into the hero course based on recommendations. It's Shoto Todoroki. Where's my father? Shoto thought. And now for the second match of the finals. Let's begin. Honta quickly shot out his tape and wrapped Shoto up. He spun around, sending Shoto towards the edge. Apologies, Shoto said. Ice shoots out from him towards Honta, creating an iceberg. Don't you think you went overboard? Hanta asked, encased in ice. Tell the truth, Zero, Nomori said. Can you move at all? Are you kidding? Obviously not, Hanta said. My body is freezing. Zero has been immobilized, Nomori announced. Todoroki advances to the second round. Sorry, it was a bit much, Shoto said. I was angry is all. The great creator, Hizashi introduced. She got in thanks to recommendations, and I think we can all see why. From Class 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. Versus, where has she been the other rounds? The doppelganger of Class 1E, Himiko Toga. The two stood on the platform, staring at each other. Momo took her jacket off. I don't remember seeing this girl in either event. Momo thought. I don't know what her quirk is. Begin. Hizashi yelled. Momo created a staff and shield. Himiko sprinted forward. Himiko jumped up onto Momo's shield, pressing her down. Momo swung her staff at Himiko. Himiko backflipped over the staff, landing back on the shield, and pressing Momo to the ground. Momo rolled out from under Himiko before swiping at Himiko with her staff. Momo's shield charged Himiko, who swept at Momo's legs. Momo jumped over Himiko's leg and shield bashed her before continuing with her staff. Himiko grabbed Momo's leg and flipped her over before standing on both of Momo's arms. A staff popped out of Momo's stomach, knocking Himiko off. Momo threw her shield at Himiko, who flipped back over it. Momo then wiped blood off her arms and dual-wielded her staffs before running towards Himiko. Himiko jumped up and tried to kick Momo. Momo blocked Himiko with her staffs and pushed back. Himiko flipped back and Momo stopped. Himiko is out of bounds, Nomori announced. Yaoyorozu advances to the next round. Momo walked over to Himiko and held her hand out. Good job. I'm guessing this scenario wasn't the best for your quirk. Himiko took Momo's hand. Yeah, but I showed off my quirk a bit earlier on. And I can show it off more explicitly now. What do you mean? Momo asked. Himiko let go of Momo's hand and licked her own hand, turning into Momo. What? Oh, you were the second Midoriya. Yep, Himiko said. Himiko Toga, nice to meet ya. Izuku woke up and saw a cane swing down into his face. Ow, he sprung up. Why? You killed yourself in front of the number 1 hero, Shio said. Worth it? No. You're lucky there was a lot of ice to melt and your regeneration meant that you quickly recovered. If you had been unavailable for your next match, it would come out that the number 1 hero attacked a hero student, regardless of if it's true. I would just admit that I did it. So when's my next match? Your match is after the next one. I'd get ready if I were you. The 8th and final match of the first round, Hizashi announced. He was kind of a hot shot during school. And just look at that determined face. From the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. Versus, the one I'm personally rooting for, also from Class 1A, Ochako Uraraka. You're the one who screws around with gravity, right, Pink Cheeks? Katsuki asked. Pink Cheeks? Ochako asked. Well, if you're going to give up, do it now. 'Cause I'm not going to hold anything back. Let the 8th match begin. Hizashi yelled. Ochako sprinted forward. Giving up isn't an option for me. And now you die. Katsuki moved his right arm back, readied for an explosion. When Ochako got close, Katsuki threw an explosive right hook. Ochako led over the explosion, continuing forwards towards Katsuki. Katsuki threw a left hook directly at her, sending her back. You should have dropped out of the match. Katsuki noticed her uniform coming through the smoke. There's no way you can beat me. He slammed the shape to the ground with an explosion before noticing it was just her jacket. Ochako ran out of the smoke behind him. He spun round and blew her back. She quickly regained her stance and ran back in. As soon as she noticed his shadow through the smoke, she reached out and touched it, right as he exploded, sending them both back. Yes. I did it. I removed your gravity. Ochako cheered. Katsuki turned his palm away from her and blasted forward. He dug into the concrete and sent a debris-filled explosion at her. He then used miniature explosions to stay in place. Using the smoke as more cover, she ran behind him and tried to kick him out of the ring, but he spun whilst exploding, essentially creating a wall of fire that kept him in the middle of the ring and kept her away. After several more explosions, the crowd began speaking out. Hey, shouldn't one of the teachers step in? Another explosion shouted. This is shameful, a hero in the crowd said. Listen, kid, you really want to be a hero? Then stop acting like a bully. If you're so good, then just send her out of bounds. Another explosion. Stop toying with the girl and end this match. The audience started booing. Where is the man who started this uproar? Shota asked. Are you a pro? Because if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career. Bakugo's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows she deserves it to have made it this far, so he's making sure he does whatever it takes to keep her at bay and come out on top. Katsuki grinned. We're not finished. She's still standing, she's not dead yet. Ochako put her fingertips together. Release, she said under her breath. The rubble their fight had created flew down in a makeshift meteor shower. I should stay away, it's too dangerous under that storm. If he weathers it, he'll be worse for wear. If he defends, he'll lose his stability. I've won. Katsuki held up both hands and created an enormous explosion with all his remaining sweat, sending all the debris out of the stadium. When the smoke cleared, Katsuki was about to fly out of bounds and Ochako was laying over the line. She slowly stood and took a step forward before collapsing. I can still win this. I can still fight. She crawled forward. Uraraka is out of bounds, Nomori said. What? Ochako looked back to see her foot over the line. But I still need to prove I can be a hero. She fell unconscious. Katsuki Bakugo moves on, Nomori finished. I can feel the anticipation in the stadium. Hizashi yelled. And that's because the second round's first match is gonna be epic. It's the guy who won the last fight by a landslide and literally left half the audience frozen. The hero course's Shoto Todoroki. The crowd cheered. And the vigilante who will fight anyone, even his own quirk. Also from the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd booed. Both of these contestants have been frontrunners in the previous competitions. But which of these rivals will continue to the next round? Midoriya versus Todoroki, begin. A wave of ice shot at Izuku, who waved his arm as soon as it reached him, shattering it and sending shards of ice back at Shoto. Shoto created a wall of ice behind him to stop him from going out of bounds whilst he covered his face. Shoto took a deep breath and created an iceberg. That should produce plenty of cold damage. He'll need to use one of his stronger quirks to get out, and combining that with the cold should exponentiate the damage. It should at least slow him down. A bright green tinge appeared in the ice. Is he using his sparks? No. This pattern looks different. Steam began to billow out of the ice. Then cracks appeared and it shattered. When the steam dispersed, Izuku was standing there, clothing singed. You know, I have to say your father's quirk and yours are very different, Izuku said. What? Did you notice your father was missing? Izuku waved at Enji. I decided he could do with a little trauma, and I wanted to be immune to your ice. I gotta say, despite you being sure that your quirk is his, my right side can't make any ice, just fire. Can your right side make fire? Shoto growled. He sent another wave of ice at Izuku. Izuku stood still as the ice went through him. I told you, I'm immune to ice. You're never going to win with it. Use your quirk, fucker. It's his quirk, I'm not going to use it. Hey Jack, if I copy Shoto's quirk, would I be able to produce more fire with my right side than my left? Jack flew out of Izuku. Yeah. If you copy multiple fire quirks, the effect would stack. But a lesser ice quirk would fit the ghost theme better. My mother has a weak ice quirk. Shoto sent another wave of ice. Probably shouldn't have said that, Izuku said. And what if I copy Endeavor's quirk again? You can't copy the same quirk multiple times. You would have to transfer the original first. So, in other words, it's Nothis quirk. I'm here because I want to be a hero. You say you want to win, but you are deliberately handicapping yourself. Do you want to be a hero or not? What will you do when you can't use your ice in the field? What will you do when you're fighting a villain immune to ice? When somebody is dying of hypothermia? Why are you here? Are you here for him? Don't you want to be a hero? Do I want to be a hero? Shoto looked at his hands. His right side was encased in ice. Why haven't I forfeited? Shoto remembered when he was a child. Yes, that's right, the All Might on the TV said. Children often inherit quirks from their parents or develop similar power sets. But the most important thing to remember is that a quirk is what you make of it, regardless of your history. You'll decide how you use it. That's what I mean when I say, I am here. Only you can decide to become a hero, no one else. Take this to heart, kids. You got it. Honey, you still do want to be a hero, don't you? Red asked. Just remember, stay true to yourself. You are not a prisoner of your lineage, it's okay to use your power, to become who you want to be. I didn't realize how much I'd forgotten. Steam appeared on Shoto's body, followed by fire. You're helping your opponent. You fool. Now which one of us is handicapping themselves? I wanted to, I want to be a hero. Yes, Shoto, Enji roared. Have you finally accepted your purpose? That's it, very good. This is the dawn of a new era for us. With my blood in your veins, you'll surpass me. You'll live up to the reason I created you. Shut up, you old fucker, Izuku yelled. Now, Shoto, let's have a real fight, he grinned. Why are you smiling? Shoto asked. You're weak to fire, right? Don't blame me for what happens next. Ice appeared from his right as his left side's flame erupted even brighter. Izuku flew up as Shoto sent a firestorm at him. We need to stop them, Midnight, Cementos yelled, reforming the concrete to create a barrier between them. Nomori ripped her sleeve, pouring her sleeping gas over the field. Yeah! Izuku screamed, disturbing the storm which quickly began reforming. Izuku then turned invisible. Izuku flew down, his speed creating a sonic boom and dispersing the fire more. He pulled back a fist and punched the concrete which had now almost completely covered Shoto. An enormous explosion erupted throughout the stadium. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was lying in the center, unmoving. Shoto was flying over the edge of the platform. Between him and Izuku was a slab of ice which he seemingly had tried to stop himself with, but instead, it had acted as a ramp, a sharp ramp which noticeably had blood on it. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds and Izuku Midoriya is uncon. Izuku raised slightly before it fell again. Izuku Midoriya is conscious. Midoriya moves on to the semifinals. Izuku fell unconscious. Abara made a cage of vines around herself. Recipro burst. Tenya yelled as he sprinted for the vines. He shot through the vines, but Abara wasn't there. In his confusion he tripped over Abara and spun out of the ring. Tenya Iida is out of bounds. Nimori announced. Abara Shiozaki moves on to the semifinals. Izuku woke up, and he blocked the cane. I died, didn't I? Yes, you did, Chio yelled. At this rate, you'll overwork your regeneration in no time. Don't you dare die in any further matches. Momo created a shield and staff. Mina threw gobs of acid at her, which Momo blocked with her shield. Mina began sliding around on her acid as Momo waited. When Mina got too close to the edge, Momo threw her staff, which knocked Mina over the edge. Ah, ow, Mina said as she got hit by the staff and fell over. Sorry, Momo apologized. Mina Ashido is out of bounds. Nimori announced. Yaoyorozu moves on to the semifinals. And now for the first round of the semifinals. Hazashi announced. Izuku Midoriya vs Abara Shiozaki. How could think about being a hero? Abara asked. Izuku responded. Our hero is somebody who saves lives. You are a murderer. I'm here to make amends, Izuku said. Do you think people can't be forgiven? She thought for a second. She then realized he wasn't where he was before. Wait, what? She looked around and couldn't see him. Where are you, sinner? Vines rose out of the ground around her. The vines suddenly shot inwards and wrapped around her. What? Why have my own vines forsaken me? What have I done to deserve this? Sorry about that. That was me, Izuku said, still invisible, his voice resonating from above her. Abara, can you move? Nimori asked. Abara tried to break free, but then she felt the vines press in harder. Hugs, Izuku said, turning visible, revealing he was holding the vines against her. He whispered, you move and I burn your vines. I surrender, Abara declared. Shiozaki is unable to continue, Nomori announced. Midoriya moves on to the finals. You're the Antichrist, Abara declared before walking off. And for the other round of the semifinals, Katsuki Bakugo vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo was halfway through making her regular weapons before being blasted back by an explosion. She finished making them and got up. All right, I'm ready. Momo Yaoyorozu is out of bounds, Nomori announced. What? Momo looked down, noticing she was standing on the line. Bakugo moves on to the finals. Momo dropped her staff and shield. She hung her head in shame. I lost. I didn't even do anything. Welcome to the final battle of the UA Sports Festival for the first years. In just a moment, we'll see which first years come out on top. Yes, it all comes down to this. Folks. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd booed. Versus his classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd was mixed with boos and cheers. Damn, the audience isn't happy about the two of us being the finalists, Izuku said. Now, begin. Hizashi yelled. Sir. Izuku began saying before an explosion cut him off. Don't you dare. Katsuki roared. I'm going to show everybody which of us is the best. You don't get to forfeit for some sick joke. But I beat you already, Izuku pointed out. We already know who would win between us. I underestimated you. Katsuki threw an explosive punch at Izuku. That won't happen again. Fine, Izuku said. Have it your way. Jack, activate all my ghost abilities at 100%. Izuku began to float, and then the dirt and loose debris began to float with him. Sparks crackled around him. He turned invisible. Finally, pain shot through his throat as his mouth was forced open and a huge scream of agony sounded onto Katsuki, sending him flying back. Katsuki tried to explode back into position, but he could feel his skin shredding and blood seeping out of him. Damn it. Fuck. 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 Katsuki flew back. No. Not like this. Once he was out of the cone of influence, he shot his arms up and created the largest explosion he could, canceling out the scream. He then looked around, trying to spot where Izuku had gone before feeling a fist slam into him from underneath. He came through the floor. He stood back up and readied an explosion at the ground below him. He noticed the rubble on the ground move and exploded the area, sending him and Izuku flying apart. Izuku turned visible again and coughed. All right, now I can see you. Katsuki Bakugo is out of bounds, Nomori announced. What? Katsuki looked down. No, fuck, shit, damn it, an out of bounds rule is so fucking bullshit. I can still fight. Let us continue. No, Nomori said. The rules were stated at the start. Going out of bounds is a forfeit. Izuku Midoriya wins. Izuku got up, his neck healing. You did well, he said. You adapted to the fight. Fuck off. This means nothing. Katsuki yelled. We will have a real fight and I will show you. The first year students have completed all the events for the UA Sports Festival, Nomori announced. Now it's time to relax and enjoy the awards ceremony. A platform rose with Momo and Ibara on one column, Bakugo strapped to a second, larger column and Izuku standing on the largest column in the center. Bakugo looked pissed and was trying to break free. Izuku scanned the first years. Where's Iida? And now, to deliver the awards, the #1 hero. Nomori continued and Enji flew down. Endeavor. Enji groaned. I accepted this job because I expected to be giving Shoto the first place medal. He picked up the third place medals. He placed one around Ibara's neck. You're weak to flames, work on that. Okay. Ibara responded. Enji then put the second around Momo's neck. You were a recommendation student. That means you should be on Shoto's level. Next time get second place and he'll get first. Yes sir. Momo responded, confused. Didn't I place above Shoto? Would I never have made it if I was up against him? Is he that much better than me? Does that mean I shouldn't have gotten a recommendation? Next Enji grabbed the second place medal and put it around Katsuki's neck. You were never going to get first place. Knock it off. Finally, he grabbed the first place medal and put it around Izuku's neck. Thank you for getting Shoto to use his fire. He clearly hasn't trained enough with it as his skill isn't on the same level as his ice. I could help with that, Izuku said. Do you have any fire abilities? My brother does. Whatever. Shota called Minoru to a meeting. Mineta, you have not shown significant improvement since the quirk apprehension test. Additionally, I have received numerous complaints about your behavior, most of which can get you arrested for sexual assault charges. Then you were surpassed by 3 students who were not part of the hero course in the sports festival. I'm sorry, but until you improve on both your ability and your behavior, you will no longer be part of the hero course, and if I get one more complaint, you will not be part of UA. We will determine which general studies student will take your place and then the two of you will switch rooms. That is all. Brother, Tenya yelled. sliding open the door to Tensai's hospital room. The anesthesia's worn off, but he's still in and out, a nurse said. If the surgery happened any later, he might not have made it. Little brother, is that you? Tensai asked. Tensai, you're gonna be fine? Tears fell from Tenya's eyes. Sorry, I'm supposed to be someone you can look up to and respect, but look at me. Tenya, little brother. I'm so sorry, I failed you. Tensai. Ever since that day, I thought the sight of me would cause my mother nothing but pain. So I never visited. Shoto thought, walking into his mother's mental hospital. But we will always be bound to each other, by blood, by our history with my father. He stood in front of her door. That's why, if I'm ever going to use this body and these powers to become a hero. He reached for the handle. If I'm going to give it everything I have, he sighed and slid open the door. If I'm going to become the hero I want to be, I need to see her. There's so much we need to talk about. Ray was sitting on a chair, looking out the opposite window. Hello, Mum. Ray turned around. I'll rescue her from this place. No matter what. That's my first step to getting back on track. Cameras flashed in Izuku's face at the entrance to UA. The questions from the reporters were too numerous to answer. Are you really Flatline? One asked. I was, Izuku answered. Why did you join UA? To become a hero. Why have there been reports of Flatline despite you retiring? I don't know. What is your quirk? I'm a ghost. I think Izuku's answered enough questions, Nezu said, walking out of the security gate. He will be entering now. He has classes soon. Izuku walked into UA where he saw Tenya. So, Iida. If it's about my brother, you don't have you worry, Tenya said. I'm sorry if I made you worry. Your brother? Did something happen? Do you not know? I was not with the rest of the class during the sports festival. Well, he was attacked on duty. He was injured by the hero killer. Tenya walked off. Izuku stood still. Why did Stain go after Ingenium? Why did he let him live? Is this about me? Morning, Shota said, sliding open the door and no longer wearing bandages. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa, 1A chanted. We have a big class today, on hero informatics. Shota paused to torment the students. You need code names. Time to pick your hero identities. This is related to the pro hero draft picks. Normally, students don't have to worry about the draft yet. Not until their second or third year, actually, but your class is different. In fact, by extending offers to first years like you, pros are essentially investing in your potential. Any offers can be rescinded if their interest in you dies down before graduation, though. Now, here are the totals for those of you who got offers. He pressed a button on a remote and a hologram appeared. A list appeared that read, Shoto Todoroki, 4123, Katsuki Bakugo, 3556, Momo Yaoyorozu, 360, Denki Kaminari, 272, Tenya Iida, 108, Eijiro Kirishima, 68, Ochako Uraraka, 20, Honta Siro, 14, Izuku Midoriya, 10. In the past years it's been more spread out. But there's a pretty big gap this time. Despite these results, you'll all be interning with pros, got it? Even those of you who didn't get any offers. Izuku looked over his list of offers. At the top was Hawks. I'm probably obligated to join him. Shota continued. For this you'll need hero names. These names are likely to change later, but take them seriously, or... The door slid open. There'll be hell to pay later, Nomori said, walking in. What you pick today could be your codename for life. You better be careful, or you'll be stuck with something utterly indecent. Yeah, she's got a good point. Midnight is going to have final approval over your names. It's not my forte. The name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and show what kind of hero you want to be in the future. A codename tells people exactly what you represent. Take All Might, for example. Now students, who wants to go first? Izuku stood up and walked to the front before even Yuga stood. He held up his whiteboard which read, Lifeline. It's a switch on my old codename. Does it suffice? Sounds good, Nomori said. Sweet. Izuku put down the whiteboard. Then I'm leaving. He exited the room. Is he allowed to do that? Nomori asked, before looking to Shota who was still asleep. Whatever. Can I present now? Yuga asked. Nomori sighed. Yeah, go ahead. Izuku walked into Ryo's office. I'm here for a therapy session. Midoriya. Ryo looked up. There's lots to talk about. I'd like to start by seeing how much your quirk is affecting your emotions. Jack, was it? Could you turn off your emotional manipulation? Jack flowed out of Izuku. I wouldn't suggest that. Just for a bit. Izuku started to feel fear. He felt a pounding in his chest. His throat became sore and his mouth dried up. He began to sweat and his eyes started to water. He started feeling dizzy and nauseous and he began to shake, almost falling over. Midoriya. Are you okay? Izuku felt like he couldn't breathe. His vision narrowed. Izuku then started hyperventilating. Izuku collapsed. Jack. Bring him back. What? Control his emotions. He's having a panic attack. Ryo ran to his sink and filled a cup of water. Izuku felt his fear begin to subside. His breathing calmed down and his heart returned to normal. His vision returned to normal and he saw a cup in front of him. Please, have a drink. Izuku did as told. I told you, Ryo growled. No, you think you're helping. Izuku has gone through his life without having to deal with emotions. You've been forcing him to bottle them up and when the gates open, the water floods. His brain has not been allowed to learn how to handle emotion and when you're not holding them back, his brain has to deal with them all at once. Ryo sighed. Can we continue, Izuku? Why yes, sir, Izuku said. How about something else? Your trust issues. The government wants to use them, which is a whole other problem. But not even your girlfriend knows who you are. When I first met her she killed me, so I wasn't exactly willing to let her know and I used the fact that some of my powers don't work with others, instead falling into themed categories to create a new persona. Since then I've feared what will happen if I tell her the truth. If you show her the real you, should you not be with somebody who loves you for you? If she loves you, wouldn't she stay? Maybe, but, knowing her, she might try to kill me. That's another thing, your relation with dying. I know you're technically immortal, but, it's still not healthy. Yes, Hound Dog, this is midnight. I'd like to suggest another session with Katsuki Bakugo. He tried to call himself King Explosion Murder, and when told it wasn't appropriate he tried Lord Explosion Murder instead, as if the king part was the problem. Izuku snickered. Ryo sighed. I'll write it down. He hung up the phone. Sorry. Let's end this here. That night Izuku put on casual clothes and snuck outside Himiko's window. He knocked and Himiko opened the window for him. How's the university life been treating you? She sighed. I'm not in the hero courses, so it's pretty boring. At least when I studied with you I got blood. By the way, you owe me blood. For the final exams, I and another student will be tested to see if we can get the new slot in the hero course that opened up. Well, I'm sure you'll win. The other student is that guy my brother beat, right? Don't you just not have to say anything to beat him? Yeah, she grinned. I should have this easy. Well, you want to trade blood? Of course. Izuku held out his arm. By the way, I think I'm going to meet Stain again soon. I'm going to challenge him and the loser will retire. Why? She asked, before stabbing him. I think he's lost sight of his goals. He's attacking good heroes. He might have a reason I don't know about, and I'll be sure to ask. But also I just want to fight him. Also, apparently, Ida's interning at Hosu and I'll be damned if Stain kills a student. Well, I'll be rooting for him. She slurped some blood and turned into him. Then we will have more time to spend together. Himiko, there's something you should know. What? Izuku sighed. Never mind, I'm sorry. When the rest of 1A left for the train station Izuku stayed behind and waited for his limousine. When he got in, it brought him to Tokyo where Keigo flew down to him. You ready to be free as a bird in a cage? A classmate Iida Tenya is going after the hero killer. His brother was attacked and now he's chosen a small agency in Hosu to intern with. Well, Hosu is just west of Tokyo so we can start by working on your flight speed and keep an eye on Hosu. Try to catch me. Keigo flew off. Izuku quickly followed. I was wondering what that shadow of yours is capable of. Keigo flew around Izuku. If it is capable of flying, can it act as another form of flight? If so, would it make you faster? Jack flowed out of Izuku. I usually just control his other quirks. But I guess we could try that. Jack engulfed Izuku and pushed him with Izuku's movement, making Izuku faster, almost enough to catch Keigo. Izuku thought, if you can push me like this, Jack, could you puppet my body? Could you make me react to things behind me or something? Let's try. Right as Keigo flew behind Izuku, Izuku's arm shot back and grabbed Keigo. I win, Izuku said. Good job, Keigo congratulated. Now that we've improved your flight, can you list your quirks and which identity has which? I got this, Jack said. Lantern consists of fire breathe, half hot and hellflame. Vampire consists of blood curdle and transform. Ghost consists of telekinesis, float, permeation, voice, zero gravity, invisibility and half cold. And that leaves our other quirks, most of which are passive abilities. Jack, that's me. Stockpile, transfer, regeneration, shock absorption, super strength, and dark shadow. There's quite a difference in the number of powers. Well, let's go through the list and improve each as much as possible. Not transfer, Keigo sighed. That's a shame. I would have liked some free quirks and I would have given you fierce wings as a trade. Angels aren't undead, we don't want wings. Well, maybe you don't, Izuku said. I think we would look awesome if Grim Reaper included fierce wings. We could even call it Angel of Death to fit what you like. If we find a quirk we don't want, we'll give it to you in exchange. Alright. Let's start training, Keigo said. Several days later, Izuku and Keigo were eating fried chicken when a report about an attack in Hosu came over Keigo's radio. Izuku quickly put on your Flatline costume. Something's happening in Hosu. Izuku dropped his chicken and flew straight for his briefcases. A minute later he was back with Keigo. Let's go. Full speed. The two flew as fast as they could towards Hosu. When they got there, several Nomu were fighting heroes. Hawks. These are Nomu. Like from the USJ attack? Keigo shot feathers towards the closest Nomu, stabbing into it. It turned and ran for Keigo. Keigo dodged and shot feathers at the Nomu's back. Izuku threw knives at the Nomu's exposed brain. The Nomu fell down. The knives slowly got pushed out of the brain matter. It's healing. We need to overpower that ability. He looked at the button on his left glove. I can take it out and give myself a second dose of Nomu quirks. What's going on? Manuel asked, running onto the scene. Izuku looked back. Manuel? He's the hero Iida's interning with. Wait, where is Iida? Shit. These things need overwhelming force to be taken out. Izuku flew past Manuel, through buildings to quickly see in alleys. After he passed several alleyways, he saw Chizome standing over Tenya. He turned off his flight and fell down before kicking Chizome's sword out of his hand. Lifeline. Iida called out. What are you doing here? This is my fight. Looks like you've already lost, Izuku responded. And I'm not Lifeline, that would be my brother. I'm taking over his old title, Flatline. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Izumi, Chizome said, picking up his sword. If I remember correctly, last time we talked you accused me of being Flatline. Well, now you're right. You still expect me to believe you two aren't the same person? Chizome asked. Stain, you've lost sight of your ideals. Going after a student. I'd like to challenge you to a duel. The loser retires. Izuku pulled out a pair of knives and a smoke bomb. Chizome scoffed. This one has already failed to be a hero. I don't care for this Flatline identity of yours, so I'll gladly beat you. Izuku threw the knives, followed by the bomb. Chizome blocked the knives before smoke engulfed him. Chizome jumped up out of the smoke and Izuku jumped towards him with super strength, slamming Chizome backwards. Blood trickled from Chizome's sword. Izuku looked down at his leg which had a growing red stain. Shit. Izuku quickly clapped, knocking Chizome back, who managed to hold onto his sword. Chizome licked the sword and Izuku collapsed. You fight well. Chizome walked over to Izuku. And your words are more heroic than your new friends. But your unwillingness to go all out is your unmaking. Jack. Stay inside my body and move for me. Take control. Izuku slowly stood. What? Chizome asked. How are you standing? Sheer force of will, Izuku said. He pulled out two knives. Let's dance. The two branched their weapons. They then shot forward, and Izuku wrapped his daggers around Chizome's sword, disarming Chizome. Chizome then kicked under Izuku's legs, making him fall over before pinning him. Izuku's arm popped out as if an outside force was controlling it. Ah. Fuck. Shit. That hurts like a bitch. His arm reached for the sword which he then sliced into Chizome. Chizome rolled off Izuku and pulled out a second sword. Izuku threw his daggers at Chizome before wielding Chizome's sword. Chizome shot forward and Izuku parried his strike, sliding Chizome away whilst ducking under the swords and kicking his leg in. Izuku then licked his sword. Chizome fell and Izuku transformed into Chizome. Game over. Izuku heard a screech from behind him. He turned around right as a winged Nomu grabbed him and flew him into the sky. Feathers then shot into the Nomu's brain and it fell to the ground. Izuku then stabbed Chizome's sword into the Nomu's brain and licked the blade. Keigo flew over. Don't let Stain drink your blood. I'll see you back in Tokyo. I'd take it you're Flatline. Oh, right, turn transform off. Izuku transformed back. He then popped his arm back in and left. It's a little sudden, Shota said. But for our next hero exercise, 4 hero class students from Isami High School will be joining us as special guests. 1A started yelled and Shota activated his quirk, quieting them down. Introduce yourselves. Of course. We'll be running the exercise with you today. Isami High School, hero class. I'm Kashiko Sakigai, Kashiko said. Same class, I'm Daiden, Daiden said. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Fumiji, Fumiji said. We're supposed to have one more, Shota said. Habuko moved out from behind Kashiko. She and Sue saw each other and instantly hugged. Mongoose. Fumiji scolded. Don't get friendly with these Ua guys. What did you just say? Katsuki yelled. You Isami shit baby. It's time to go, Shota said. Change into your costumes and head to Ground Omega. Iida, guide the Isami students. The students stood at the entrance to Ground Omega with Shota and Toshinori in front of them. Toshinori explained. So, about our little exercise we're going to have you all go through some survival training. Let me explain. With 4 students per team and 6 teams overall, 1 with 3 students, you will start at the predetermined positions we have chosen. There is one objective. To survive. To run, or to fight, anything goes. Victory will go to the least surviving team. If you run into another team and manage to bind your opponents with capture tape, you can make them combat ineffective, Shota stated. Now, to announce the teams, Toshinori said. Team A. Izuku Midoriya, Mina Ishido, Ochako Uraraka, and Tsuyu Asui. Team B. Eijiro Kirishima, Katsuki Bakugo, Metso Shoji, and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team C. Koji Koda, Mashirao Ojiro, Shoto Todoroki, and Toru Hagakuri. Team D. Fumikage Tokiyami, Honda Siro, Rikido Sato, and Tenya Iida. Team E. Denki Kamiranari, Kyoka Jiru, and Yuga Aoyama. And Team F are our Isami students. All teams move to your start areas, Shota said. The exercise will begin without warning in 5 minutes. What's our plan? Mina asked. Can't we just fight the other teams? No, we'd be at a disadvantage, Izuku said. Other teams have spotters and we don't know the quirks of the Isami students, except Mongoose. Even if we do fight a team without spotters, we'd alert other teams and give away our location. And if we get multiple teams fighting us, we'd probably lose. This is a survival exercise, Sue said. I think we should sit tight and not move recklessly. Several explosions rang throughout Ground Gamma. I don't care, I'll crush them all, Katsuki yelled, running towards a cliff. Bakugo's voice, only one set of footsteps, Kyoka said from the top of the cliff. All right, let's team up on him, Denki said. Katsuki noticed a light on the cliff and jumped as a laser hit where he was stood. A concentrated attack, they knew I was alone. That means he blasted the ground, destroying Kyoka's hearing. She screamed. Denk rushed over to her. As Yuga readied another attack, Katsuki blasted him onto Denki and Kyoka. Katsuki ran to Team D, Dark Shadow. Fumikage yelled, Dark Shadow rushing out of him and towards Katsuki. You're nothing to me. Katsuki blasted Dark Shadow. Leave it to me. Tenya yelled. Katsuki blasted backwards and around a corner. Get back here. Tenya rounded the corner before seeing a web of tape. Damn it. Bakugo, you're advancing too quickly, Momo yelled, running over. Where's the enemy? Eijiro asked. I'm already done, Katsuki said, pointing at Team D wrapped in tape. He defeated 7 people alone? Momo asked. He's back with his team, Kashiko said. Distance. 100 meters. Beginning to move. They're coming this way. Okay. Tayden, Fumiji yelled. Explode them. Truthfully, I don't like fighting, Tayden said. Distance. 80 meters. Kashiko said. Oh, of course, it's for the team, Tayden yelled. Make them all blind. Missiles came out of his suit. Something's coming, Mezzo said. Are those? Momo asked. Missiles. The missiles hit the ground and exploded into clouds of smoke. That is strange, Kashiko said. I'm not reading any life forms. They didn't escape, did they? Tayden asked. They might just be flashbangs, but you covered the area, so I'm sure you got them, Habuko said. There should be unconscious around here, Kashiko said. You should have used real missiles, Fumiji said. Hey! Kastuki yelled as the protective shell Momo made around Team B fell off them. You're really irritating, you know? I hope you're ready? Gas built up in Fuji's suit. Leave it to me. Habuko yelled. Her eyes flashed and Eijiro, Mezzo and Momo collapsed as Katsuki flew above them, unmoving. He jumped before being paralyzed. Katsuki changed his stance. Just 3 seconds. He blasted forward. What a weak quirk. Don't underestimate us, Fumiji yelled, punching towards Katsuki. Fumiji. No, Kashiko yelled. Gas blasted out of Fuji's suit, enveloping teams B, D, E and F. Fumiji. You idiot. Kashiko yelled, holding her breath. What's that? Ochako asked, looking at the pink gas. I don't know, Sue said, but we should stay away from it. Let's go to a safer place, Izuku said. He grabbed the 3 girls and flew away from the gas. They flew up a mountain here. Team C was running up. Todoroki. Midoriya. Now isn't the time to fight, Shoto stated. Do you know what that gas is? It's probably the quirk of the Isami students. I don't know what it is, but he stopped as he noticed something walk out of the gas. Someone's coming. Did they run from the gas, too? Sue asked. Hey, over here, Ochako yelled. Over Eijiro. Katsuki and Momo slowly walked out of the gas, their skin pale. Z zombies. Everybody but Izuku yelled. Oh, no, Izuku said. Jack, calm. We don't even know whose quirk this is. But we're getting it. Jack flowed out of Izuku. Oh, definitely, all right, then we can survive for now. Ha 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 ha. Fumiji laughed. What do you think of my quirk? Well, now we know, Izuku said. Ua isn't all that much, Katsuki bit Fumiji. Well, guess we're going to have to wait, Izuku said. If the quirk user is down, then there's no way to reverse this, Shoto said. Then he froze the area around them. The frozen zombies broke through the ice easily. Koda, Mashirao and Hagakure got bitten. Izuku flew the remained survivors to a cave which Todoroki froze the entrance to. Midoriya, how long do you think that zombie quirk lasts? The gas was clearing, so I'm sure it will go away eventually. The sounds of smashing ice filled the cave. Hagakure's hand smashed through before Shoto made more ice. Todoroki, get ready to use your flames. You girls stay back. If we can't move back, we'll have to push forward. I'll make an escape route. But how? Ochako asked. You can only fly so much whilst carrying us. These zombies can't be damaged, I'll blow them back. Get ready. Midoriya. Shoto blasted the ice with fire. Yeah. Izuku shattered the ice, blasting everything outside the cave off the edge of the mountain. What's going on? Tenya screamed, falling over the cliff. Fuck. Izuku yelled. They turned back to normal. Hey nerd. Katsuki yelled, holding a beat-up Fumiji. You want to fight me? Sounds fun? He dropped Fumiji and blasted forward. I'll crush you with everything I've got. He blasted forward, phasing straight through Izuku and slamming into the ground. Everybody, we're so sorry this happened, Kashiko apologized. I know a way you can repay us, Izuku said, pointing at Fumiji. I copy your quirk. What? Fumiji asked. My quirk is a copy quirk. I just have to die with you closest and all is forgiven. No, I'm not letting you yes, Kashiko said. We will happily accept this repayment, even if the method seems macabre. And Fumiji, apologize. Bakugo, you too. Tenya ordered. Apologize, the two ordered in unison. Habuko, I'm so happy to have met you again, Sue said. Me too, Sue, Habuko, let's work hard and become great heroes. Kagero got back to his office after handing Dabi over to the league. The door didn't shut and he looked back to see a boot in the doorway. Class 1A, Himiko, and Hitoshi stood in front of 1A's teachers. Now then, let's begin the last test, Shota said. Remember, it's possible to fail this final. If you want to go to camp, then don't make any stupid mistakes. Why are all the teachers here? Kyoka asked. I expect many of you have gathered information and believe you have some ideas of what you'll be fighting today. We're fighting those big old metal robots, Denki cheered. Fireworks. S'mores, here we come camp, Mina yelled. Actually, Nezu said, popping out of Shota's scarf. Will be completely different, for various reasons. The tests now have a new focus. There will be hero work of course. But also teamwork and combat between actual people. So what does that mean for you? You students will be working together in pairs and your opponents will be one of our esteemed UA teachers. Isn't that fabulous? We're fighting the teachers? Ochako asked. Additionally, your partners and your opponents have already been chosen. They were determined at my discretion based on various factors, including fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships. First, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are on a team, against me. Let's announce the teams and the teachers they'll be fighting, in order, Nezu said. First, Kirishima and Sato versus Cementos. Second, Asui and Tokiyami versus Ectoplasm. Third, Iida and Ojiro versus Powerloader. Fourth, as mentioned, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu versus Eraserhead. Fifth, Aoyama and Uraraka versus 13. Sixth, Ashido and Kaminari versus me. Seventh, Jiro and Koda versus Present Mike. Eighth, Hagakure and Shoji versus Snipe. And ninth, Bakugo and Siro versus Midnight. Izuku looked to Himiko and Hitoshi. Am I acting as the test for them? No, Nezu said. Both Shinso's and Toga's quirks make them excellent at espionage and stealth. You are aware of both of their quirks and therefore would make their quirks useless, which in turn, would make the battle completely one-sided. He looked to the two general studies students. However, if your opponent also has a quirk made useless by yours, then it would be fair and we could assess other aspects of your ability to be heroes. Therefore, you two will be fighting each other. What? The two looked at each other in shock and confusion before Himiko grinned. Sounds fun. So, what about me? Izuku asked. Sorry I'm late, a cheery voice came from below Izuku. He looked down and saw the grinning face of Mirio looking up at him. It's been a while. Ready to be defeated, hero? Of course, Izuku sighed. Izuku, take this. Shota handed him a band of hair. What? Izuku asked, confused. Recovery Girl thinks if the closest person to you when you die is somebody you've already copied, it wouldn't reboot your brain, either putting you in a coma or outright killing you. You haven't copied my quirk, so keep that strand of my hair on you, just in case. Why would we want your quirk? Jack asked, flowing out of Izuku. How do you fit the undead aesthetic? Shota countered. Well, Inko described quirks like souls, and those are ghosts, so, I'm Izuku's ghost, a ghost's ghost. And that means my power allows the control of the souls of others. HMPH. Whatever, Katsuki stared down the cloud of pink smoke. Inside was Hanta and Nomori. I could just blast Midnight but I would get disqualified for attacking elbows. Fuck. That was their plan, wasn't it? Midnight isn't a challenge for me. Elbows is the obstacle. If only I could get her away from him I could beat her, but she knows that. What kind of a hero uses a meat shield? I'm the villain here, villain, Nomori countered. I thought you thought yourself a true hero, but you're useless in a hostage situation? Hostage situations can be left to the weak heroes. Then why don't you go ask some of those weak heroes for help? She gestured to the open exit gate. No, I don't quit. I'm the best, I don't lose. Then you already have. Fuck. What do I do? What would a hero do? Why am I even trying to be a hero if I can't save one hostage? For Deku? Fuck that. I'll be a hero because nobody else can. Nobody else can save elbows. If I don't pull my shit together, if this was a real hostage situation then nobody else could save him. My indecision would kill him. Fuck that. He sprinted forward, holding his breath before cupping one hand around the blast hole of his other's gauntlet, creating a more precise blast. Armor-piercing shot. He shot Nomori away from Hanta. He grabbed Hanta and sprinted away from Nomori to the exit. I'm coming back for you, Midnight. Please don't, Nomori said, trying to hold her headache back. You've already won. Himiko and Hitoshi stared each other down. Hitoshi clasped his capture scarf as Himiko drew two knives. When the siren blared, Hitoshi threw his scarf at Himiko, who flipped over it whilst throwing her knives at him. He dodged, getting hit by one of them. Shit, he said. Don't suppose you want to forfeit now? Himiko raised an eyebrow and dashed forward. Didn't think that would work. Hitoshi flipped the scarf that was still lying on the ground up, grabbing Himiko's ankle and flipping her over. He ran up to her and tried to tie her up. She clawed her legs around him and flipped him under her before holding a knife to his neck. Damn it. He tried to pull on his scarf before feeling the blade press into him. Fuck, I give up. Himiko jumped up and cheered. Woohoo, I told you I could be a hero. Izuku looked down the streets of Ground Beta. This is going to suck. Mirio seemed to be doing arm stretches at the other side of the faux city. The alarm blared. Sorry about this lifeline. FA Jin plus gearshift plus 1 for all 100%. He punched forward, creating a shockwave that destroyed the closest buildings and shattered all glass in Ground Beta. On the other side, Izuku was shot back into the walls of Ground Beta, the air sliding past him ripping into his skin. Arg. When the shockwave stopped, Izuku shot forward. When he got close to Mirio, he noticed a large mass of black goo and the crumpled remains of buildings. The goo stretched back and threw the debris at him. Izuku quickly turned intangible. Snap asterisk. He felt his right wrist break. He looked at his right arm, which had the hair around the wrist and was clearly bending the wrong way. Is the hair stopping me from using my quirk? He noticed pink smoke filling the streets. Damn it, I can't see him. He noticed a fist coming for him and quickly made an ice wall, which the fist ignored before punching him back. You're going to have to try harder than that, hero. Izuku tried to regain balance but didn't seem able to control his speed despite how many quirks he used. Well, I used my ice, so the hair isn't stopping me from using the arm. Then what's the problem? Should I just take it off? That would mean wait, that's it, I could die. My subconscious isn't letting me lose it. That's the test. I need to truly face death, without chance of revival. Izuku noticed he might not be able to pull the hair off carefully, especially since a fist was coming for his face weight. The fist slammed into him and shot him back further. Yeah, he screamed, sending Mirio back. He quickly grabbed the hair with his teeth and ripped it off. Mirio stopped. Wait, you didn't just swallow that, did you? Izuku looked confused and concerned. Never mind. Anyway, Jack, they want to see what I'm capable of. Activate Reaper. Black and green sparks engulfed Izuku. Hey, I can do that too. Black and yellow lightning engulfed Mirio. Inside the black, Izuku turned invisible. Izuku began to float along with the debris around them, which then began to spin around Izuku, creating a tornado of shattered glass, concrete and rebar. I can kind of do that. Green fire began to spin inside the tornado as Izuku started producing ice to cool himself down. Now that's just unfair. Izuku felt that his throat had fully healed. Time for the finisher. Yeah. A flam-filled shout shot through the tornado, taking debris with it and smashing into where Mirio was right before he fell through the floor and shot up through the center of the tornado. Mirio felt the heat instantly engulf him. I just need to end this, fast. Combining one for all with gearshift and black whip, he punched the other black form, going straight through it. When he appeared out the other side, he noticed capture tape around his wrist. Damn it. Looks like you win this one, hero. Morning, Shota said. Unfortunately, there are a few of you who did not pass your final exams. 5 failed the practical, badly. 2 teams, and then 0 failed as well. For the practical battles, the teachers made sure you each had a way to win, otherwise you never would have stood a chance. We were interested in observing how you each worked together and approached the task at hand. The training camp will focus on building your strength. Those of you who failed need those lessons the most. We were never going to separate you. That was just a logical deception we used. He tricked us all. I should have expected this. Tenya spoke up. Mr. Aizawa, this is the second time you've lied to us. Aren't you afraid we'll lose faith in you? That's a good point, Shota said. I'll consider it, but I wasn't lying to you about everything. Failure is failure. We've prepared extra lessons for the 5 of you. Frankly, they'll be far tougher than what you'd face at summer school. By the way, we're getting a new student, she'll move in soon. When class ended, 1A discussed a shopping trip. Katsuki denied on ground of it sounding boring and Shoto denied to see his mother instead. I'll have to see if Nezu's okay with it, Izuku said. At the shopping mall, Ochako ran away from Izuku shouting about pests. Wow, I thought she was fine with the whole vigilante thing. Izuku sighed. Guess I can't accept any kind of normalcy. Oh, it's someone from UA, nice, Tamura said from behind Izuku. I want an autograph. He put his arm around Izuku. You were the one who won the sports festival, right? That vigilante. I can't believe I'm running into you again. It makes me think that it might not be a coincidence. No, this feels like it's destiny. He put 3 fingers and his thumb around Izuku's neck. Oh, right, from your point of view, we haven't met since the attack on Ua. Why don't we spend some time catching up, Izuku Midoriya? Looking for a fight, Shigaraki? No, act natural, don't make a scene. I'm just an old friend who walked into you at the mall. I think we should have a conversation is all. Oh, and of course, if you try to run or fight me in any way, well, it'll be fast. Soon as all 5 of my fingers touch your neck, your throat will be the first thing that disintegrates. In a matter of seconds, you'll be nothing more than a pile of dust and powdered bones. A pile of dust. Interesting. The ability to pull small objects to me, that's one of my oldest powers, one that I've improved the most. Focus one for all on specifically that, who knows how small that limit is. Cells or molecules would be messy. Pulling your atoms apart would turn you into a fission bomb. Maybe I could pull on your strings and erase you from existence with a thought. I don't care if you try to kill me, I've died 14 times, I just come back. But what about you, willing to see if you're really the one who will finally put me down? Look, like I said, I just want to talk. Izuku sighed. Whatever, let's talk. Let's go grab a seat and get comfortable, why don't we? When it comes down to it, I hate basically everything. But the hero killer pisses me off the most right now. Suddenly everybody is obsessed with that stupid hero killer. The attack on Ua. The Nomus I released on Hosu. All of it was upstaged by him. No one's giving me a second thought. Why is that? Despite what he claims to believe, all he really did was try to get rid of what he didn't like. What do you think the difference is between us? Well, I don't understand you, Izuku said. Even before I joined Stain, I understood him, his goals, his philosophy, even if it differed from my own. He fights to improve society, in his own way. He's a maniac, but he doesn't destroy things because it sounds fun. And when things were looking bad for him, he didn't abandon his mission, like you did. Even if the way he acted was wrong, and differed from his original goals, he stayed true to his beliefs. That's the difference. I see. The problems is heroes, Lemillion, Endeavor. I didn't see it even though it was right in front of me the whole time. What was I worrying about so much? Heroes are why these morons are about to smile thoughtlessly. They feel so safe because garbage pros are smiling thoughtlessly, too. As if there's nobody in the world they can't save. Oh, I'm glad we had this chat. I feel better, I can't thank you enough, Midoriya. Good, then I'll leave. Izuku made his neck intangible and got up. Wait, the student I'm swapping with is a girl? Minoru thought. That means I'll be in the girl's side. And don't think you'll be in the girl's side of the dorm. Her room was next to her teacher's, Cementos. Damn it. That afternoon, Izuku filed a report with the police before going back to the dorms where a message was left for him from the commission, along with a new suit. This one was all black. Looks like it's time for Lantern's comeback. The message explained that Lantern was debuting because of that day's attack, meaning the villains were advancing, and it told him to see Kagero about any villain groups hiring. Time to visit an old friend. Izuku put on the new suit and grabbed the suitcase for his Flatline suit in case of training. He then flew to Kagero's office. When he walked inside, he was stunned by the blood in the room. Izuku spoke into his radio. This is Flatline, Jiren's been attacked. Izuku walked to Kagero's computer and turned it on. He went to a bookshelf which had a bug that filmed the front door and plugged it into the computer. He went through the video until he saw the villains that attacked. He then compared the villains to the ones in Kagero's database. Got them. Not sure what they'd want with Jiren, but their quirks are pretty weak and their base is an abandoned building not far from here. He turned on the radio again. I'm going after him. Keigo's voice came over the radio. What? No, come back. Let the police handle this. I've already found him. Izuku changed into his flatline suit. Time to be a vigilante. Izuku flew to the building and onto its roof. On the roof was a guard who he quickly took out by throwing a knife into the back of his head. One villain was busy torturing Kagero with 2 guards around him. There was a single knock at the door. Somebody check that. One of the guards walked over and opened the door. A body that was attached to the door by knives slumped down in front of the guard. What the fuck? The guard raised his assault rifle and looked out the door before his neck quickly spun around by an unknown force. Whoever you are, the main man yelled, pointing a gun at Kagero. One move and I shoot him. A knife knocked the gun out of his hand. He looked to where the knife came from and saw his other guard slumping over next to Izuku. Flatline. Ha 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 ha. I should have known, you know, I'm only torturing him because he was your accomplice. I'll gladly let you take his place. He rushed forward. Die. His arms sparked with electricity. The two punched each other, creating an explosion that shattered the windows. The villain fell to a knee as Izuku healed his wounds. Fine, whatever, kill me. No, I'm not going to kill you. What? You killed my men but you think not killing me makes you a good person or some shit. No, I need to make sure nobody attacks Jiren again. 206. 206. What the hell do arg? He screamed as Izuku broke his femur. 205. 1A and 1B waited for their buses. Now that you've finished your semester at UA High, it's time for your summer vacation to officially begin, Shota said. However, don't think these will be months of rest for you heroes in the making. At this camp, we'll push you to go beyond your limits. You're aiming to become plus ultra. I heard Class 1A is taking extra courses. Nato laughed. Does that mean some of them actually failed the final exam? That must be so embarrassing. Especially since you're supposed to be so much better than my class, all of you must be wallowing in shame. Itsuka knocked him out. Don't mind him, attention Class A. Our bus is here, Tenya ordered. Everybody line up in seating order. Here's the deal, Shota said from the wheel. We'll be on this bus about an hour before our first stop. Make sure you stay focused. Hey Midoriya, Eijiro said. Apparently some thug got all his bones broken, super unmanly. He claims it was Flatline. Do you know anything about that? Some impersonator, I guess, Izuku said. Torture's not really my thing. After an hour they were led off the bus at the edge of a cliff. Shino, Ryuko Tsuchikawa and Kota got out of a car parked on the cliff. Your feline fantasies are here, Shino started. Say, meow. Perfectly cute and cat-like girls. Ryuko Tsuchikawa continued. You can call us the wild pussycats. The two cheered in unison. We own this whole stretch of land out here. Shino pointed off the cliff to a large forested area. Everything you can see. The summer camp you're staying at is there, at the base of the mountain. The current time is 9:30 in the morning, she grinned. If you're fast about it, you might make it there by noon. Kiddies who don't make it there by 12:30 don't get any lunch. As the rest of 1A ran for the bus, Izuku dove off the cliff. You should have guessed students, Shota said as Ryuko Tsuchikawa jumped in front of the students. The training camp has already begun. She touched the ground which gave way, throwing the students off the cliff. I have a plan, Izuku stated, punching through a beast. We're just fighting Pixie Bob's dirt monsters. I can carry about 4 at a time, so if I go back and forth, taking a few of you at once we should be able to make it. I'll start with who can provide the least support for the remaining students. Some of the monsters can fly, so whichever of you can provide the best ranged support should stay with me, allowing me to take 3 others at a time for a total of 6 round trips. Excellent plan, Midoriya, Tenya said. Yuga, you're with him. We'll start with Kota, Hagakure and Toga. Was it? He looked to Himiko. Yep, she grinned. After delivering the first 3 students, Izuku said, that's an interesting quirk. Your body doesn't seem to be able to handle it well. Yuga froze. Ah. Well, mon ami, it disagrees with my stomach. They finished after an hour. Meow, 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 meow. Ryuko Tsuchikawa meowed. You guys were seriously great. Especially, the 5 of you. She pointed to Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Tenya and Yuga. It seems you've had quite a bit of experience. I call dibs on these kittens, she charged at them. Anyway, who's that? Izuku asked, pointing to Kota. Oh, this little guy? Shino asked. He's my cousin's son. He lives with us now. Don't be shy, Kota. Say hi to everybody. You're gonna be around them for the next week. The last thing I want is to hang with some wannabe heroes, Kota objected. The next day the students were brought out at 5:30 a.m. Good morning class, Shota said. Today we begin a training camp that will increase your strength. Our goal is to increase your strengths exponentially, so that each of you earns a provisional license. This will allow you to face the dangers that continue to fester in the darkness. Proceed carefully. Look alive Bakugo. He threw a softball at Katsuki. Try throwing that for me. Yeah sure, like in the fitness test, Katsuki said. That's right, when you first started school, your score was 710.2 meters, the highest that wasn't infinity. Let's see if you've improved. Katsuki walked in front of the class and winded up his arm. I got this. Nobody blinked. Go to hell. He threw the ball with an explosion. That was 714.6 meters. You've had a single semester at UA, and due to your various experiences, all of you have definitely improved. But those improvements have mostly been limited to mental prowess and technical skill, with a slight increase in stamina thrown in along the way. As you can see, your various quirks have not improved much on a fundamental level, besides Midoriya, of course. That's why we're now going to focus on improving your powers. This will be so hard you'll feel like you're dying. Let's hope you all survive. An hour later Class 1B was outside. We're focusing on our quirks? Itsuka asked. Class A's already training, Sekijiro said. You all need to catch up. Last semester Class A was in the spotlight. Next semester, it's Class B's turn. From now on, you're shooting for the top. Don't let me down. But first, Shota said. Izuku needs to start his real training. So far he's just been working on his strength with Tiger, but now that 1B's here, he can train his main quirk. What do you mean? Itsuka asked. Izuku's real quirk is a copy quirk, like Monoma's, but it's permanent, morbid and sentient. Huh, Class 1A's star just has a shitty version of my quirk? Nato snickered. How many quirks can you copy, Monoma? 4. I bet that's twice as many as him. Izuku, besides your main one, how many quirks do you currently have? Izuku though for a second. 20, sir, T20? Class 1B gasped. Nato went silent. So, Monoma, we'll see if you can copy his quirks to boost your number of quirks, and if not, we'll work on how long your copies last, Sekijiro said. Alright. Nato walked up to Izuku and touched his arm. Blood started running out of his nose. What the hell? Ah. You may want to walk over to somebody I haven't already copied, in case that kills you, Izuku said. K kills me. Nato shrieked. Yeah, but my quirks means you'll just come back with a permanent quirk copy of the closest person to you, as long as you haven't already copied it. And make sure the quirk is undead themed, or Jack will get angry. Nato ran over to Sekijiro. Teach, what do I do? Just relax, Sekijiro said. You're currently invincible. Wait. How long do your copies last? Izuku asked. 10 minutes, why? Nato asked, concerned. That might be a problem. The revival takes time. I don't think it's ever been less than 10 minutes, even with super regeneration. What? Nato passed out. Anyway, time for my training, Izuku asked. Shouldn't we help him? Itsuka asked. He just used his quirk 5 times its maximum. That level of quirk overuse would have nearly instantly killed him. However, he currently has a copy of super regeneration. I doubt he'll even die. Then again, he is a bitch. He didn't pass out from blood loss. I just scared the bitch, Izuku stated. I'll just have a quick chat with Vlad King, then he can monitor Monoma. Sekijiro looked over to Izuku. Fine, let's talk about which students you'll be copying. Izuku walked over to Sekijiro. Actually, first is, Jack flowed out of Izuku and snapped his neck. Oh. What the fuck? Sekijiro caught Izuku. Half an hour later, Izuku and Nato were both awake. Alright, Monoma, Izuku said. Time to test if you copied my quirk. All you have to do is walk over to Vlad King and kill yourself in front of him. What? Are you crazy? Nato cried. Don't be a bitch. I did it whilst you were passed out and look, blood poured out of Izuku and hardened into a club-like form. And what if I don't have your quirk? Then the world will finally be at peace, as will you. You cheeky. Relax, you already fell unconscious in front of him, so if you died, you would already have it. And if you kept the rest, Jack should be able to come out of you. Can you do either? I'll try. Nato put his arm out and blood came out of it. Whoa, I have Vlad King's quirk. Permanently, Izuku said. What about mine? Jack, can you come out? Nothing happened. Guess because it was your quirk that copied mine. It's still temporary, but that does mean you can now permanently copy some quirks. You just need to not be a bitch and also get to them before I do. Jack might even let you copy untamed quirks. Jack flowed out of Izuku. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care what quirk this loser has. Ready to try again? Izuku asked. No, I'd rather work on time first. How about working on not being a bit? Izuku, get a move on, Shota said. Next to him was Reiko. Her quirk is called Poltergeist. It's a telekinesis quirk. Perfect. Also, I have one request, Izuku said. He pointed to Setsuna, hers. It's another perfect quirk. If you're sure, I don't really see how, but whatever. That night the students were tasked with making food. I feel like I'm dying, Denki complained. Really? Izuku asked. What's that like? Personally, I think it must feel pretty bad to almost die. Fuck off. You get the relief of temporary death. What do you think I see when I'm dead? Do you think I see heaven? Hell? No, there's just nothing. Kaminari, when you die, there's nothing there, just infinite black. Dude, cut it out. Denki looked away. That's scary. Do you want to know what's scarier? Izuku's head floated down in front of Denki's face, not attached to his neck. Class 1A screamed. When Class 1A finished cooking, Izuku brought the heroes shares of the food. Where's the kid? He asked. He has a hiding spot in the mountains, Shino said. I'd be back. Izuku disappeared in a flash. He appeared in front of Kota. Thought you'd be hungry. No way. How'd you find this place? Kota asked. Your aunt told me. Get lost. I don't want to hang out with you. So forget about my secret hideout. Spending your entire life trying to improve your stupid quirk, it's dumb. All you want to do is show off. Get lost. Why don't you like heroes? Won't you leave me alone already? Go away. I see. It's quite personal. He probably knew a hero who died. Izuku put the plate down and left. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.